Welcome to day 2 of SBC Fest.
We are so excited to be back for another fun-filled day of crafting. Day 2!
We had a great time learning from yesterday's instructors and chatting with all of you.
And we love that we can offer our inspiration-filled SBC Fest to you all for free.
I can't wait to learn more from today's instructors and see what they're creating today.
That's right. For those that may be new, we want to explain how SBC Fest works.
Each day, we will be joined by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes.
If you are watching the event live, you can join the live chat with the instructors.
If you have questions for the instructor, be sure to comment question in all caps at the beginning of your comment, and make sure that you're current in the stream, and you may need to refresh your video throughout the day.
Yeah.
Oh, and after the day's stream, we'll have timestamps so you can go back to the beginning of specific classes.
Okay, and when creating your projects, upload them to social media and be sure to tag Scrapbook.com and use the hashtag SBCFest. Also, upload your photos to the gallery and use hashtag SBCFest in the category section.
Yes. At Scrapbook.com, we're all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so grateful to all of the instructors who are joining us today.
That's very true, Cody. And we ask that you keep the comments positive. Any negative comments will be removed, and if multiple offenses occur, you will be removed from SBC Fest. So don't do that.
Yeah, no, we want you to stay and learn.
Here. Have fun and be positive.
Yes. So thank you all for keeping the comments positive and encouraging. It means so much to us here at Scrapbook.com, but also to the instructors.
That's right. And at Scrapbook.com, we offer the best selection of card making and scrapbooking supplies. If you are interested in any of the supplies used throughout SBC Fest today, you can find those supplies on our SBC Fest page along with other helpful information.
Yes. And if you missed yesterday's stream or just want to watch your favorite classes again, you can watch the replay at scrapbook.com/watchsbcfest.
We know you all want to know how the giveaways will work. So between certain classes, we will pop in, Cody and I, and chat and announce the giveaways.
Yes. And all you have to do is comment in the live chat. A lucky winner will be tagged and the comment will be pinned to the top of the live chat. And then you can find a full list of winners in the YouTube description.
That's right. The giveaway today is, are you ready? Woo! Check it out. We have another Scout Spellbinders and Scrapbook.com machine plus the slim magic mat that comes with it. How exciting.
Yes. So if you want to enter to win this, leave a comment today and let us know what you learned yesterday, how many projects you made yesterday during SBC Fest. We totally want to know.
Yes.
I lost count of how many I made.
I lost count of how many I made.
Yeah.
Because I'm making still more as we're going through. So there's a ton, but I'm so happy with how many projects I'm getting done.
Oh, yeah. So be putting your answers in, and then we have more things to show you.
That's
so
right.
I'll set this right here.
All right. So check out the free shaker bear die that is available now for SBC Fest. Make sure you add this. It's free. It is so cute. Let's show it close up. It has the stitching detailed. It has 2 different pieces so you can create a shadow, not a shadow. Yeah. Shadow or a shaker box, plus the face elements, his little scarf, so many cute things. You want to show some of them that are made here?
Yes. So here are some tags that we have. Well, I've created these tags. Laura created a bunch of shakers.
So cute. Look at these little shaker guys. Yeah, so many different things you can do with this die, so make sure you add it. Use it for the holidays, use it for a birthday.
Yeah, you used it for Halloween. Oh, yesterday we were saying you could use it for like a baby card, you know.
Really cute. Yeah. So be sure to grab this free shaker card. You get like a lot of pieces, 6 pieces in here in one die set. So make sure you grab that. Okay.
So
choosing a winner now in the
yes.
Yep.
Yes. And then if you are checking out or if you're, shopping today, be sure to use the coupon code SBCFest5 to save even more.
Yes.
So
yes,
yeah.
SBCFest5 because this is number 5. Can you
know.
believe it? So exciting. All right, let's get ready for our first 2 classes.
Yes.
Kristie Marcotte will kick off the day, and following her class, Anna Komenda will teach us as well.
Yes. Let's go to Kristie's.
Hello, friends. I'm Kristie Marcotte, and I'm super excited to be teaching for Scrapbook.com's September 2024 SBC Fest. My introduction into paper crafting was actually scrapbooking. My older sister started scrapbooking. She shared her books with me. I tried out a few pages and I was hooked. And this was about 25 years ago. I didn't have any kids at the time, so my scrapbooks focused on my adventures with my husband and then later expanded into our cats that we had at that time. I had 3 cats and I ended up with 2 full scrapbooks just on cats. I continued to make scrapbooks of my nieces and nephews until I was pregnant with my son. When I was pregnant with him, I decided to try some card making and I made baby announcements. I thought it would be less expensive than buying the cards at the time, and I have been making cards ever since. It may not have been cheaper in the long run, but it has been worth it. I love making cards, and I currently average about 2,000 handmade cards a year. Since I don't need this many cards personally, I love sharing them with others. My card making style is focused on pattern paper, dies, and stamps. My crafty OCD contributes to me making cards with crisp, clean lines and lots of layers. You can see more of my process videos on my YouTube channel, Kristie Marcotte, or you can head over to my blog at KristieMarcotte.com. In today's class, we will be making 3 cards that focus on the use of pattern papers and dies. So let's get crafting. Hello, friends. Before we get started with the card making, let's go over the products I'll be using. The pattern paper is Scrapbook.com's Charming Collection. I'll be using the 6x8 size paper pad. This collection is just gorgeous. The colors have a little hint of fall, but I think they would work year-round. I love that there's a mix of busy patterns, tone-on-tone patterns, and there are even a few solids in there. And I will be using some of the solids for layers. I'll also be using 3 different die sets. The first one is called Bear Hugs. There's an adorable bear image, 2 different size flowers, and the word hugs. For the sentiment, it'll cut out the individual letters and also the background piece. It's so nice that this set includes images and also a sentiment. I'll also be using the die set Fall Treats. This is another great set that you could use for fall cards or year-round. There's a cupcake, the donut, a couple different coffee or tea drinks, maybe even a cup of cocoa in the center there. Super cute set. There are also some smaller image pieces. There's a little pumpkin, an acorn, and some leaves, so you can embellish your different drinks. I've had this fall treat set for a little bit longer, so I do have it stored on a magnetic sheet and inside one of Scrapbook.com's storage envelopes. The last die set is Nested Octagons. Love having shaped dies. There are 14 different size octagons on this set. So there are the 4 main products I'll be using for all of my cards. Other products I'll be using are Scrapbook.com's holographic mirror paper. I love this paper pad when you need to add a little bit of shine or sparkle. It's beautiful. For foam dimension, I have both the small squares and the large squares in the 1 millimeter thickness. I have a bunch of tools all ready to go, and I have them stored in Scrapbook.com's multi-purpose tool tray. I'll be using their Craft Pro Pick tool. This is so handy, especially for those teeny tiny die cuts. I will be using a glitter brush. This is the chocolate color. Can't do any crafting without a pair of scissors and a pair of reverse tweezers. And I am using my favorite pink pair of tweezers. And I'll also be using some blending brushes, since I will be doing ink blending later. I'm using the small size from Scrapbook.com. When I store the blending brushes in the tool tray, I like to turn them so the brushes aren't touching each other. That way, once I have ink on them, they're not contaminating the other blending brush. Other adhesives I'll be using, I have Scrapbook.com's Artiste glue, and I know the label is completely faded off. I've been using this quite a bit. I have the ultra thin metal tip on mine. That's my favorite, perfect for getting behind those teeny tiny die cuts. And I'll also be using the Deluxe Adhesive Roller. For ink, I'll be using 5 different Distress Oxide colors: Rustic Wilderness, Scattered Straw, Chipped Sapphire, Rusty Hinge, and Vintage Photo. Now don't worry if you don't have the exact supplies, you can always grab something similar from your stash. Here's all of the pattern paper you'll need for the 3 cards, 2 sheets of the dark blue, 2 sheets of the dark green, and these are all pattern paper from the Charming Paper Pad. You'll need 1 sheet of the soft orange, 2 sheets of the tone-on-tone blue design. We'll be using the front and back side. So I'm showing you one side, and then the opposite side has the light blue with a bunch of flowers. You'll need 2 sheets of the yellow tone-on-tone pattern. And the last 2 sheets, a light green with flower and a white with blue flowers, we'll be using the front and back side. You'll also need 3 A2 size card bases, and I've already gone ahead and creased and folded mine. 2 of them will be horizontal and the other will be vertical. If you watched my homework video and you did your homework, you should already have the main pieces for your card all cut out and some of the die cut pieces. If not, no worries, you can follow along today, then later you can go back and watch the replay. For the first card, we'll start with the dark blue solid, the dark green solid, and the light blue with blue floral paper. I'll start off by cutting the dark blue layer. This piece will be 4 1/8 of an inch by 5 3/8 of an inch. And make sure to save all of those leftover scraps. We will be using them later. Next, I'll cut the floral paper. I'm looking at the floral designs and trying to decide if this paper is direction specific, but I don't think it really matters. For the floral paper, I'm cutting it down to 4 inches by 5 1/4 inches. With the dark green paper, we need just a narrow strip. The paper trimmer I'm using is from Tonic Studios. It's the Maxi Guillotine Trimmer. I have an older version, but there is a newer version available. It's basically just a different color. I am attaching the extension bar. That way I can cut the shorter side of the 6x8 paper. Most of the time for crafting, I don't need that extension bar, so the trimmer doesn't take up a lot of space on my table. It is long, so you can cut 12x12 paper, but it's only about 6 inches wide. When I'm finished with the extension bar, I'll put it away. That way it's not taking up any extra space. The green strip that I just cut is 1/2 inch by 5 1/4 inches. And there will be a teeny tiny scrap after I cut this strip, 1/2 inch by 3/4 of an inch. Be sure to save that since we will be using it. I didn't see that teeny tiny piece right away. It fell on the floor when I moved my trimmer, but I will be using it and cutting out a small leaf later on. So those are the main pieces for the background of the card. I'll put some adhesive on the back of the narrow strip of green pattern paper using the Deluxe Adhesive Roller. I'll adhere that strip on the left side of the floral panel about 1/4 of an inch in. I generally eyeball the placement of most of the pieces on my card, but it does help to have the grid lines on my workspace mat. So I am lining up the background with that center A2 panel. I know my floral piece is smaller than the A2, but I am able to see the grid marks. That way I can get that green strip on nice and straight. If you've used this adhesive before, you know it's super sticky. And it's not always very forgiving if you need to reposition something. But it's nice knowing that you're using strong adhesive and those pieces won't fall off later. I'm layering the floral piece on the dark blue cardstock, and you'll see just a tiny bit of that blue cardstock around the outside edge. The blue layer is 1/8 of an inch larger than the floral layer, so technically that border is 1/16 of an inch. If you prefer a wider border for the background, you could cut that piece to the full A2 size, 4¼ inches by 5½ inches. I really like those narrow borders, so generally my cardstock layers are an additional 1/8 inch. I'll put more adhesive on the back using the Deluxe Adhesive Roller. Now I'll put my card front onto a card base, leaving 1/8 inch of the white card base showing. When I make my card bases, I always have the fold at the top of the card. Doesn't matter if it's vertical or horizontal. How do you prefer your card bases? With the fold on the top or the side, or do you purchase pre-made card bases? We'll start off by doing some die cutting. We need 3 small octagons. We're using the blue tone-on-tone pattern paper, and the octagon is the 3rd size out from the center. I'll hold the die in place using Scrapbook.com's mint tape. I'm not sure how I made cards all these years without mint tape. Once I discovered it, I always make sure I have plenty of extra rolls on hand. And I was so excited when they released their tape dispenser specifically for their 1-inch mint tape. Before cutting out the first octagon, I'll use a pair of scissors and trim just along the very edge of the die. For most of my die cutting, I'll be using Spellbinder's Platinum Scout machine. This is the rose quartz color, and it's exclusive to Scrapbook.com. How cute is this machine? And I love that it's pink. It's so nice having a compact size. The platform ends fold up, so it doesn't take up that much space at all on my craft table. And another nice thing about the machine, it comes with Spellbinder's universal plate system. So you don't have to try to figure out the proper sandwich for die cutting and embossing. For my cards, I'm only doing die cutting. So I'll start off with the platform base, which is A. I have the platform top B, and I'll be using the 2 cutting plates that are C. And look at how cute are these. They're also pink. I'm using brand new plates, and it's always hard to cut into that plate for the first time. But it must be done, otherwise you can't make all the cute die cuts. When I die cut, I like to cut up into the plate instead of down into the plate. And I know a lot of people do it the same way, and other people do it the other way. Doesn't really matter, they both work. Which one are you? Do you cut up into your plate or down into your plate? I asked this question last year during my SBC Fest class, and I really thought I was in the minority of cutting up, but it was nice to hear that it was about 50-50. Many years ago, I went to a monthly craft get-together, and if I was using somebody else's die cutting machine, I had to remember to flip it around the other direction because I was definitely in the minority in that group. I think I was the only one that cut up when die cutting, and I didn't want to ruin anybody else's plate. For this first card, we will need 3 of the blue pattern paper octagons, and these are all the same size. So I'll cut out my last octagon here. For now, I'm placing the die cut pieces on my workspace mat, but in a moment, I'll be grabbing the smaller size of Scrapbook.com's stack and sort trays. They're probably one of my most used tools in my craft room. After doing all the die cutting, you really don't want to lose those small pieces. So always toss them in one of the stack and sort trays. The trays are also great if you do mass production of any cards. Sometimes I'll have 4 or 5 of the trays sitting on my craft table with different die cut pieces in there. That way it's quick and easy to assemble a bunch of the same card. Now I'll grab the Bear Hugs die set. We'll be using the larger flower, the center of the flower, and also both of the pieces for the sentiment hugs. Later, we'll also be using the small circle, which is the center of one of the smaller flowers, but I didn't pull it off at this point. We'll start by cutting out the center of the flowers using the solid orange pattern paper. And I'm placing the die in the very corner of the paper. And I'll use my scissors and trim off just a small portion of the paper, just big enough for those 3 small center of the flowers. I'm holding that tiny die in place using more mint tape. And I always reuse those small mint tape pieces until they don't stick any longer. And usually I can cut out quite a few die cuts before the tape loses its tackiness. Now I'll start cutting out those flower centers using the Platinum Scout machine in the pretty rose quartz color. And the reason I have my machine at an angle, I found it easier to do the recording with die cutting if I did it this way. Otherwise, I was standing at an awkward angle. I have that first center cut out, and I'll put it in the stack and sort tray. Now I'll reattach the die on the orange strip, run it through the die cut machine again, and we'll need a total of 3. Doing a lot of 3s on this card. For the larger dies, I use Spellbinder's Platinum 6 machine. I have the black color, which is exclusive to Scrapbook.com. I keep that machine at a separate table in my craft room since it does take up more space. But I love having the smaller Scout machine, and it's perfect for most of the die cutting that I do. The platform is 3.5 inches wide. Now, if you're using a larger die that's bigger than 3.5 inches or embossing folders, then the Scout machine wouldn't work, so it is nice to have both sizes. So now we've cut out the last center piece of the flower, and now I'll move on to the flower, which again we need 3 of. I'm using the yellow tone-on-tone pattern paper, so this is the first time we're using this sheet of paper. I'll put the flower die in the lower corner of the pattern paper, hold it in place with some more mint tape, and with a pair of scissors, I'll simply trim off that bottom strip of the paper. Now I'll run it through the die cut machine, and why I didn't trim the rest of the pattern paper off like I did for the octagon, I don't know. I'm not always consistent with how I do things. But in the end, I still get the same results. I'll reposition the die, cut out my second yellow flower. It's so nice that Scrapbook.com's paper pads include 5 of each sheet. Even though they are double-sided, sometimes it's hard to choose which one's my favorite. So when you have 5 sheets, you don't have to make that choice. You have plenty of paper to use. Every time they release a new pattern paper pad, that one's always my favorite. But then they'll release another one, and then that one becomes my favorite. The one paper collection that has continued to be one of my absolute favorites is Berry Sweet. It has the strawberries and cherries in it, and I think that one's my favorite because it has tons of pink. Do you have a favorite paper pad from Scrapbook.com? I know it's really hard to choose since they have so many options now. Now we'll start cutting out the sentiment. For the background outline piece of the word hugs, I'm using the dark blue solid pattern paper. See, this is why we keep those extra scraps. That scrap piece is too large to fit through the Scout machine, but no worries, the die is still small enough, so I'll simply trim down that piece. I'll run it through my die cutting machine. Now there is a small portion of the blue solid left over, and I will save that piece since you never know when you need just a tiny bit of some dark blue paper. The die cut didn't pop right out of the die. I'll grab Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool. If you haven't used this before, I highly recommend it. There are 4 different tools in one. I mostly use the wax tip piece to pick up the tiny die cut pieces, but there's also a piercing tool on one of the ends, and you can use that to poke through the die. That way your die cut piece will pop right out. And you can reattach it so it's on the full tool, but sometimes I use it as just that little end piece. Once I've popped out the die cut, I'll put it in my stack and sort tray. I'll put away the tool so I don't accidentally stab myself with the sharp end of the piercing tool. And yes, I have done that before. But I think the tool that I injure myself the most with is my pair of reverse tweezers. The very tip is super sharp, and it did come with a protective cover, but I'm pretty sure I threw that away. I have it upright in my tool caddy, and sometimes I accidentally stab my hand when I'm reaching for a pair of scissors or other tool. Now, using the same outline die for the sentiment, I'll be cutting out a second piece. This time I'm using some gold mirror paper, and this is included in Scrapbook.com's holographic mirror paper pad. I love this paper pad and I use it all the time. It adds just that little bit of shine or sparkle. Now I am hanging on to that negative portion since I will be using some of that gold paper later on. So don't throw that away. The holographic and mirror paper is perfect for making your own embellishments. You can cut out small circles, little hearts, use those instead of bulky bling. Because sometimes it's nice to have cards that don't have all the extra dimension. That way when you mail it, you don't have to pay additional postage. And for this card, we will be cutting out our own embellishments using some of the gold mirror paper. So I'm grabbing the small center circle piece from the Bear Hugs die set. And there are plenty of areas around where I cut out the sentiment. We need 5 small gold circles. This is where it's really handy to use the mint tape to hold that tiny die in place. I'll run it through the die cutting machine. So there is our gold circle embellishment number 1. And it didn't want to come out of the die right away, so I was grabbing the piercing tool. But while I was doing that, it ended up falling out. Perfect. It did flip upside down, so I didn't see it right away. You could just see the white side on my white workspace mat. But I will place it in my stack and sort tray so I don't lose it. Now I'll find another area on the negative portion that's big enough for that small circle. Hold it in place with more of the mint tape. It didn't want to stick at first. I'll run it through my die cut machine and we'll have our second gold embellishment all cut out. This time the small die cut piece popped right out. I was trying to pick it up with my fingers and it wasn't cooperating. So I'll just grab the wax tip end of the Craft Pro Pick tool since that is perfect for picking up those teeny tiny pieces. I don't always want to use a pair of tweezers, especially with the mirror paper because you can scratch that shiny finish. Now I'll find another area on this scrap negative piece and cut out my third gold circle embellishment. And while I'm cutting out the final 2 circle embellishments, let's talk about card themes. If you're a card maker, what card theme do you make the most of? For me, I love using general sentiments. A good hello is perfect. You can use it for so many different card themes. And bonus if it's a happy hello. I also like to do general sentiments for seasons. So happy fall or hello fall, since we're coming up on autumn here very soon. Hello winter, happy spring. Those are some of my favorites. And if you pair a seasonal sentiment with some seasonal pattern paper, super easy and fun. Of course, I make other card themes as well. Lots of happy birthdays, thinking of you. We always got to do a few of those sympathy cards, feel better soon. Hugs is also a great sentiment. You could use that for many different reasons. And I do make cards for most of the holidays as well. Happy Valentine's Day, Happy Easter, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving. I think there's always an occasion to make a card. And once in a while, I don't even add a sentiment on the outside. I'll leave it blank. So I'm cutting out the final gold circle embellishment die cut piece. I'll pop it out of the die right over my stack and sort tray. I still need to cut out the sentiment hugs since currently we only have the outline or background piece. I will be using some white cardstock, And this is Neenah cardstock, same cardstock I'm using for the card base. I'll place the die at the end of the cardstock piece, hold it in place with some more mint tape. Then I'll use my scissors and trim out the cardstock just around the sentiment die. Now I'll run it through the die cut machine. What's really fun about this sentiment die, it not only cuts out the individual letters, but it'll also cut out that frame that goes around each of the letters. And you could use either of them. For this card, we'll be using the individual letters. I'll remove the extra white cardstock, take off that piece of mint tape. Now I'll use the piercing side of the Craft Pro Pick tool, just poke it through all the little holes on the back of the die. And one by one, the letters for the sentiment hugs will pop out. I'll place all of those letters in the stack and sort tray so I don't lose them. I'll also pop out that frame piece that goes around the sentiment hugs. We won't be using that piece for the cards today, but I will save it for a future card. You could use the sentiment frame and adhere it on some of the specialty cardstock, like the gold mirror. Then all of the letters would be in gold. Or you could put that white outline on some darker cardstock so those letters would really have a nice contrast. I'll put all of the letters for the sentiment hugs in the stack and sort tray. The little inside areas for the letter G and S, I'll simply toss those in the recycle bin. I did move the die cutting machine, and then I remembered I still have 3 more die cut pieces to cut out. It wasn't until I saw this small green piece of pattern paper that I remembered my 3 flowers need 3 leaves. So I'll grab that small piece, bring back my Platinum Scout Rose Quartz die cut machine. And the leaf die we'll be using is from the Fall Treats die set. There are 3 leaves on the die set. We'll be using the shortest one with the 3 points. I'll just pull my magnetic sheet out of the storage envelope, grab that tiny die. Now we'll need some of the dark green pattern paper for the leaf. I'll start by using that teeny tiny little scrap. The die is very close to the edge, but it does fit on this little piece. I will hold it in place with a small piece of mint tape. Then I'll flip it over, run it through my die cut machine, and that'll be the first leaf that we need. I really wasn't sure if this was going to work. You can see that little piece of paper is moving, but I did end up cutting it out and I didn't cut off any of the edges. So no wasting of the pattern paper. Are you the kind of crafter that has to keep all those teeny tiny pieces? Generally, I'm not. I have no problem tossing some cardstock or pattern paper pieces in the recycle bin. But when I have specialty cardstock or if there's a specific color I know I'm short on, I will save those small scraps. But since I knew for my cards I would be cutting out some small leaves, I did save that little scrap. I did need to grab the sheet of green solid so I could cut out the other 2 leaves. I'll reattach the leaf die in the corner, run it through my die cut machine. Now we have 2 leaves. And I know it's probably hard to see in the video, but the leaves have this beautiful etch detail. So it's not just a plain die, it has all the little veins that are on leaves. So there is the 3rd and final leaf. So now I'll put away the die cutting machine and we'll start working on the card. To help keep my workspace mat nice and clean, I'll be using Scrapbook.com's white project grip mat. This is a silicone mat. It was originally 12 by 12 inches in size, but I cut it down so I would have just a small piece to use on my craft table. I do have another full size, but I find that this little piece works perfectly. I glue my die cuts together on it and also a little bit of ink blending. We have all of our pattern paper cut and all of our die cut pieces ready to go, and they're sitting in the stack and sort tray. We'll start with the 3 small yellow flowers, and we'll be adding just a little bit of ink on the edge of the petals. I first grabbed the rusty hinge color. If you grab that as well, put it away. That's not the color we're using. Instead, we want scattered straw. It's just a slightly darker yellow than the yellow pattern paper. I'll set aside the rusty hinge color. We will be using that on a different card, but right now we want scattered straw. I grabbed this small blending brush from Scrapbook.com. I'll ink it up. And since this is the first time I'm using some of the brushes, I need to get a little extra ink on them. I start off by doing a circular motion on the ink pad. Then I'll test the ink on the silicone mat. Sometimes the ink pads are really juicy and I don't want too much ink on the edge of the flower petals. If it seems okay, then I'll go ahead and ink up just that very end of each of the petals. It doesn't change the color of the flowers very much, but it will give them a little dimensional look. I think this is a very simple way to add more detail to your die cut images. And I own a ton of different ink colors, so I usually have one that will work. I try to pick a shade that's just slightly darker than the pattern paper or cardstock piece I'm using. Here you can see the difference between the flower with the inked edges and the one that hasn't. I have one more flower to add ink on the edge. When my brush does need a little more ink, sometimes I'll pull it from the ink pad, other times I'll pick it up from the silicone mat. And if you find the small blending brush too large, Scrapbook.com does sell several other sizes. This is my favorite size, and it's the one I reach for almost all the time. So there are the 3 flowers, all inked on the edges. I'll set aside the ink pad, move the flowers off to the side, and I'll go ahead and wipe down my silicone mat. And I'm just using a baby wipe. This is why I love the silicone mat. It cleans up so easily. Although I did get a little bit of ink on my workspace mat, and that does clean easily as well. I just tend to be really messy with adhesive, and I don't want to get glue all over my workspace mat. I'd rather just clean it up off of the silicone mat. We'll also be adding a little bit of ink on the edge of the 3 blue octagons. So I'll pull out the Distress Oxide Chipped Sapphire color. This is a beautiful blue color. The blue color is a bit darker than the blue pattern paper, so I'm adding just a very light amount around the edge of the octagons. Once I finish inking up the edges of the first octagon, I'll hold it side by side to one of the non-inked octagons so you can see the difference. It adds just that little bit of color along the edges. Another option, you could layer the octagon die cut pieces on some cardstock. I think it would be pretty easy to cut a cardstock layer since all of the edges are straight. If you've watched my videos before, you know I'm a huge fan of adding lots of cardstock layers. But sometimes it's fun to try something a little bit different. Although I think I would be lost if I didn't have all the different colors of cardstock. And with as much cardstock as I own, I still find times where I don't have that perfect blue or the perfect red. I think those are the 2 colors that are the hardest to match. So sometimes it's nice to be able to grab an ink pad and put just that little bit of ink along the edge of your die cut piece. So there's the final octagon all inked up. I'll clean up some of my work area so we can start assembling the rest of the card. Set aside my tool organizer. Off screen, I did wipe down my silicone mat. We're going from ink blending mode to gluing mode. And I'll also zoom in the camera just a little bit closer for the rest of the card assembly. We'll start with the 3 yellow flowers, and there's only 3 pieces to the flower, so they're very simple to assemble. Some of the die cut images we'll be using later on in the video have more layers, but I still think they're fairly easy to assemble. I'll be using artiste glue to assemble the die cut pieces, and I have the ultra fine tip on the end. I'll first remove the pin, and I did clean it off with a baby wipe. And if you're not actively using the glue, you should keep the pin in the tip. It's okay when you're doing a little bit of gluing here and there, but don't let it sit for an extended time. The pin really does make a difference, so the glue doesn't clog. I'm adding the center to each of the flowers, picking up that small orange piece with my reverse tweezers. Put just a tiny bit of artiste glue on the back and adhere it in the center. I will be adding the yellow flowers inside the blue octagon, but first we'll start working on the hug sentiment. I'll pull out the dark blue background piece, and for this first card, all of the letters will be glued down individually. I'll start with the H. I'm holding it using my reverse tweezers. Put some artiste glue on the back, and I'll adhere it on the dark blue outline piece. And I find these are very easy to line up when you have the outline piece. You just need to place them in the center so you have an even edge around each of the letters. It also helps that it's a nice short sentiment, just 4 letters. If you were doing happy birthday or Merry Christmas, that would be a lot of individual letters to glue down. Although I would still do it, and I have done it, maybe just not mass production of the same card. Whenever I adhere individual letters, I like to start on either the right or left side and work my way across. That way I get everything evenly spaced. So we have one final letter, just the S. And I do like that we don't have to dot any I's. I think that's another reason I love this sentiment hello. I'm trying to be really careful with the artiste glue and not add too much behind each of the die cut pieces. Although if you do get a little bit on the outside, artiste glue does dry clear. So there we have our sentiment all assembled. And just to give it a little bit of shine, we'll be layering it on the gold mirror layer. I'll put glue on the back of the dark blue sentiment piece, layer it on top of that gold mirror piece, and I'm offsetting it just slightly off to the right and above. So now we'll see that lovely gold mirror drop shadow on the left and bottom of the sentiment. I love doing this with sentiment die cuts. Sometimes I'll use vellum for that drop shadow piece instead of shiny cardstock or paper. I think it adds just that little extra detail. Since I am adhering it on some specialty cardstock, I'll hold it just a little bit longer. I want to make sure the glue fully adheres. But now I'll flip over the sentiment on my silicone mat, grab a baby wipe and clean up some of the extra glue. I'll put the sentiment back in the stack and sort tray, move aside my silicone mat, and then I'll bring back my card. Now we'll adhere the 3 octagons onto the card. And we won't be adhering them in a straight line. Instead, we're forming sort of a triangle with the octagons. The first octagon in the lower left-hand corner, about 1/4 of an inch of it will be on top of that green strip on the left side of the card. I'll put artiste glue on the back, adhere the first octagon down. I laid out the other 2 octagons so I could figure out where I wanted to place everything. Since I'm using Artiste glue, there is a little bit of wiggle time so you can get your die cut piece adjusted. But once it dries, that die cut piece isn't going anywhere. Now I'll adhere the second octagon. It'll be above and to the right of the first octagon, about 1/4 of an inch apart. Then I'll adhere the final octagon above that middle octagon. I'm not putting it quite as far to the left, so it's maybe about 1/2 an inch away from that green strip. I think this is the first octagon die set that I've ever owned. I have hexagons, but never an octagon. And it's always fun to have more shape dies in your stash. And it's nice since this set has 14 different sizes. So whether you make tags, A2 size cards, 5x7 cards, scrapbooking, there will be a size that works for you. So once I have the final octagon adhered down, now it's time to add the 3 yellow flowers. And we will be popping them up using some foam dimension. I'm using Scrapbook.com's large square foam. This is the 1mm thickness. I use their large squares, small squares, and the foam roll the most, but they have a wide variety of different sizes and thicknesses. The 1mm is my absolute favorite. It pops up your images or sentiments just a little bit, but doesn't add a lot of extra dimension. If you like to add more dimension to your projects, the foam is also available in 2mm and 3mm thickness. If I'm making shaker cards, I do reach for the 2mm or 3mm foam. I put 1 large foam square on the back of each of the flowers. I'll remove the release paper, and I'll add the flowers in the center of each of the octagons. And I'll rotate the flowers so the petals aren't all facing the same direction. The very ends of each of the petals are slightly different, but they all have this little scallop wavy design. Now I'll add the final flower at the top. Press down on each of those to make sure they're adhered. If you've never tried Scrapbook.com's foam before, it is very sticky. Those flowers are not going anywhere. Now I'll tuck one of the leaves underneath each of the yellow flowers. I'll start with the flower in the center. I'm not popping up the leaves with foam dimension. Instead, I'll add a little bit of Artiste glue behind the stem and lower portion of the leaf. Then I'll tuck it underneath the petals. I'm not adding any glue behind the very tip of the leaves. That way I can use my fingers, curl it up to add just that little look of dimension. And I'll alternate which side to put the leaf on for the 3 flowers. So the 2 octagons more on the left side of the card, I'll put the leaf on the left side, and the center octagon, I'll put the leaf on the right side. And for the 2 leaves that are on the left side of the flower, I'm also alternating. The flower at the top of the card, I'm putting the leaf more toward the top, and the flower in the lower left-hand corner, I'm adding the leaf more on the bottom. Next, we'll add the sentiment hugs, and we're putting it in the lower right-hand corner. Part of the letter H will be sitting on top of that lower yellow flower. We will be popping up the sentiment using more of the large foam squares. But since that top portion of the H will be sitting on the flower, we don't need to add any foam there. I am cutting the large foam squares in half. That way I have some narrow strips of foam that fit easily behind the sentiment. There are some areas where I will add the large square, but I'm mostly using those narrow strips. I'll make sure to get good coverage on the back of the sentiment. I don't want one area to sag. For some of the tiny areas behind the letters, I could cut those half squares in half again, but I figured why not just pull out the small foam squares from Scrapbook.com. I love having the 2 different sizes, and the small foam squares I'm using are also the 1mm thickness. I did pull out some brand new packages of foam for this class. I think I currently have a couple of half sheets of the foam. One sheet, especially the small foam squares, lasts a very long time. I was curious, so I did look it up on Scrapbook.com's website. The large foam squares include 230 squares, and the small squares have 920. It's no wonder the sheets last a long time. Now, earlier I did mention we don't want to add any foam behind the top portion of the letter H, and yet I seem to have forgotten since I did just add some foam there. I'll remove the release paper, and I was ready to adhere the sentiment down, and I remembered I don't want any foam there. So I am peeling off those little foam squares. The foam is super sticky, so it doesn't come off very easily. I do find the best way to remove those pieces is to rub your finger along it, sort of roll it off. First, I was trying to remove that square with my tweezers, but it was not coming off. Now, if I couldn't get those foam squares off, I could just place the sentiment a little bit lower so it's not sitting on top of the flower. And I could also just not worry about it and adhere the sentiment on the flower, even with those foam squares. But then the top portion of the letter H would be lifted up just a little bit higher than the rest of the sentiment. And I really like things to be at the same level. Luckily, I was able to remove most of that foam. Then I'll add some artiste glue behind that area and attach the sentiment on the card. I love the look of the large sentiment on the card. That white really pops against the dark blue, and having the gold mirror underneath just adds that beautiful shine. So we have one final step for this card. We'll be adding the paper embellishments that we cut out earlier. I'll be using Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool, the wax tip end. This will make it super easy to pick up those small gold circles. I'll first add a small drop of artiste glue, and I'm putting 3 drops in the upper left-hand corner. Then using that wax tip end, I'll pick up those small circles and press them in place. And using my finger, I'll also press down on the 3 circles. I'm adding 2 more embellishments above the sentiment on the right-hand side. I'll first add the small drop of artiste glue, then I'll pick them up using the wax tip end. Now I'll press those 2 in place. I'm so glad I kept all of the die cut pieces in the stack and sort tray. You can see it's all empty now. I didn't lose a single piece. Before the stack and sort trays, when I would prep cards, I would just stack all of the pieces on top of each other on my desk, and I was always losing some of the die cut pieces, but not anymore. So there is the finished card, and I love how this turned out. Cheerful and perfect for so many occasions. Now moving on to card number 2, here's the pattern paper you'll need. 1 sheet of the dark green solid, 1 sheet of the light green with flowers, and I am showing 2 sheets. The other with the grid is the back side. But you only need 1 of that pattern paper sheet. We'll just be using the front and back. You'll need 1 sheet of the dark blue, some of the soft orange. We'll also need the yellow tone-on-tone pattern and a little bit of the blue tone-on-tone pattern. And I pulled out some of the scraps since sometimes that's all you need. So we'll go ahead and cut the pieces for the card. We'll start with the dark green paper, and this will be the very background. So we're cutting it A2 size, 5.5 inches by 4.25 inches. And remember to save all of those extra scrap pieces. Even those narrow little strips, we will find a use for them. Next, pull out the dark blue solid pattern paper, and we need 3/8 of an inch. And I'm cutting it on the long side, so it'll be 8 inches long. It will be longer than we need, but that's okay. I'd rather have it too long than too short. For now, I'll also move the papers that we'll be using for the die cut images and sentiment. Now I'll grab the sheet with the plaid design on one side and the floral on the other. And I know I am showing 2 sheets, but you'll only need 1. Since this is 6 by 8 inch paper, we'll be able to get both of the panels from 1 sheet. Both of them will be 5 1/4 of an inch by 4 inches. Now once we have both of the panels cut, and these are the same size, I'll lay them on top of each other, and I have each of the different designs showing. So one side we have the plaid, and the other we have the floral design. I'll hold the 2 pieces together while I cut them at an angle. And I will center my trimmer a little bit more so you can see when I'm cutting. Whenever I make cards with this angle cut, I never measure it, I just eyeball it. I love doing this design since you can feature 2 different pattern papers. Now, if you do need a measurement, on the left-hand side of the card, from the top to that first cut, it's about 1.5 inches. And on the right side of that top piece, it's about 2 3/4 of an inch from the top. And if you want more of an angle or less of an angle, you can cut that paper as you desire. Now, when we place together the 4 different pieces, you'll be able to make 2 cards. You'll just have the angles at opposite directions, or you could have the pattern paper reversed. For this card, we'll have the floral paper on the top and the plaid on the bottom. But you could always put the plaid paper on the top and the floral paper on the bottom. It's your choice. And if you are making 2 cards, you'll need 2 sets of die cuts. We'll start off by assembling the main background of the card. We need the dark green background layer. I'll flip over the plaid paper, use the deluxe adhesive roller, put adhesive on the back, then I'll adhere it at the bottom of the dark green pattern paper layer. And for this card, that green background layer is an additional 1/4 of an inch instead of the 1/8 of an inch that we did for the previous card. We won't have any of the white card base showing. Now I'll flip over the floral panel, put adhesive on the back, then I'll adhere it on the dark green cardstock layer. And I'm doing it upside down since I find it easier to get it lined up if I have it closer to me. And I know sometimes that looks odd since the pattern paper will be upside down on video, but it doesn't make a difference which direction the paper is when you're adhering things together. Now I do have a narrow gap between those 2 pieces, but no worries, we will be covering it up. This is where that dark blue narrow strip comes into play. I'll flip it over, put some adhesive on the back, and if your adhesive roller is too wide for a 3/8 inch strip, you could always put some double-sided adhesive tape on the back, or you could use liquid adhesive. Then I'll cover up that little gap between the 2 pattern papers. You can see that strip is longer than my card panel. I'll simply flip it over, use a pair of scissors, and trim it off. And since Scrapbook.com's pattern paper does have a nice weight to it, this is easy to do without cutting into that background layer. I'll grab one of the horizontal card bases, flip over my card panel, put adhesive on the back, and I like to add a line of adhesive along all of the outside edges and at least 1 diagonal strip in the center. Never hurts to have a little extra adhesive. Now I'll adhere my card front onto a card base, and I will do it upside down. So currently I have the fold of the card down facing me, and that's why my whole card is upside down. I think it's easier to line it up first with the fold of the card. That way, if I didn't cut that card front or card base exactly the right size, if I need to trim off a little extra, I'll be cutting the open end of the card because it'll ruin the card if I have to trim off that folded edge. Now it's time to do some more die cutting. I'll pull out the Fall Treats die set and also the Platinum Scout Rose Quartz die cutting machine. We'll start by cutting out the mug. I grabbed one of the scrap pieces of the blue tone-on-tone pattern. It has what looks like a stretched hexagon design on it. I'll hold that die in place using a small piece of mint tape. You can see I'm still reusing those same pieces. I'll grab one of the stack and sort trays so I can start collecting all the die cut pieces. Don't want to lose anything. This card will be featuring a drink and also a donut. And the drink could be whatever you want, hot cocoa, coffee. It will be topped with whipped cream, so I guess depending on what kind of drink you like with lots of whipped cream. I'm calling my drink cocoa since I cannot stand the taste of coffee. I live in Western Washington and most of my friends love coffee, not me, but I do love the smell of coffee. My husband is a coffee fan, and if he makes it at home, he'll pour a small amount into a mug and place it in my craft room. That way I have a coffee air freshener while I'm crafting. I cut out the donut next. I used some of the yellow tone-on-tone pattern paper. And I know the yellow is a very odd color for a donut, but we will be altering the color with ink blending. For the frosting of the donut, we're using the soft orange pattern paper. I'll use some mint tape to hold the die in place. Grab my pair of scissors and just trim around that die. Then we'll run it through the die cutting machine. I'm not sure if this would be orange flavored icing or maybe it's just orange food coloring and it's vanilla icing. I went with the orange color since there is orange in the pattern paper. My donut of choice would be a Bavarian cream filled with chocolate icing. So let's get everybody hungry. What's your favorite type of donut? And while you're watching SBC Fest, does anybody actually have donuts for a snack today? Now we'll cut out 2 of the tiny leaves. So this is where we'll grab one of the small scrap pieces of the solid green paper. You can see they fit perfectly on this narrow strip. Just hold those in place with some more of the mint tape. Run it through the die cutting machine. And we'll pop both of those leaves into the stack and sort tray. It's always nice when the die cut pieces pop right out and I don't have to grab the piercing tool. I will save those pieces of mint tape since we still have more die cutting to do. And I'll place the dies back on the magnetic sheet since they're small and I don't want to lose them. There's still enough left on this little green strip, so I will save it. We'll be using it for the 3rd card. Next, we'll cut out the whipped cream, and instead of using white cardstock, I'll be using brushed white cardstock from Spellbinders. It has this beautiful shimmery pearlescent finish on it. I have a full 8.5 by 11 inch sheet, but we'll probably only use about 1/4 of it for this card and a little bit on the next card. I always save my small scraps of specialty cardstock for times like this, since you don't need a full sheet. I'll tape the die in the corner of the sheet, use my scissors and trim around it, and I'll run it through the die cutting machine. I love cardstock with that beautiful pearlescent finish. And if you only have the white color, you can alter it with different inks and mediums, which we will be doing for this card. For the sprinkles on the donut, we'll be using more of the brushed white cardstock. I'll cut out just a small piece. And to add some color to the sprinkles, I'll be using Scrapbook.com's glitter brush marker. I have the chocolate color. It's a nice dark brown color. I love the glitter brush markers. They add that lovely sparkle without the glittery mess since it's a super fine glitter. I'll remove the cap and brush some of that color on the pearlescent cardstock piece. And I did need to squeeze it a little bit to get more of the solution out. Now I will let that sit for a few minutes to dry before I cut out the sprinkles. So while I'm waiting for that, I'll cut out a small blue flower. The flower image we'll be using is on the Bear Hug set. There are several different flowers. This is one of the smaller size flowers. And while I have the Bear Hugs die set out, I'll also pull off the rest of the dies we'll be using. So I'll grab the one flower. We'll need the little circle piece for the center of the flower and also both of the sentiment pieces. We won't be using any other dies from the set for this card. For that very center of the flower, I'm using some of the yellow tone-on-tone pattern paper. And I didn't toss this scrap yet since I knew I would be using it for the center of the flower. I will cut off just a teeny tiny piece. Then I'll hold that die in place with more of the mint tape. Before I can cut that out, I do need to move my scissors out of the way, some of those dies out of the way so I can grab my die cutting machine. There we go, now I have more space. I'll grab my plates again and run this die through the machine. Now remove the mint tape and pop that teeny tiny little circle into the stack and sort tray. I was ready to grab the piercing tool, but I was able to pop it out. So we've cut out the center of the flower. Now we need to cut out the actual flower. We'll be cutting out a light blue flower. And if you're wondering where are we getting the light blue color, since there are no light blue solids in the Charming paper pad. And even though there isn't a sheet with the light blue color, we are able to use one of the pattern paper pieces since there is a big enough area of the light blue color to fit the small flower. And this floral piece is the back side of the tone-on-tone blue design we use for the mug. So I'll hold that die in place with some of the mint tape since we really don't want it to move. I only want that light blue color for the flower. I'll run it through the die cut machine, and now we have a small blue flower. Instead of always searching through cardstock colors to find something that coordinates, sometimes you just have to look at the paper pad. There are large enough areas of those solid colors you can use for the small die cut pieces. We have just a few more die cut pieces we need for this card, then we can start assembling. Next, I'll cut out the sentiment hugs. We need some of the dark green solid. I'll place the die at the end of this paper, hold it in place with some mint tape. I was ready to run it through the machine, but it's just a little bit too wide to fit through the Platinum Scout, so I will trim off the end with just the die. Now I'll run it through the machine. So in the previous card, we used the individual letters for the word hugs. This time we're using that outline piece. I'll still need to pop out all of the die cut pieces though. So I'll grab the Craft Pro Pick tool. I'm using the piercing end. I'll just poke it through all those small holes on the die. And even though we won't be using the green individual letters for the sentiment hugs, you can definitely hang on to that and use it on a future project. For some of my dies that I've had for years and have used again and again, sometimes the die cuts don't want to come out even when you're poking them with the piercing tool. I found what really helps is if you use a piece of wax paper. You'd put the wax paper down against the die and then the paper. Then when you run it through the die cut machine, those die cuts just pop right out. I keep a roll of wax paper in my craft room just in case I ever need to use it. Now, I've never had that problem with any of Scrapbook.com's dies before. Usually you can just pop them out using the piercing tool. Isn't it fun how you get two sentiments in one with just this die? You have that outline, which we'll be using, and then the individual letters. Next, we'll use the outline piece for the sentiment. And I'm using more of the brushed white cardstock from Spellbinders. Just cut a small piece, run it through my die cutting machine. I'll put away the piece of white brush cardstock. I'll also set aside that small piece with the brown glitter. Now I'll cut out the sentiment. And I didn't tape the die to the cardstock this time, but that's fine, it didn't move. I'm not sure if you noticed, but when I move the cutting plate, there's a little die cut that came out of the stack and sort tray, and it was picked up from the static of that plastic plate. It's kind of funny, but I'm glad I noticed it. Otherwise, I would have been wondering what happened to those small die cut pieces. I will need to use the piercing tool to pop out the die cut. Using the outline piece for the sentiment, we'll cut out one more, this time from some vellum, using Scrapbook.com's smooth vellum sheets. I'll cut off a small portion, just big enough for the die cut. Then I'll run it through the die cut machine, and we'll be using this piece as a drop shadow layer. So for that first card, we use gold mirror paper for that drop shadow. This time we'll be using vellum for a drop shadow. I love using vellum on my cards. The only trick is with the adhesive, since you don't want it to show through on the vellum. I will need to grab the piercing tool again to pop out that vellum die cut piece. Once that's popped out, I'll place it in the stack and sort tray. Also place the die back on the sheet. So we have one final die for this card, and it's the sprinkles. First, I'll clean up my workspace. I have a few of those vellum pieces that were on the inside of the hugs word. I'll tape the die on that brown glittery area, run it through my die cut machine. And we'll be cutting out a bunch of teeny tiny little pieces. After running it through the machine, I was actually surprised that none of those tiny pieces were stuck on the acrylic plate. They were all either in the paper or still in the die. I'll remove the die over the stack and sort tray in case some of them start popping out. Then I'll grab the piercing tool. There was only one small piece that stayed in the paper. The rest is all in the die. So I'll hold the die over the stack and sort tray, use the piercing tool, and poke out all those teeny tiny little sprinkles. And I'm holding the die right above the stack and sort tray since I don't want all those pieces to flip over, although some of them will flip over. If you see a white sprinkle, that just means that piece is upside down. I know it looks like a lot of teeny tiny holes, but it really doesn't take that long to poke all of those pieces out. And once in a while, I'll flip over the die to see if I've missed any pieces. If you like a ton of sprinkles on your donut, you may want to run this die through twice. So now that I've popped out all of the sprinkles, I'll clean up my area. We can start making a card. Although there is one more die cut you'll need for this card, but I can't cut it out with the Platinum Scout machine. Using Neenah white cardstock, I'll be cutting out a white octagon, and I'm using the 9th size out from the center. And I'll cut that out using my Platinum 6 machine by Spellbinders. And the only reason I'm not using the Platinum Scout machine is because the octagon is just a little bit too wide to fit on the platform. I'll be adhering the octagon on the center of the card, and instead of positioning it with the flat side at the top and bottom, I'm rotating it slightly, and I'll have one of the points of the octagon at the top, bottom, and right, left side of the card. I'll put Artiste glue on the back and adhere the octagon onto the card. And I'm putting glue along that outside edge and a little bit in the center. Now I'll adhere it in place. And I'm trying to make sure the points from the top and bottom and right and left are all lined up together. And you can do this by using the lines on your workspace mat. I'm just eyeballing it. Once I'm happy with the position, I'll press it down to make sure it lays nice and flat. Now I'll set aside the card and start working on the sentiment. I'll grab my small white project grip mat, do all the gluing. I'll start with the brushed white background piece and the green outline piece of the sentiment. Using my reverse tweezers, I'll hold that green outline piece, flip it over, put artiste glue on the back. I'll make sure to get good coverage on the back of the sentiment, but I'm adding a very small amount of glue, just a light layer. I don't want any of that glue oozing through on the sentiment or around that outline piece. This is where the ultra-fine metal tip really comes in handy. And even though the artiste glue does come with other tips, I only use the ultra-fine tip. Now we'll line up the green frame of the sentiment on top of the white brushed cardstock layer. So the only place you'll see that white shimmer cardstock is the letters. You won't see a drop shadow of it. And this is actually very easy to line up. I'm starting on the left side with the H and just slowly laying down that die cut piece. And using glue, you do have that little bit of time to get everything adjusted. Now we'll layer the sentiment on the vellum outline piece. So put more artiste glue on the back, and this time when we adhere it on the vellum layer, I'll offset it just slightly so you'll see some of the vellum on the left side of the sentiment and underneath. And since we did use vellum for that drop shadow, you'll still be able to see the pattern paper underneath, but it does add a little extra detail to the sentiment. Now I'll add the small yellow circle in the center of the light blue flower. I'll put just a tiny drop of artiste glue on the back, then press it in place. I'm putting all of the die cut pieces back in the stack and sort tray. I'll grab a baby wipe, clean up the glue off the grip mat, since next we'll be doing some ink blending. We'll start with the orange icing on the donut. We'll be using Distress Oxide Rusty Hinge ink color. It's just a little bit darker than the orange solid pattern paper. So I'll grab the small blending brush, wipe off a little extra on the grip mat. Then we'll add ink around the outside edge of the icing and also a little bit in the center, that whole area. Then after adding that first amount of ink, decided it needed to be a little bit darker, so I'll go around those outside edges again. And I'm putting a little extra ink on the left and top of the icing piece. After holding up that piece upright, decided to add a little more ink on the bottom area where it looks like it's dripping icing on the side of the donut. So I'll set it aside back in the stack and sort tray. Next, we'll be inking up the cake donut. First, wipe off the ink from my project grip mat. A little bit of ink on my workspace mat. I'll just clean that up. The ink color we'll be using for the donut is Distress Oxide Scattered Straw. So right now, that cake donut is a very light yellow color. We need to add a little bit of toastiness along the edge. I'll grab my small blending brush that I've already used with the yellow ink. A lot of this die cut will be covered up with the icing, so we don't need to worry about adding ink to all of the edges. We'll focus on the very bottom area of the donut and a little bit in the center around the hole. And after using the scattered straw color, I decided the donut still wasn't quite toasty enough, So I'll grab the blending brush that we just used with the rusty hinge, so some of that orange color, and I'll add just a little extra along the bottom edge of the donut. And now I think it has more of a toasted donut look. I know donuts aren't really toasted, they're deep fried, but we're going for that golden color. I'll grab a baby wipe again, clean up my project grip mat and my workspace mat. The next die cut piece you'll need is the whipped cream. Remember, we used some white brushed pearlescent cardstock for this. My grip mat was still just a tiny bit wet from the baby wipes. I'm using my hand and trying to dry it. I don't want the whipped cream to blend into the white octagon, so we'll be adding a little bit of ink along the top edge of that piece. I grabbed the blending brush with the rusty hinge ink on it, and I thought there'd be enough ink on the brush to add that ink along the edge of the whipped cream. But I think I need a little more ink, so I am grabbing the ink pad. Getting a little more ink on that blending brush, and we'll add it along the sides and more of the ink on the very top. Now the whipped cream piece has a lovely color on it, and it'll stand out against the white octagon. We'll wipe down our mat again. Next, we'll be inking the blue mug. The ink color we'll be using is Distress Oxide Chipped Sapphire. So this is a darker blue color than the pattern paper. Use our small blending brush, add ink along the very outside edge of the mug and also on the handle. And I'm not adding a lot of ink, just enough to give the mug a little bit of a dimensional look. We don't need to worry about the top area of the mug since it will be covered up with the whipped cream. I'll place it back in the stack and sort tray. We have two final pieces to add a little bit of ink, and those are the two green leaves. And I think there's enough area on my grip mat where I can add ink on those tiny leaves, so I don't need to worry about wiping it off yet. The ink color is Rustic Wilderness, and I'm just adding ink to the very ends of the leaves. The stem area of the leaves will be covered up once we tuck them behind the whipped cream. This green ink color is very close to the green solid pattern paper, but it will add a little bit of darkness on the end of the leaves. Then I'll place those leaves back in the stack and sort tray. So now we've inked up all of the die cut pieces. I grabbed the card so we could start adding those images onto the card, but first we need to assemble them. So I'll set the card aside again, grab my cleaned up project grip mat, and we'll start with assembling the donut. So we'll need the two pieces of the donut, the cake portion and the icing. I'll hold the icing of the donut with my reverse tweezers, put artiste glue on the back and adhere those two pieces in place. And I'm lining up the two pieces together based on the top curve of the donut and also the hole of the donut and the icing, since you'll still want to be able to see some of the cake donut through the icing hole. Now comes the fun, adding all the sprinkles onto the icing. I'll start off by adding a little bit of artiste glue onto the icing area. We'll be doing some of the little straight sprinkles and also the round sprinkles. So in some areas, I'll put just that tiny drop of glue, and other areas, I'll put just a teeny tiny line of glue for those straight sprinkles. Now I'll use the wax tip end of Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool, pick up the sprinkles and press them in place. If you see a little bit of glue going around the sprinkles, no worries, artiste glue does dry clear. After adhering down a few of the sprinkles, I'll add more glue areas. Use the wax tip to pick up more of the sprinkles. And I'm alternating the different sizes. I am trying to place some of the tiny circle sprinkles together and some of the straight line sprinkles together. I'm also rotating the direction of those shape sprinkles. I want the sprinkles to look random on the donut and not follow a pattern. Now, if you wanted, you could fill up the top of your donut with a bunch of sprinkles, or if you want just a few sprinkles, you could add way less than what I'm adding. That's the fun thing about die sets like this. You can customize your treats and drinks. When my daughter was little, she would always choose the donut that was loaded with sprinkles. Now that she's a teenager, her tastes have matured just a little bit. She still doesn't mind sprinkles, but she doesn't need them to be caked all over the top. We'll continue around the front of the icing piece, just adding more areas of glue, picking up those tiny die cut pieces. If you don't have Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool or a different embellishment one, you can use a pair of reverse tweezers, but those tiny circles are really hard to pick up, so it does help to have a wax tip end of an embellishment wand. Sometimes I get glue on the wax tip, and I'll wipe it off with a baby wipe. Sometimes that wax tip isn't quite as tacky, so I find by rubbing a little bit of that wax off on cardstock, it refreshes it. There's also the option of purchasing replacement tips for the Craft Pro Pick tool. And I always make sure to have a few extras on hand, although I haven't had to replace mine yet. So there is our donut fully sprinkled. This is so cute. Now we'll assemble the cup of cocoa. We'll need to grab the mug and also the whipped cream. I'm putting just a tiny bit of Artiste glue on the bottom area of the whipped cream, and I'll attach it on top of the mug. I'll hold that in place for a few seconds since we are adhering specialty cardstock. Then I'll flip it over. I did get some glue on the silicone mat, so I'll wipe that away. It would not be good if I placed one of the die cut images on the glue. Now I'll grab the small blue flower, flip it over, and we will be popping up the flower, the mug, and the donut with foam dimension. I'll grab Scrapbook.com's small square foam in the 1mm thickness. Put a couple pieces of foam behind the small blue flower. I'll remove the release paper, and we'll be attaching the blue flower on the front of the blue mug. Just give it that little extra detail. Now I'll flip over the mug again. I'll move the silicone mat out of the way since we're done ink blending and for the most part gluing die cut images. I'll grab more foam dimension, this time the large squares in the 1mm thickness. Then I'll put foam on the back side of the mug and whipped cream. I'll make sure to get good coverage. I'll also grab the donut, flip it over. Using more of the large foam squares, I'll add foam on the back side. I am leaving the very right side of the donut without foam since it will be sitting on top of the mug. So now it's time to start adding the die cut images onto our card. And we'll start with the mug. We'll be placing it on the right side of the white octagon. I'll flip over the mug, remove the release paper from the foam, and we're placing the two die cut images about center on the octagon. I'll hold the donut and the mug together so I can figure out placement. Then I'll attach the mug. Now I'll remove the release paper on the foam behind the donut and add just a tiny bit of Artiste glue on the right side in the area where it'll be sitting on the mug. Then I'll adhere it in place. So there we have our mug of cocoa and a delicious looking donut. Now we'll add the sentiment hugs underneath the two images. And the very top of the sentiment hugs will be sitting on the bottom of the donut and also the mug. We will pop up the sentiment with more foam dimension. I grab the sheet of the large foam squares, and using a pair of scissors, I'm cutting those foam squares in half. That way I have some nice narrow pieces to put behind the sentiment. Now, since we do have that vellum drop shadow layer, I want to make sure to only add foam behind the white cardstock area. I don't want any of the foam to show through on the vellum. I used to avoid using vellum since it's so hard to find adhesives that don't show through on the vellum. But now I use it all the time. I've learned you just have to be creative on how you'll use that vellum, and you don't have to put adhesive behind the vellum, as long as you find areas that you can attach and you won't see any of that adhesive. I did grab some of the small foam squares to put behind those tiny areas of the sentiment. Now I'll remove the release paper from the foam, and we're attaching the word hugs right at the very bottom of the octagon. In some of the areas where I know it'll be sitting on the mug or the donut, I will put a little bit of glue. We're not adding the sentiment in the very center of the card. It will be offset slightly on the right side. Just trying to find a good area to attach that sentiment. I love the size of this sentiment. It's bold enough that it's very visible on the card, but it's not so big that it overpowers the die-cut images. So once I'm happy with the placement, I'll press it down to firmly adhere it. Now we'll add the two green leaves, and we'll tuck them behind the whipped cream on the right side. I will be popping them up using more of the small foam squares. I can use a regular size square on that larger leaf, but I will need to cut one of the foam squares in half to put behind the smaller leaf. Now I'll remove the foam release paper, and I'll add just a tiny bit of artiste glue behind the stem of the leaves, starting with the larger leaf, and I'll tuck it behind the whipped cream on the right side. And I'm pressing the lower portion of that leaf down so the artiste area does adhere. Now I'll do the same thing for the smaller leaf. Just put a teeny tiny bit of artiste glue behind the stem, and I'll tuck the small leaf behind that larger leaf. So that gives a fun little decorative piece to the whipped cream. With the sentiment offset slightly on the right side, to give the card a more balanced look, we'll be adding a small banner in the upper left-hand corner. I'll grab my trimmer and some of the dark green solid pattern paper, and we're cutting just a tiny piece. This is 5/8 of an inch by 7/8 of an inch. Since I was using a pair of scissors and trimming off some of this pattern paper to fit around the die cut pieces, I first need to cut some straight edges. I love adding small banners in the upper corner of my cards. I think it adds a nice finishing detail. So once we have our small piece, I'll grab a pair of scissors. I'll first cut the fishtail on the bottom, and I'll first do that by cutting a short slit on the shorter side. Then I'll take my scissors and angle from the outside corner to the edge of that little cut slit, flip it over and do the same thing on the other side. So now we have our fishtail. And I like to make what I call a whimsical banner. Using a pair of scissors, I'll cut a slight angle on the right side. Then I'll flip over that piece and do the same thing on the other side. And the only reason I flip it over is because I find it easier to cut just that right side. For some reason, I'm not good at cutting the angle on the left side. I put a little bit of Artiste glue on the back and adhere the banner in the upper left-hand corner. For a final finishing touch, we'll be adding embellishments using Scrapbook.com's Pops of Color. This is the clear color. I'll put 2 small drops on the banner in the upper left-hand corner, add 3 drops above the donut and on the left side of the mug of cocoa. And I'm trying to add a variety of different sizes of drops. We'll also put 2 drops on the right side of the mug of cocoa on the green floral pattern paper, and then 2 final drops in the lower left-hand corner underneath the donut. And I do end up with an odd number of drops. I've always been told you need to have an odd number of bling or embellishments. And most of the time I do follow this rule. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'll add just 2 large embellishments in an upper corner. Now you can leave those drops as is and they'll dry with all that dimension. I personally like to flatten them. So I'm grabbing the stack and sort tray and lightly tapping my card on the edge of the tray. And that'll flatten out the pops of color drops. So there is the finished card. I love how this turned out. That pattern paper is just gorgeous and I love the fun treat images. Now we'll move on to our final card, number 3. Here are the papers you'll need for the final card. The dark blue solid, the white with white flowers, and we'll be using the front and back, the blue tone-on-tone, the yellow tone-on-tone, the solid soft orange, and also the dark green. So I'll grab my paper trimmer and we'll start cutting down the main pieces for the card, starting with the dark blue piece. And we'll be cutting this A2 size. So 5.5 inches by 4.25 inches. And as always, save those extra scraps. Next, we'll pull out the white with blue flowers. We'll start by cutting a strip 1 1/4 inch, and then we'll cut it down to 5.25 inches. So that strip is 5.25 by 1.25. Then after we cut this strip, we'll use that same sheet of pattern paper. This time we'll flip it over. The back side is also white and it has very light blue flowers on it. We'll be cutting the same size strip, 5 1/4 inch by 1 1/4 inch. And we'll need 1 more strip the same size. This time we're using the blue tone-on-tone pattern paper. So we'll first cut the paper at 1 1/4 inch, then we'll cut the length to 5.25 inches. For this card, I've already gone ahead and die cut out all of the pieces, but I will go through them here with you. We use the soft orange paper for the background of the sentiment, some of the pearlescent white cardstock for the outline of the sentiment. I did use some of the gold holographic for the cupcake wrapper. Use the tone-on-tone yellow pattern paper for the main cupcake, the soft orange for the frosting on the cupcake. Use dark green for the 2 leaves on the cupcake. Using the floral pattern paper with a light blue background, I cut out 1 of the small flowers. We'll need 3 octagons. The dark green and yellow tone-on-tone pattern paper are the same size. They're the 9th size out from the center. The dark blue is the 7th out from the center. This card will feature the bear image, and I cut out the 3 body part pieces from the yellow tone-on-tone pattern paper. For the inside of the ear, I'm using this very soft peach color, and it's from the pattern paper that has sort of a grid design in the background with some florals. And I positioned the die so that inside earpiece would just be on some of that light peach pattern paper. I used a tiny bit of black cardstock from my stash for the eyes and the bear's nose. And we'll also need a small flower from the dark blue solid pattern paper. But now I'll set aside the stack and sort trays and we'll start assembling the background of the card. So you'll need the dark blue solid pattern paper layer and the 3 different floral and tone-on-tone strips. We'll put the 2 floral strips at the top and bottom of this panel. Start by putting some adhesive on the back of the white with light blue flowers and foliage. And I'll adhere it at the very bottom of the panel. And I'm placing the first strip 1/8 of an inch up from the bottom and the 2 sides. I'll lay out the other 2 strips so I can get the placement nice and even. Now I'll flip over the blue tone-on-tone pattern paper strip, put adhesive on the back. And I'm turning my card since I can get a better visual for keeping everything straight with it this direction. And I'll adhere that blue strip down. Now I'll flip over the final strip, the white with the darker blue flowers, put adhesive on the back and add it on the card. Even if your 3 strips aren't perfectly spaced, since mine aren't, don't worry about it. We will be covering up the majority of the center of the card with the octagons. So once I have all 3 strips down, I'll flip over this panel, put some adhesive on the back, adding that line on the very outside edge, and also 1 diagonal strip in the center. Then I'll add my card front onto a card base, and I'm doing it upside down again. We'll have the white with the darker blue flowers at the top of the card. And I know it's upside down right now. Once I flip it around, you'll see those dark blue flowers at the top. Next, you'll need the dark green octagon. And as I mentioned earlier, this size is the 9th out from the center. Now you'll want the octagon that's 1 size smaller, so 1/8 out from the center. I'll line up the die on the octagon, and we'll be cutting out just that narrow frame. So I want to hold this die in place, grabbing some of Scrapbook.com's mint tape, and I'll put 2 pieces down. Want to make sure that die does not move. And since this won't fit through the Platinum Scout machine, I did cut it out with my Platinum 6 machine. So now we have that fun octagon frame, and definitely keep that inside piece. You can use it on another project. So now we'll grab the yellow pattern paper octagon. This is the same size as the outside of the green octagon frame. And we'll be adhering the 2 pieces together. I already showed that you'll need the dark blue octagon. And with the die, I'm showing the size difference since we want this octagon to be a little bit smaller than the yellow and green octagon. And we'll be placing the blue octagon on the right and left side of the larger octagon. And you don't need to cut 2 of the blue octagons, 1 will be enough. So now I'll zoom in and we'll start assembling the card. So there's the blue octagon. Using a pair of scissors, I'll simply cut it in half. And don't worry if your cut isn't perfectly straight, those edges will be covered up. I'll tuck the card underneath the stack and sort tray, set aside those half pieces of the octagon, and we'll start by gluing the green octagon frame on that yellow octagon piece. So I'll grab my small white silicone mat, Artiste glue, and I'll also grab my tweezers, be easier to hold this octagon frame. You can see how it'll line up beautifully with the background. I'll add Artiste glue along that octagon frame, making sure to get good coverage. Then I'll place the frame on the yellow octagon piece. And since we're using glue, you do have a little bit of time to get all those sides adjusted. I want to make sure none of the yellow octagon is peeking out around that green octagon frame. But if you do see any of that yellow pattern paper, you can use a pair of scissors and trim that little extra bit off. I love using shape dies for my cards, and it's always fun to find another use for those shape dies. So you don't always have to have that circle, oval, in this case the octagon. We can find other creative ways to use those die sets. So for this card, we're framing that larger octagon with the half pieces of the dark blue octagon. I put some adhesive on the back of the larger octagon, just on the right and left side. Then I'll line up those blue octagon halves on the background. And I'm trying to get them evenly spaced at the top and bottom. But even if you don't get these perfectly spaced, it's fine. We will be covering up some of those edge areas with the image and sentiment die cuts. We also want to try to get the same amount peeking out on the right and left side. So once I'm happy with the placement, I'll put Artiste glue on the back and add this octagon cluster on the front of the card. I'm adding Artiste glue along the very outside edge of this piece, and I'll also put a little bit in the center. Now I'll adhere it on the front of the card. And since I did use glue, I do have a little bit of wiggle time to get everything adjusted. I think this is a really fun card design since we're able to mix several pattern papers together. But that's always the nice thing about using Scrapbook.com's pattern paper pads. The designs and colors coordinate beautifully together. I'm pressing down firmly to make sure all the edges of the octagons are adhered. Now I'll set aside the card and we'll start working on ink blending the bear die cut pieces. So there are 3 main pieces for the bear. So there's the very background piece that has all 4 of the legs and the tail. The body piece only has 3 of the legs, and then the head piece. So on that background piece with that 4th leg, that leg is going to be a little bit darker since it's in the shadow. The ink color we'll be using is Distress Oxide Vintage Photo, and we're turning this yellow bear into a brown bear. But we'll still have some of the fun design from the pattern paper. For the background piece, I'm only focusing on the tail and that back leg since the rest of it will be covered up. And I am adding a little darker ink on the tail and that back leg. Now I'll set aside the background piece and start working on the head. I'll start by using some of the leftover ink on the brush. But it wasn't quite dark enough, so I will put a little more ink on my brush. Starting with the top of the head, adding a little more ink on the right side of the head, focusing on that top area and the ear. Now I'll add ink at the bottom of the head. I will add ink in the center of the head using a very light amount. But I do want to cover up the yellow color of the pattern paper, since this will be a brown bear, not a yellow bear. Now you could also use brown cardstock for the bear, but sometimes it's fun to focus on just one paper pad and get all of your pieces, including the die cuts and the layers, just from that one paper pad. I don't know about you, but I have a ton of cardstock scraps and full sheets of cardstock in my craft room. So I'm definitely not lacking on brown cardstock I could use for the bear. But the fun thing about using the pattern paper, even though I'm completely changing that yellow color and turning it into a brown bear, we'll still be able to see some of that fun tone-on-tone pattern, even with the brown ink. In fact, adding the brown ink actually brings out some of that fun pattern in the background. So now I'm inking up the final piece of the bear, the main body, and most of this will be visible other than the small area where the head will attach. I'm adding a little extra ink along the edges, adding more ink underneath the bear around its belly and legs. And I'll make sure to add enough ink in the center of the body to cover up that yellow color. Not sure how well it really shows in the video, but that design in the background really shows on the bear's back and front legs. And I've made a big mess of my little project grip mat, so I will wipe that down real quick with a baby wipe. So now it's time to assemble our adorable bear. And since there aren't really that many pieces for the bear, I found it very easy to assemble. So starting with the body, so it's that front piece, I'll put artiste glue on the back, and I'll adhere it on that background piece of the bear. So now you can see that we're covering up most of that background piece, and that's why we didn't need to add ink on most of those areas. Next, I'll put glue on the back of the bear's head, line it up with that background, and follow along the ears and the nose of the bear to make sure it's lined up nicely. I'll shift around that piece to make sure it's lined up with the background before the glue dries. Don't want to see any of that yellow pattern paper peeking from behind. So there's the main body of the bear, super easy to assemble. Now the other pieces for the bear, the eyes, the nose, and the inside of the ear are fairly small. You'll definitely want to use a pair of reverse tweezers or an embellishment wand. And I'll be using Scrapbook.com's Craft Pro Pick tool, the wax tip end. I'll start with the inside of the ear. Add a small amount of artiste glue down, pick up that tiny piece and press it in place. Next, I'll add the nose, and then the teeny tiny eyes. Now, you may not be able to tell, but the two eye pieces are different sizes. So I'm putting the smaller size eye on the right side of the bear since his head is turned slightly and it would look smaller. And the larger eye will be on the left side of the bear's face, which technically it would be the bear's right, our left. And before the glue dries completely, I am adjusting those two eyes, and I'm using the piercing tool on the Craft Pro Pick tool. Just nudging those eyes slightly until I'm happy with the placement. The piercing tool is also great for wiping away any of the excess glue. The glue will dry clear, but if I can wipe it away, I may as well. I decided to make this a girl bear, so I'm adding a flower next to her ear. This is where the dark blue flower comes in play. I'll put just the small amount of artiste glue down, pick up the flower, and press it in place. So now I'll set aside the bear and we'll work on the sentiment. Just two pieces this time. We have the very background, which is that soft orange color. Then we'll add the white outline. We use some pearlescent cardstock for that piece. I'll hold this piece with my tweezers, put artiste glue on the back, and I'll make sure to cover all of that outline area of the sentiment. Now, instead of adhering the sentiment directly on top of the outline piece, this time I'm offsetting it just slightly. So now the letters will be that soft orange color, and it'll also have a drop shadow underneath the sentiment and on the left side. And I think that adds a really fun look to the sentiment. Scrapbook.com has other sentiments in this same style, Last year during SBC Fest, I used the fox die set, has an adorable fox image and the sentiment hello. And it's nice having the different ways that you can use the sentiment with just 2 dies. I'll grab a baby wipe, clean up some of the excess glue on my mat. Then we'll start assembling the final image, the cupcake. I really like how this hug sentiment turned out. It's fun to have the drop shadow and the inside of the letters using just 1 piece. For now, I'll leave it upside down, let some of that extra glue dry on the back side, and we'll start assembling the cupcake. I will do a little bit of ink blending on several of the cupcake pieces, starting with the actual cake portion. Grab the vintage photo ink color, but first I'll try and see if I have enough ink left on my brush. With such a small piece, I figured I would have enough ink left over, but it doesn't look like it, so I will need to ink up my brush just a tiny bit more. I'll add ink along the top edge of this cake piece, not worrying about the bottom since it will be covered up with the cupcake wrapper. I'll set aside the cupcake piece. Now we'll grab the frosting piece, this soft orange color, and I will add a little bit of ink along the edge of the frosting piece. We're using the Rusty Hinge ink color, since it works really nicely with this soft orange. I'll grab the small blending brush, put just that tiny bit of ink along the top. And then the very final pieces that we'll be adding a little bit of ink to are the 2 small green leaves. I'll move the frosting piece out of the way. I think I have enough space on my mat to do the ink blending for the 2 small leaves. Using the Rustic Wilderness ink color. And as we did for the previous card with the leaves, we'll add just a little bit of the green ink on the very ends of each of the leaves. And that is the last of ink blending for my class today. I'm just going to finish this small leaf, and we can clean up this area. I'll put the brushes back in the multi-purpose tool tray. Of course, one of my brushes decided to fall out. You can put so many items in the tool trays. I have several of them in my craft room, and one of them is completely filled. I think I've added something in every little area of the tray. That tray has several different pairs of scissors, piercing tools, tweezers, a bunch of paintbrushes, pens. I think I have a craft knife in there. And I use many of those tools all the time, so it's so handy to have sitting on my craft table. After wiping down my silicone mat, it's time to assemble the cupcake. I'll start with the gold holographic cupcake wrapper. I'll put a small amount of glue on the back side at the top area and attach it on the cupcake portion. Hold that in place for a few seconds since I am attaching specialty cardstock. Always takes a little bit longer to fully adhere. Next, we'll add the frosting portion. And I won't put this piece too low since we still want to see that cupcake area. I'm adding just a little bit of artiste glue at the bottom portion of the frosting, and I'll adhere it on top of the cupcake. Now I'll add the 2 leaves, starting with the largest leaf. I'll put glue on the bottom portion around the stem and attach that larger leaf in the center of the cupcake. And I'm adhering it at an angle, leaning right. Now I'll add the smaller leaf, putting more glue along the bottom portion and stem, and I'll adhere that smaller leaf in front and below the larger leaf. Then the final touch, we'll add the tiny light blue flower, putting it right on top of the leaves at the bottom, covering up that stem area. So there's our cupcake all assembled. I've decided since it's yellow, this must be lemon flavored. I know there's yellow cake, and I'm not sure what other flavors would be yellow, but since lemon is my favorite, this is a lemon flavored cupcake. Since we've been talking about food a lot in the video, what's your favorite cake flavor? I know we talked about donuts earlier and drinks, but now we're talking about cupcakes. If my family had the choice, most of them would choose chocolate. So now we have our 2 die-cut images and sentiment all assembled. It's time to add them onto the card. I grabbed the card, but I'm putting that aside again, since first we'll add foam dimension on the back of the 3 pieces. I keep wiping my workspace mat since I just cleaned it with a baby wipe. After spending all that time ink blending and assembling them, I don't want to lay them on a wet area of my workspace mat. I'll grab both the large and the small foam squares in the 1mm thickness, cutting some of the large squares in half so I can fit them easily behind the sentiment. And for this card, we don't need to leave any areas without foam. The 3 different die-cut pieces won't be overlapping each other. We'll make sure to get good coverage on the back of each of the pieces. Behind the hug sentiment, I'm mostly using the half piece of the large foam squares. The bear's a larger image, so I am using more of the large foam squares. But behind some of the legs and the tail, I am adding some of the cut pieces of the large foam squares. I would prefer to add too much adhesive over not enough adhesive. And whenever I'm adding foam on the back of a die-cut piece, I like to add enough foam so there isn't one area that sags. So I try to focus on those narrow areas, and I also make sure to add some foam in the center. Now I'll grab the small foam square sheet, put a couple of pieces behind the leaves of the cupcake, fill in some of the areas behind the bear, putting one of those small squares behind the bear's nose, and I'll also fill in some areas behind the sentiment. I probably could have added more of the half large foam square pieces behind the sentiment, but since I also have the small foam squares, I figured those would work as well. And since they're all 1mm thickness, it doesn't matter if I mix and match the different foams. Now I'll finish off the back of the cupcake using more of the large foam squares. Then I'll add one final small foam square in that little gap. So now I'll grab the card again and we'll add our 2 die-cut images and the sentiment. The cupcake will go in the lower right-hand corner of the yellow and green octagon. Before removing the release paper from the cupcake, I'll first place it on the card. I'll remove the release paper behind the foam of the bear and adhere her in place. And she'll be standing there looking longingly at that lemon-flavored cupcake. And I don't think anyone will deny this bear that cupcake. So I'll adhere the bear down first. Now I'll flip over the cupcake, remove the release paper, and adhere it on the right side of the bear. And I'm placing the cupcake fairly close to the bear. I really want her close enough to smell that delicious lemon scent. Using my fingers, I'm also curling up the end of the leaves. We have one final die-cut piece to attach, and that's the sentiment. I'll remove the release paper from the foam, and I'll be adding the sentiment at the very top of the card, centering it in the middle. So it will be sitting on top of all those different layers of octagons. Once I have that final release paper removed, I'll adhere the sentiment in place. And I am tilting my card up slightly, trying to make sure to get that sentiment nice and straight. And I find it easier if that card is angled towards me. Once I'm happy with the placement, I'll press it firmly onto the card. For embellishments, we'll be using more of the glossy, clear pops of color from Scrapbook.com. I'll add 2 drops near the bear's head on the right side, 1 drop on the right side of the hug sentiment. I'm also adding a small drop in the center of the dark blue and light blue flowers. Then 2 more final drops in the lower left-hand corner. And I'm trying to do a variety of different sizes of the drops, just as I would like to use a variety of different bling pieces. Then I'll grab a stack and sort tray and gently tap the edge of my card against it to flatten out those drops. And this is optional. If you prefer to have more dimension with your pops of color, you can leave them as is. I just like to have them on the flatter side. So there is a finished card. I love this sweet bear eyeing that delicious lemon cupcake. Now let's take another look at the 3 cards we made in class today. All 3 cards feature the same charming pattern paper, the Bear Hugs die set, the Fall Treats die set, and also the Octagon die set. Our first card is filled with beautiful flowers. The second card has a delicious donut and cup of cocoa. And then our final card has the sweet little bear and cupcake, and we use the same hug sentiment for all 3 cards. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you learned something new. Thank you, Scrapbook.com, for inviting me to teach again at SBC Fest. Here are the cards we made today, and I think they turned out super cute. Please enjoy the rest of Scrapbook.com's September 2024 SBC Fest with all the amazing instructors. I hope everyone has a wonderful day.
Hello crafty friends, it's Komenda here and I would like to welcome you on SBC Fest from September 2024. I am so happy you will be able to join my classes. First, few words about me. I scrapbook for about 15 years already, and my favorite and most beloved form is layout, so I am so faithful to this form, and I still do 12 by 12 inches layout mostly. I like adding a little bit of mixed media, a lot of color, white backgrounds, and I will present you project, and I hope you will make it with me in my, I would say, signature style. So my passion for scrapbooking came with my motherhood. When my first daughter was born, I discovered that I need to do something with all those cute pictures. So I was looking for ways. What can I do? I live in Poland, so scrapbooking wasn't popular in Poland back then. I was one of the first girls that started scrapbooking in Poland. So I am a pioneer in my own country. I love making albums, all sorts of projects. I also like to make cards, to try out the new techniques and new goodies. So I can tell that I am a very versatile scrapbooker. So I hope you will learn a lot from me because I would like to share my passion and my knowledge with you so much. So I will switch the camera and I will show you what we will use in this classroom, and then we will walk through the whole project. So bye. Here are the products we are going to use in today's classes. We will be using Distress Oxide inks. You can use any other inks that blend well through the stencil. I picked 4 colors: pink, picked raspberry, yellow mustard seed, orange spice marmalade, and blue peacock feather. You can replace them with your other favorite colors if you would like to use different color scheme. I also prepared blending brushes. Those are a medium and big size from Scrapbook.com. We will be using this stencil. It's called Stars, and as you can see, it's already well loved and well used by me. One of my favorite patterns, very versatile. You can, of course, reach for a different pattern. Just make sure it's quite small, so it will be visible on a smaller surfaces. We will be working with this birthday patterned collection paper pad, and we will be using pattern papers, but we will be also fussy cutting from this pattern paper. You already know that if you watched my homework video. I will be also using one of the glitter papers from Mixed Metals glitter paper. It's a gold one. You can use your own if you have. We only need a small piece. I will finish my project using stickers from the sticker book called Preppy, and I will be using some inscriptions and those tabs from this book. And you will also need a title for your page, and I chose this joyful alphabet set because it not only has a smaller letters, but some of the letters are bigger, and you can create few words with them. And here we have word hooray that will be element of my title, and you of course can change your title if you wish so. So you will have to have letters big enough to fill the space on your page. And of course, adhesives. I use a lot of foam adhesives. So I have a 3mm thick squares here, 2mm thick strips, and you can use 2mm, 2 or 3mm on both. I have double-sided sticky tape. This one is 3/4 of the inch. And of course, we need glue. I will be using this artist craft glue. I really love it, precision pen. I'm keeping it close with a little pin so it never clogs. So here it is, and we can start creating. We are starting with 12 by 12 white cardstock. I am using American Craftstock brand, but you can use any other brand. Mine has a little texture which I like, but it doesn't matter. You can have a smooth cardstock too. I am starting with marking corners on the spot where I am planning to put my picture. I will be using one 3 by 4 inches picture, and behind the picture I made a dot using the pencil. It won't be visible, it will be hidden by the picture, and with the pencil and ruler I am creating lines that will kind of create a race from starting from the point that I created, and we need 9 sections. 9 sections for this layout that I am making. They do not have to be even. One can be smaller, one can be bigger. Just don't make it a very narrow one, and try not to make the line that goes up and down in the same angle. So keep the angles different. And I'm just, eyeballing. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. You can create the triangles that you like, and just be gentle with your pencil because we will have to erase it later. It's just for the helping you with your design, and I press the pencil a little bit harder for you to see. And I am marking numbers. So as you can see, we have 9 triangles. All of those numbers will be hidden behind the picture. So I will cover some of those triangles with a texture created with stencil, and some of them will be covered with pattern papers. And what I'm doing right now, I am marking the triangles that will be covered with the stencil texture. And I will be using 4 colors: yellow, orange, pink, and blue. So I just marked
Y for yellow, O for orange, P for pink, and B for blue. And I will be applying the stars texture on those triangles, but don't worry, you don't have to be precise. You can skip the lines and go over them, because next layer will be paper that will cover all the imperfections. I am using mustard seed color here. It's a distress oxide ink. I like blending with those inks, but you can use any other ink. It doesn't matter. It just have to blend well through the stencil. I am also using Scrapbook.com exclusive blending brushes because I really like working with them, but you can use any other tool for brushing color through the stencil. As you can see, I added the stronger color in the middle and I faded it away through the edge of my layout. You need to clean your stencil before applying the second layer, because otherwise colors will mix. So after cleaning the stencil, I am applying orange color. This one is called Spiced Marmalade. And again, I am starting with stronger pressing of the brush in the middle, and I am spreading the color lighter toward the edge of my paper, and I'm really trying to make it as soft as possible on the edges. So here is another color. This one is the orange color, and I applied it on the section that I added O. And again, I am cleaning my stencil. I'm just using the clean dry wipe. You can of course do it with wet wipe, but then you will have to make sure it's dry, and I didn't want to add moisture to my page, so I just preferred to do it with the dry cloth. And the third triangle, this one is pink. I am using a picked raspberry color here, and again pressing harder in the middle and spreading color lighter toward the edges. And again, I am cleaning my stencil before using it with the blue color. If I wouldn't clean my stencil, we would get a purple color after applying blue over the pink. And the last triangle I am applying with another brush. Each brush is for separate color family. I don't have brush for each separate color. I just keep brushes for color families. So before using the brush, I usually take a clean piece of paper and brush it until it seems dry, and then I can use any other shape from the same color family. So the first stage is finished. We have our mixed media layer, and now it's time to add pattern papers to our layout. And I will be using this birthday patterned collection, and I picked 3 papers. I picked the yellow with stars, I picked the blue with confetti, and pink with sprinkles. And as you can see, it's only 6 by 8 size, but do not worry, it will fit our needs because we don't need to fill it up to the very edges of the page. We need triangles with pattern papers. And now I need to establish the triangle that will fill the space that I have between the yellow and orange stars. So I'm just using the lines that I already have on my page, and I am using the ruler, I am using the pencil to extend those lines on top of the paper, and using paper trimmer, I'm trimming the paper into the triangular shape. I didn't start it to the very beginning on this dot because it will not be visible. So even though the peak of the triangle is missing, it will be covered. And this triangle was quite big, so I needed to use the whole length of the paper. That's why I decided to just skip the the very tip of the triangle, but do not worry, it will be covered by the picture and you won't be even know that it's missing. And after trimming the angle of the triangle, I'm trimming the far end of the triangle so it will fit my page and it will not stick out. So this one is done, and we are choosing another pattern. This will go between pink and orange stars. And again, I am putting one side along the line that I added, and I am using ruler to extend the line from the dot over the pattern paper. And I will use this line to cut the triangle, and I'm also marking the line where the paper just goes over my background. So I'm trimming it down and trimming both lines, and then if I will still need some trimming, I will just adjust it by eyeballing. So I am not measuring anything. I am not a fan of precise measuring when it comes to making pages. I usually do not do so. In this triangle, I'm also missing a very tip of the triangle, but I am not worried about it because again, it will be hidden behind the picture. And I am marking again areas that are sticking out from the page, and I will be trimming it. At first, I was thinking about trimming it like this, but I didn't like this idea, so I just trimmed it a little bit more. Again, it's just trial and error. I just put the paper and try if it's okay or not. And when I'm happy, I'm just, I know I'm happy. This is what I wanted to achieve. And I am using pattern sides of the papers, but I will also use the other side that has a solid color. Behind this pink sprinkles, there is a solid darker fuchsia pink color that I will be using too. That's why I am using this other part of the same paper to mark this small triangle between pink and blue stars. Again, I am using the same with extending the line on top of the paper using the pencil and ruler. I'm trimming everything with my trimmer, so it's a really simple process. If you like to be gambler, you can start with making those triangles out of paper, arrange them on the paper, mark the empty areas, and then just fill them with texture using your stencil. Or you can use it, make it like me, plan ahead and make the lines. It's all up to you. It's time for the fourth ray. This time I will be using this blue confetti color, and again I'm doing exactly the same trick, but remember we have 9 triangles because I wanted to include 2 blue patterns, well, maybe not patterns, 2 blue papers into this composition. You could make 8 and make like a symmetrical stars, pattern, stars, pattern, stars, pattern, stars, pattern, or you can make it like me, 9, adding 2 blue colors. It was intentional. I just wanted to include the second side of this pattern paper, which is a darker, well, not darker, but minty blue. And I really wanted to add it to my page because I thought it needs this color to be completed. I don't know, this is just, my personal preferences. And I'm again using a piece of paper that I already used. Exactly the same method with marking where my paper should be trimmed. I'm trimming it, and it's the last step of this process. It may seem hard at first, but I'm pretty sure everyone will be able to just eyeball it easily, especially that we do not have to be very precise on the tips of the triangles because this area will be covered with your picture. And I'm trimming again this confetti blue paper because I didn't like that those edges are even. I just wanted to make it more random. So this is how it looks, and now we can start assembling our page. This is where the picture goes, so as you can see, it will cover everything, nothing will be visible. We just need to erase all the lines that we added with the pencil. Be careful, just make sure your rubber is clean. You don't want to smear anything on your white background because it will be visible. So don't make any mistakes here. I'm gluing down the layers of paper using artist glue. I really like this glue. It has the precision tip. You can switch between tips because you can purchase the whole set of them for more precise, less precise applications. And you can pin inside it so it never clogs. It's easy to use and has a great quality. I really like this glue. So I'm just applying glue in the middle. I'm not applying glue to the very edges because I like to have kind of movable edges, empty edges that I can tag things behind. It doesn't only apply to this layout. This is what I always do. I never add glue to the very edges. I never know what I will want to add later, and this way you can adjust layers later by a little bit of cheating, but still it gives you more freedom to adjust elements, add more elements. So yeah, this is what I like to do. After gluing down everything, of course, I am erasing everything, and this is this is what I preached before because I didn't have a clean rubber and I smeared something. That's why this is not the first time I'm doing it. It's, the mistake I keep making even after so many years. So just make sure your rubber is clean before you will start erasing the lines. And what I like to do to add a little bit of texture is to bend edges, add a little bit of tearing on some of them. If you have more time, don't bend the edges, add stitching. Stitching will look amazing here. You can use your hand, of course, if you have a lot of extra time, or you can machine stitch here. I didn't do it because, it would take me a while and my sewing machine is a total mess. Recently, it's working at the random pace. Sometimes it's working, sometimes not. You can, of course, use a black pen and outline a little bit for more edgy character. If it's your style, I just like a little bit of visual texture added this way. So I just bending the edges and adding a little bit of small tearings. And I'm not bending the edges to the very close of the tip of the triangle because there will be a picture there. So it will be easier to glue it on the flat surface. So next step is to add picture. And before I will glue it down, I like to back the picture with a little bit of contrasting paper. So I'm just applying a little bit of double-sided tape behind my picture, and I will place it on top of this orange paper. It will be a great contrast comparing to other patterns in this mix that I already have. And sometimes I measure the paper before I glue down the picture. Sometimes I glue down the picture to the corner and then trim the paper with the trimmer. As you can already see, I like eyeballing, so this is what I usually do. It's faster for me than measuring because I usually cannot find the marks of the pencil. It's just faster for me. So I'm just using the trimmer to trim the excess and leave a little bit of orange frame around my photo. And I would also say this is my signature thing. I would say backing each picture at least with white frames, usually with white frame and some pattern paper. This is what I like to do. I am using a piece of foam tape, 2mm thick, to add more texture to my layout and glue down the picture so it's not flat. If you like, keep things flat because you keep your layouts in albums and you would like to fit as many as possible. Just skip the texture, skip double-sided foam tape, just use regular glue. Here is the part where we are adding title, and our title will be Hooray, made with this joyful alpha dies. I will be using this other side with bigger letters where you can create some words, and I created the word hooray, and it's already cutted out and backed with pieces of 3mm thick squares of foam. I showed you how to make it during my homework video. video, so I just skip this part in this video. But die cutting is easy and you know how to do it, and if you prepared in advance you already have this title cut it. As you can see, I chose 6 different colors arranged in a rainbow order, starting with a dark navy through blue, yellow, orange and pink, and I used the same pattern papers as I used for the background. This is the birthday paper pad, and I backed everything with double-sided sticky tape for more texture, and I'm just gluing the letters down to the yellow stars. And what I like to do is to keep them on random height, I would say. I don't like straight lines. I just like keeping things whimsical, random. It creates more movement to your page. I don't know, it just looks better for me than straight lines. But if you like straight lines, you can of course use your ruler and arrange the letter this way. But with this alpha set and this size of letters, I am not sure they will all fit in this matter, because when they overlap, when one is bigger, one is lower, you can squeeze the letters more and make the longer inscription fit into more narrow space. Next step is adding some gifts, candles and present fussy cutted from some of the pattern papers from birthday book, and this is also something I showed you how to do on the homework video. So I have this prepared in advance. I just need to arrange them on my page, add some glue or maybe foam adhesive for more texture to embellish my page. So I'm adding candles on the top, 3 candles in 3 different colors, 3 gifts behind the O, 3 candles on the right side of the picture, and I have some balloons to arrange on them on the page, and I'm keeping all the embellishments close to the title, close to the picture. This will be the area that will be most decorated on this page. So I'm just adding balloons, and at first I'm just arranging everything without using glue. After I am happy with how it all looks, I reach for glue, I reach for a double-sided sticky tape or for usually foam tape, and then I glue everything down. This way I am sure that I like the alignments. I can still move elements if I need to achieve a better balance. So yeah, this is how I work. I work in steps. When I'm happy with one step, I glue down the elements. When I'm happy with this step, I can plan another one and glue down everything. Some of the elements, like this balloon, will be like a 0 layer. It will be the layer of the base paper, and some of them will have 1 layer of 3mm thick foam, and I am using those great foam squares, but I will be also using those foam strips. Those are my all-time favorite. I just love this adhesive. I use it more than I used squares and tape because, believe me or not, there are a lot of narrow elements to glue down, and otherwise you need to cut the squares into smaller pieces, but this tape is just already thin. You can add, like with those candles, a piece of it, trim it, and you are able to glue it down without trimming your tape to the more narrow pieces, which was usually not so easy because the tape was slipping on the side. So having strips that are already pre-cut to the narrow size is just great, and you can use one pack over and over again. They are great for creating shakers. Really, you need to have it if you like adding dimension to your page. I'm gluing everything down. This is quite a boring process. This is most of the things that I'm doing on my pages. Gluing down, adding squares. I can use like half of the sheet of squares on one project. Yeah, I am junky when it comes to adding dimension to my page. But to be honest, I don't keep them in albums. I already gave up keeping them in page protectors and albums because it costed me so much money. I made so many pages, maybe not recently, but there were years that I made hundreds of pages a year. So I would just have to buy one binder after another. So I just decided to keep them in boxes. Yeah, it's not easy to come back to them, but many pages that I create are made just for fun of creating. There's not always like the memory keeping behind it. I make a lot of albums with pictures, and those are on the shelf. We revisit them very often. So all the major events go into albums, like smaller mini albums, one event per album, or one vacation per album. And when it comes to layouts, most of them are just created for fun and just, to be creative and stay creative. So I just keep them in the boxes in the attic. Whenever I need to go back, I just go once in a while, take out the box from the attic, we go through the pages, and it goes back. Yeah, I just wish I had more spot to keep my projects, but my scrap room is not that big to accommodate so many years of projects. I am almost done with gluing everything down. It's, long and boring process, but it's also part of the scrappy life. And I still have few elements left because I fussy cutted them, like, I didn't know exactly how many I will use. But I like to have something extra to just play around and try. And I took a mixed metal paper pad with glitter papers, and I will be adding one more element. The picture I used was from 11th birthday of my daughter, so I will be adding the glittery 11 number to my page. And as the paper from the pad is quite thin, it will not keep the shape if you back it with double-sided foam tape. I added 2 rows of double-sided sticky tape, and I will glue this piece down to the white cardstock to make it sturdier. And then I will cut out 2 numbers, 1 and 1, because it's 11th birthday, to add it to my page. I just wanted to add something festive and glittery. So here is, the backed paper to make it sturdier and thicker. And I'm cutting this piece out and then dividing this piece of paper into 2 similar pieces, because I will cut out 2 similar numbers. And as you can see, I am not planning how this number will look. I'm just using the scissors and cutting out the number 1. I'm trying to recreate the shape of the balloons that my daughters are having in their hands. So it can be wonky, it can be uneven. They just need to be similar size. So after cutting the first number, I am using it as a stencil to cut the second number 1, just keeping it on the paper, pressing it with my finger and trying to outline it with scissors. If you prefer to, you can use the pencil to trace it around. Just use the other side of the paper, the white one, because it's not easy to sketch on the glitter. And remember to rotate your numbers so it will be the mirror image when it's on the back. Just be sure that when it's cutted out, it will be on the right side when it comes to number. So I'm trimming everything down, and I have 2 very similar numbers. They are 2 1s, but you can, of course, if you are scrapbooking other birthday, you can add your own number here. And I'm backing everything with, again, double-sided foam squares. I have all the sizes. So I have those bigger ones, I have the smaller ones, but I am bigger fan of the bigger ones. I do not use those smaller squares as often because I usually use the strips of foam, so I prefer purchasing the bigger squares. Those are the ones that I use the most. And I'm placing down my 11 number, so it's 11, hooray. And I'm going back with embellishing, and I will be using some stickers from this sticker book. This one is called Preppy, and it has some gold foiling and some colorful elements too. And I'm placing those circle tabs, I don't know how to call them in English, behind my colors. So I'm using yellow, pink and blue, and I'm also adding the drop of glue under each of them. Even though they are the stickers, I don't trust the sticker glue. I always like to add my own glue under each one to be sure that in time it will not fall out. I am also using the word Make a Wish. It's in the gold letters, and I'm placing, of course, foam behind it, and it will be placed under the hooray. So it's Hooray, Make a Wish. It's a full title. And I will be this is the adding glue part under each of the no, it's not etiquette, it's a tab. I hope it's a tab. And I'm also looking for some other words to add over the picture for a little bit of more embellishing. This sticker book will last me forever, I think. It not only has word strips, tabs, but it also have alphabets inside. So it's such a great product for this price. And the paper used to print those, it's very, very sturdy. It has the great quality, so it will really, really stick well, look nice. I really like the gold accents here. So this is the part of adding stickers, and it's finished. And I also have few more gifts left, so I decided to add those on top of the circles that I added using the stickers. And I'm again working color on color, so pink on pink, blue on blue, and yellow and orange on yellow. And I'm adding glue under some gifts, and of course foam tape under other ones. So some of them are glued flat and some of them are glued with a little bit of texture. My page is almost finished. So adding the present is the last step when it comes to adding papers and embellishments, but I still feel there is something missing here, a little bit of a stronger accent, a little bit of a bling, festivity. It's a birthday after all. So after I glued down the gifts, I reached for pops of color. It's a glittery one. The color is called Champagne. So it has this, I would say, gold color, but not the yellow gold, the more pale gold. I don't know how to describe it. And I'm just adding dots all over my page. Some of them are grouped in the groups of 3, when one is bigger, one is medium, one is smaller. And some of them are just spread around the layout. I didn't plan it ahead. I didn't mark any spots. I just go around and eyeball whether to see if this area needs something more or this area maybe needs something more. And I usually work in 3s. I don't know, this is something that I just like to do. It looks better for me, and they all look quite dark right now, but they will dry a little bit and they will not look so dark. It's only, it looks like this on the video, but they will have this fantastic golden bling to them. And to make sure they are quite flat without this tippy top when you squeeze them, I like to just take my page and throw it from a distance so they will spread a little bit more. You can also tap behind the layout. So here it is. My page is finished.
Me again, my class is done and dusted. I hope you had fun creating along with me. And here is my finished project. I really love colorful pages with a lot of white, so this is really one of my favorite pages. Thank you so much for staying with me, and I hope you learned a lot from me. And see you soon, somewhere online. Bye!
Okay, we're here for a giveaway. Are you ready?
Oh yeah.
Okay, tell us.
So we want to know, in Kristie Marcotte's class, she said that she makes 2,000 cards a year. We would love to know, how many cards do you make a year?
I don't know if I do 2,000, and I have no idea how many, but we would love to hear if you are that ambitious and how many cards you're making a year. That would be great. All right.
What is the giveaway? You got to tell him.
Oh my gosh, the giveaway is a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. So go ahead, put your answers in, and we will choose a winner in just a minute, and we'll be right back. We just saw two very inspiring classes by Kristie Marcotte and Anna Komenda, and oh my goodness.
Yes.
How do we even go off of 2,000 cards? I mean, oh, she is amazing to do that many, Kristie. Wow.
Yes, and you can see so many of her cards on her YouTube channel. So I fully believe that she makes 2,000 cards a year because she has so many videos all the time.
Yeah, she is crafting like crazy, and that is amazing. I want to say props to her sister for getting her into crafting, because we are so grateful to have her. So thank you to your sister who got you started in this crafting hobby that we all love so much.
Yeah,
so,
without her, we wouldn't have all of this inspiration.
That's right. So thank you, sister.
Yeah.
All right. And then also, I noticed that she's very organized. I love how she organizes her dies. I love how she is such a good teacher. She's a really good teacher. She's very thorough, which we all could use. So thank you for that and taking the time to be patient and teach in such a good way, Kristie.
Yes, and I really love that she gets the most out of her products, and especially her paper. Man, nothing goes to waste. I love that she had the sheet of the blue floral paper, but she wanted just the light blue. So she put the dye just in the light blue piece, got that out. I love that.
And she saves all of her little small scraps to reuse. So that is a good tip that we all should be doing, so we're not wasting our paper. So thank you for that. I love how she did the ink tone on tone of the edges of the die cuts. Like if it was the blue paper, she used blue ink to do the edges just to give it a little shadow. I love that look. So I really appreciated her going into that and sharing how she did that.
Yeah, me too. So should we take a look at some of the projects that we created inspired by Kristie's class?
Let's do.
So I made 2 tags just because I had the paper. I cut this diagonally in half. And so I was like, oh, well, now I can get 2 projects out of it.
I love that, Cody, and I love the diagonal look. And you use some donuts and some hot chocolate and some other drinks and goodies.
Yes.
Holographic paper too, which I love.
Yes.
I did her octagon card, and I did add some holographic as well because you cannot not have a little bit of bling in the center of all of my flowers. I loved how she used the hugs down there right at the bottom of her octagon, and I used the red and white just to make it pop as well. So this came from my class kit. Using the papers from that, and I just created her same card. So love it. Very inspiring.
Yes. And one other thing about Kristie's class, she asked, does anyone have donuts? So I was like, we've got to get donuts so that we can eat them, while we watch the next class.
Should we take a bite?
Sure.
Let's do it on camera, Cody. Ready?
Should we do it when we're about to go to the next classes? We'll talk about Anna's class? Okay.
What's my treat for today? He wanted to wait. Now I see why you wanted to wait.
Yeah. But I needed it.
Sprinkles everywhere. That was good.
I made it.
No, you didn't.
No.
Did you?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, you better make some more and bring them in.
Yeah.
Okay. We hope you're all enjoying your treats and snacks right now.
Yes.
Didn't think that one through, did I?
I mean...
Oh, you finished it. You might want to start talking.
Yeah. So next we were taught by Anna Komenda. And Anna, I love her techniques all the time. It's something that can be used on a card or a layout like she did. And I think we both, we did different projects. We can bring those in and just take a look at those really quick.
Yep, while we're finishing chewing.
Yeah.
I see a sprinkle. There is a donut sprinkle on your tag right there.
That is not supposed to be
Don't
there.
let it go to waste. Eat it. Oh, he threw it away. All right. Yes, I created a card using her technique with her stenciling of the stars and her different paper torn on the edges, like kind of distressed on the edges there, which I like. That was something we did a lot in scrapbooking is distressing the edges, which I love. And I just used the stuff, again, from my class to create this cute little bear scene.
Yeah, and so
Ooh,
I
darling.
did the same thing. I used similar papers that she did. I also stenciled the stars. And then I just thought, it might be fun since that's a birthday themed or like literally a day of birth. Because that's my niece when she was born. I was like, I'll do it with a balloon die cut. And then just yay from that hooray sentiment.
Really cute, Cody. I love that. Love that cute little newborn baby too. So sweet. How could you not just want to stare at that all day?
I know.
Very cute. And I love that she used a pencil to draw her diagonal lines. And then she said just erase them when you're done, which is a great tip. Really good tip.
Under this, I have it all marked like she did, how it said like I had blue, pink, and then I knew where the papers were going to be because I had written in the circles, like right behind here. Little do you know, there's a bunch of pencil markings.
And one thing that she did do that I could add to this as well, and you could add to yours, is she showed us, again, that wonderful technique of using pops of color and then flattening it on her tray there to flatten out those pops of color to get that enamel dot look with the pops of color.
Yes.
Really good tip.
Another thing from her project was those 11, the number 11 that was like, she just fussy cut out. Man, she just whipped that out. I was like, that is wild.
That was so cute. So yeah, don't ever underestimate the power of going freehand and drawing out a number or a letter. So it turned out really cute on her layout.
Yes, it really did.
Love that. I think you got a little crumb right there, a little he's got a sprinkle.
Hopefully you can't see it all the way over
hanging down,
there.
which I love it. I want more donut. No, that was cute. I love it. We shouldn't have eaten on camera.
No.
But we should have.
Yeah.
We should have. Let's do it again. Cheers, Cody.
Oh,
Cheers.
okay.
We're having a really good SBC Fest.
Yes.
He's going to make me wait.
I'm going to say we're going to Angelica Conrad's house, and then following Angelica's class, we're going to go to Connie's house.
Okay, I can be patient and wait. Cheers.
Cheers.
Hello everybody, I'm Angelica Conrad from My Love for Paper. Welcome to my craft room. I'm so honored to be joining you today here at SBC Fest. This is always such a fun weekend to look forward to, and I cannot wait to take in all the inspiration, ideas, and techniques that are going to be shared throughout all of the classes. Now, before we jump into my class, I do want to just quickly introduce myself to you. I am in Tacoma, Washington. I grew up here in the beautiful Pacific Northwest. I am a wife. I am a mom to 3 kids. Well, Dylan and Maxwell are adults now. Dylan is 22, Maxwell is 19, and then my daughter Vera is 7. And Vera has been with me during my paper crafting journey, and she is now really starting to get into paper crafting with me. And it's just been so fun to introduce her to new techniques. The older she gets, the more at ease I am to let her start playing with inks and stencils and brushes. So it's just always so fun to watch her little mind and her little hands create. Outside of the card making world, I do dabble a little bit in DIY projects. Soap making, I love to cook and bake. We do a bit of traveling when we can fit that into our schedule. I am a mom to 2 dogs. I should mention that because they are going to pop in during class. You're going to hear them in the background a couple times. Just saying hi, Gabby and Molly. They're very vocal when people walk by our house. So just know that they're saying hi to the neighbors. So in my class today, we are going to be making 3 cards. I'm going to be sharing some of my favorite techniques with you, and I'm going to be sharing my favorite layout to do when I am making cards. I'm going to be using Distress Oxide inks. If you're not familiar with my work, I do have a slight obsession with oxide inks, and I'll be talking about that in class. So I think we're just going to jump into the projects, and I will see you at the end of class. So have fun. Be sure to jump into the live chat, say hello, and if there's any questions, get them out there, and I'm going to do my best to stay up with all the comments that are coming in. So without further ado, enjoy.
Before we start, let's take a quick look at the class bundles. So what we're going to be working with is the Winter Pattern Collection paper pad. This has 40 sheets in it. It's 5 sheets of each pattern, and we'll be making a few things out of this paper pad. There's also the Winter Wishes coordinating dies. This is a 26 die set, and we'll be using pretty much all of the dies in this set too. The sweater, the polar bear, the fox, the snowflake, and the presents. The sentiments we will be using from Hello Winter stamp sets, and then we will be using the coordinating dies to die cut the sentiments. Now, I've already I've already trimmed 3 panels for 3 cards. So we are going to be using the polar bear. It's got the birds on the back. A light gray, which this is the back, and then this gray, or the dark gray and a light gray. Okay, so these are the 3 panels that we're going to be using from the paper pad. And we have a lot of work to do, so we're just going to jump right into the first panel. So I'm going to use this light gray panel, and we're going to do some inking around the edges to turn this into an evening sky. These are the colors that we will be using. This is Black Soot and Weathered Wood Distress Oxide inks, and I also have my blenders ready to go too. So I'm going to start first with Weathered Wood, put some ink on my blender, and I'm going to start from the bottom and just lightly blend that. This isn't the slickest paper, so I love blending on really slick paper like Bristol Smooth, or Scrapbook.com's mixed media paper has just a beautiful smooth texture. So I am going to get a little bit of rings here, but I am going to try and do my best to blend it out. But if I can't blend it out all the way, we're also going to be splattering white ink on it, so that should cover up any ink marks. Okay, so I think that looks good for now. We're going to darken this up with the Black Soot. Just get that closer to the edge. I don't want to get too crazy with the black. Okay, and do a little bit on this side. And then we'll blend that. Oh, shoot. Did you see what I just did? Don't do that. So I'm actually just going to change this out and get a new foam. Hold 1 second. Okay, Now, let's try that again. Let me clean this up real quick. I always sit down with a wet rag so I can just clean up my area. All right, and I am working on a silicone mat. This is the white Scrapbook.com silicone mat, and it just really helps keep my work area clean. Okay, so I have a clean foam, and now I'm going to do weathered wood. So put them on there, and we're just gonna kind of blend over that black. I am making a mess. Okay, just kind of blending that black out, and then I'm gonna go back one last time with the black, just to really darken the edge. Put a little bit more ink on it. How many of you use Distress Oxide inks? I would love to know. I fell in love with Distress Oxide inks a few years ago, and I use them on almost every card that I make. I just love the chalky texture it leaves behind. Okay, so we have our skies pretty much done. Let me get these out of the way. And then we are now going to splatter it with white ink. So let me grab my white luster pen, get these out of the way. All right, so here's the white luster pen, Scrapbook.com. On each side it says push, and that's what we're gonna do to get the ink to come out of the barrel down into the tip. So if I was to do it right now, well, I guess there is some in there, so I don't have to bring any. So I'm just gonna splatter this and then put this panel aside to dry, okay? Because if I touch this at all, I would smudge that. And it looks a little milky right now, but when it does dry, it will be really pretty white opaque. So you'll see that in a couple minutes. I'm gonna put this aside and clean this up. Okay, now we are cleaned up and ready for the next step. Okay, so we're gonna work with some die cuts. Now, I made a homework video over on my channel, Angelica Conrad, and I walked you through what die cuts that we are going to be using. So we're gonna start with the polar bear, the fox, and the little accessories that go with the animals. So let me just get those out of the container and I can set this aside. Now the polar bear, I am just gonna leave it as is and just glue the pieces together on top of each other. And that's just really easy. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of glue right here. Get that attached right on top, and I'm just lining up the ears and the tail, just making sure everything matches. And that one is done. The fox is a little bit more. There's a little bit more to it. Let me put this under an acrylic block so that will dry flat. Here we go. Okay, so the fox, I am going to use some Distress Oxide inks to color them. If you want to just die cut this out of colored cardstock, by all means. I'm just going to give mine a little bit of dimension. So let me grab my foam, my sponge daubers. All right, so I'm going to be using tea dye and vintage photo. So I'm going to start with tea dye. And what I'm going to do is just gently touch this sponge dauber and just rub it around the fox. I don't want too much ink, but so that looks good. Now I'm going to go to the vintage photo, and I'm going to be a bit more careful now, and I'm going to try and just stay towards the outside, just to bring in, see, just a little bit of a dark edge to the fox. We'll do a little bit over here on this side also. Just like that. Oh, get over here too. All right, and then we're going to even that out. I'll move this over here a little bit so I don't contaminate my dauber with that ink. And I'm just gonna blend that out. Okay, just like that, super pretty. Now, before I attach them to this, the ear is going to be poking out, the back ear, the back left ear. So we do need to darken that before we attach them. So I'm going to use Vintage Photo, and I'm actually just going to ink this whole die cut. And then we'll glue the pieces together. And just like this. And I did pop the legs out. We're going to ink those and get those right back into their spots also. Okay, just like that. Super easy. And I'm just, because the glue is a little wet, I am able to move some of these pieces into place. The tail was a little crooked, so I'm gonna put this under here with the polar bear, let that dry. And now I'm gonna pull out ground espresso. We'll use ground espresso for the legs. Let me put these away. These sponge daubers they come in different sizes, but I bought the 2 case off of Scrapbook.com because I use sponge daubers quite often, so I needed a lot of them. I am looking for a ground espresso. Okay. Just gonna do a quick swipe on the pad and just do that really quickly over the legs. And then we can glue them onto the fox. So I'm going to add just a little bit of glue in that area. And then I will use my reverse tweezers and get those put in there. And I'm being very gentle. I don't want any of that glue to ease out. I do love Distress Oxide ink so much, but you have to be really careful, especially when you're using glue. You can easily activate the ink, and then it's going to do really interesting things that you probably don't want it to do. Okay, so now let me clean this up, and then we'll get the rest of the pieces glued onto the fox. Oh, you know what? One last thing. Why don't we do this little bow tie? And I am going to bring out a red sponge dauber. And these sponge daubers, they really hold a lot of ink and they stay wet. So I'm just gonna pull one and ink the bow just like that. All right, so now we have a few pieces to glue onto this little guy. So let me bring out the package. So I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna be doing. So this little white piece, I am going to glue, and I'm going to make sure that this lines up perfectly with the bottom of his face. So let me put just the slightest amount of glue on the back. If you think you put too much on, you can always just tap it off on a scratch paper or on your work surface. And see, I do have a little bit too much glue on the top. Okay, just like that. And it'll all come together when we get the eyes and the nose on both of the characters. Just a little bit of glue on the back of the bow. I'm gonna stick it right there. Okay, and then there is a little white piece to put at the end of his tail. My dogs are upstairs. I can hear my Gabby at the door crying. She wants to come down here with me. My craft room is in our basement, so I thought it would be best to have them upstairs so they're not crying at my desk because I'm not petting them. Okay, I'll get that out of the way. I'm gonna pick up this red ink real quick, get that out of the way. And now let's do a little bit of black soot on these pieces. And you know what? I have my blender right here. Let's see if I can do that right on the adhesive. I saw this little tip on scrapbook.com a couple months ago of putting your really small die cuts on sticky paper so they don't go away. I'm like, oh my goodness, yes, that makes so much sense. So that's what I did with these pieces. So now they are inked and ready to go on. Just gonna quickly get these off of that sheet or off this mint tape, and I can just throw it away. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands too because I just got a lot of black ink. Sometimes I forget to take care of my hands and then I contaminate, especially when I'm working with red ink. I'll have red ink on my fingers without realizing and then pick up something. That is very frustrating. Okay, so we have a little eye. I'm gonna put a glue dot where I want the eye to be. And then a glue dot where I want the nose to be. And my tool, my little wax tool, I'm going to be using this Scrapbook.com tool, and there's 4 parts to it. So you have a nice paper piercer, and I pulled this side out, and this has got a wax tip and a little scraper. So I'm going to be using both of these. So I'm just going to pick that up and put that right down on to the glue. I'm going to use the other side to kind of push it into place. And then we'll pick up another piece and just get that right on top for the nose. See? Done. Super cute. Okay, he's done. Let's do the same with the polar bear. We're going to put right on the edge of his nose. I'll get that piece on. Just like that. And for the eye, we'll just put it right here. Small dots. And then, whoop. There. And just use that scraper to move it into place and gently push it down into the glue. All right, these little guys are done. Now let's make a card. Here's our panel that we are going to be using, and my plan is to have the polar bear, and then we're going to put the fox on top of the polar bear, and then a little sentiment. But I want the polar bear to be on something, so we are going to make a little snowy ground for the polar bear to stand on. I have a white panel here, and we're gonna make a little hill with it. So you can just do it freehand, you can draw one. I am just gonna draw so you can see what I'm going to do. And there are dies out there that you can use to do your own hill if you want. I don't have a die, so I'm just gonna kind of follow these lines. And I'm gonna use my mini snips. And I really like these, I really like these scissors. They're just so easy to use, and because they're so small, to do little things like this or fussy cutting, really, it makes them really easy to do. So we now have this cut. Now let's see what it looks like under the polar bear. You see how white that came out? There's a little mistake right there, but it's a handmade card, that's okay. All right, so now we have our little snowy ground. We're gonna add the polar bear, the fox, and then we'll just do a little sentiment. So let's glue the panel together first. I'm gonna use foam adhesive for the polar bear, and then just a little bit of glue for the ground. Just get that right on. I know that's gonna bother me. I might try and fix that if I have time, but we're gonna move on to the second card before. Okay, so that's on. And you can see it's just a little dark on the edges. So you can trim the edges up so that white, it'll just be white, or you can just leave it be. I probably will trim the edges, but for now, let's just get the polar bear on, and I'm using 1mm foam adhesive. Just a couple strips of that. Okay. Get the backing off. I'm gonna put the backing not on the silicone mat just because it is pretty hard to pick things up off this mat. And let's get him down. Okay. And then I'm going to use a little bit more on the back of this guy, but only up here, a little bit more foam adhesive, but only up by his face. And then I'll glue the bottom part a little bit onto the polar bear. Okay. And just want him kind of sitting on top, catching a ride. Oh, actually, I can probably cover that mess up with him. How does that look? Yeah, we'll just do it that way. We'll just cover him up. And I have this tail is pretty loose, so I am just going to put a little bit of glue under that tail, but let me move him just a little bit because he's kind of crooked. Okay. Just put just a drop of glue back there. I'm actually going to take a little bit of that off with my finger and get him attached just like that. Okay. So all we need to do now is add a sentiment. He's still a little crooked, so I am just going to mess with it a little bit. Okay. Now let's do a sentiment. Let me bring my Misty in. Kind of pick this up real quick. Okay. Put the pencil away. So now let's do a sentiment. And I want to do Stay Cozy. This is my favorite sentiment in the stamp set. I think it's so adorable. And it's just really small and clean and simple. So I'm going to be stamping it with black ink. The ink I am using, I always use, is VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink. This is the best black ink for sentiments. It's a pigment ink, so it stays on top of the paper. And that is my dogs. Let me get this out of the Misty, and I'm going to put this aside. So I'll just put that in there for now. And I'm going to use the coordinating die to die cut this sentiment. So I'm going to grab my mint tape. Actually, before I do that, let me cut this because I'm going to run this through a little die cut machine on my desk. So let me just get this cut out and tape this down. Then we'll just run it through the die cut machine and finish the panel. Okay. All right, let me pull this out. So I'm going to be doing my die cutting on screen with the Spellbinders, Scrapbook.com, Platinum Scout, and it does come with a cutting board, a longer but thin cutting board. Let me get that paper out of the way. And I'll stick that in there, and we'll run this through. Okay, and get that out of the way. And now we have this really cute sentiment that we will just put right up there in the sky. There's a little bit of mint tape on it, so I'll just take that off. Okay, now I just stamped that paper, so I'm pretty sure a little bit of that black ink is on here because, like I said, that it's a pigment ink, so it stays on top of the paper. It doesn't sink into the paper like a dye ink does. So you, if you die cut right after you stamp, chances are there's a little bit of ink on your pads. So be sure to wipe them off because it will transfer onto the next thing you die cut. Ask me how I know. Let me get this out of the way and then grab my foam strips. Okay, I have 1 millimeter foam strips to use. I don't want this too high. And I am going to use my snips again. I do like to use my snips on with the 1 millimeters. Some of these aren't cut all the way, so it's just easy. It's just to cut the strip size that I need. Okay, flip this over, get this adhesive on, and then I'll cut off the rest. I have used 1 millimeter size foam adhesive for years. This is it's just so pretty. It's such a small dimension, but it's perfect. And it doesn't hurt your postage if you're sending something in the mail. You don't have to use extra postage when you're using 2 millimeter or 3 millimeter. You're taking a chance of having to put an extra ounce. See, that wasn't dry all the way. Oh man, that's a bummer. I smeared a couple of these. I thought this was dry. Okay, so I'm not going to use my ruler. I'm just going to kind of eye it. Off just a little bit. Stick that right on. And that is going to finish this first card. Okay? Just make sure you let your ink dry a little bit longer than I did. All right, so let's move on to the second card. So the second card, we are going to be working with presents. And I already have mine die cut. We're going to do some coloring real quick. So I have 4 presents, 2 medium, 1 large, 1 small. Just like that. And then we have the ribbons. So I'm just going to put them right above the matching presents. I have family in town right now, so everybody's upstairs. If you hear some some noise in the background, it's them walking around upstairs. Okay, so I'm going to use Victorian velvet, speckled egg. Let's do walnut stain and antique linen. Okay, and I need my sponge daubers. So let's do Victorian velvet and speckled egg, antique linen, and walnut stain. All right, and people ask me, like, how do you just know what colors your sponges are? It's because I use them almost every day, and I'm just, yeah, very in tune to what the colors are. All right, so what I am doing, and I'm gonna do this with all of the ink blending that I'm going to do today. This one I didn't do too much shading on, so I actually am going to add just a little bit of brown there just to darken that area up and go back with the speckled egg. Okay, so what I was not paying attention because I was talking, but what I usually do is I wet my sponge. I start in the bottom left corner and I might work my way up to the upper right corner. I'm using a lot of pressure down here, and by the time I get up, I have my impression loosened up at least 50%. So just the sponge is barely brushing the paper, right? So you just have that really pretty radiant to it. Okay, do that again with antique linen. Now antique linen, you don't really get a lot of depth in that. So I am going to do just a little bit of walnut stain first, and then the antique linen. Okay, so it is a little bit darker in that bottom left corner. And the last one, yeah, let's just do walnut stain on this one. Put a little bit more on there. And again, I'm being really heavy-handed in that left corner and bringing that color up. Okay, and then for the ribbons, I'll give the pink one a brown ribbon. Speckled egg can have a pink ribbon. And let's do a blue ribbon. And well, I don't want a yellow ribbon on the yellow, so we'll just do brown again. Okay. So now we have the presents done, we have to glue them. And what I did is I made sure that I did not put the same color on the ribbons as the present's going to be. So let me just put these together real quick so I can see how I'm going to glue them like that, and then the brown ones on this one. Perfect. Okay, and clean this up, and then we'll get those pieces glued. We're going to be really careful with the glue because these small ribbon they're just really, really thin. These die cuts are really thin. So I will be dabbing glue off of these. Okay, so just the slightest amount of glue. Let me move my tweezers a little bit. Put them up here. You don't need to put any glue up here because that's not going to be attached to the present. Just the little T. Just mash that up and push it into place. So this present is done. I think these are so adorable. I love that these ribbons are so playful. I should have done, this would be really pretty in like gold paper or sparkle paper. That would have been really fun. Okay. I've used these presents before in a birthday scene. And I love die sets like this because they just give you options for so many themes that you might for your card making. So even though these presents are in a more winter themed set, they were perfect for a birthday card, for birthday presents. I loved it. So always stretch your supplies and remember what's in your stash and pull them out. I am always mixing and matching my die sets to make my own scenes. All right, and I'm almost done. Last one. And we're going to be doing a bit more inking also with Distress Oxide inks. So the last card we'll be doing a bit more with inks. And I think I started talking about my slight obsession with Distress Oxide inks. But the reason why I always use Distress Oxide inks is because inks are an investment and the oxides are what I decided to put my investment into. So I would love to have Distress inks, and I have most of the cubes, but I don't have the full size pads. But I do love how chalky the finish is for the Distress Oxide inks. And when I'm doing my DIY projects, I'm using chalk paint, and it just reminds me of that really matte texture. Okay, now getting back to the card, we are going to be using the polar bear background, and we're going to add the presents to the bottom. Just do a quick arrangement of presents like this. Actually, I don't want those next to each other, so let's put, how about like this? Okay, and then we're just going to put a sentiment at the top, like right here. So let's stamp out a sentiment first. Put this there. I'll grab my Misty again. I still have this sentiment in my Misty that I did not clean. I don't recommend doing that. Let me clean that real quick. And there is a little bit of that black. So I'm going to use this clear stamp Ranger cleaner. And now let's grab another sentiment. So I need my stamp set. And I'm going to use Cheers to a New Year. All right, and I'm going to keep this Stay Cozy stamp set in here because I am going to use it one more time. So we're just going to put it right above, grab it, using the same ink, VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink. Get a nice impression on that stamp. And we'll get this stamped. The silicone mat that I'm working on, the Misty will not turn on it, so I have to pick it up. Where's my scissors at? And we'll get this cut, and then I'm going to run this through the die cut machine again. Okay. And put that away. this die set, or coordinating die, I think it's this one. Okay, and mint tape. Get this in place, and then I'll bring the machine back. Okay, just like that. Here's the machine. And we'll just run this right through. Okay, done. Yeah, this is such a clean and simple card. I am going to just quickly wipe my mat or the pad off just to make sure none of that ink stayed behind. Okay, let's pop that out. Get this die back with the others. And I'm gonna keep my mint tape so I can use it one last time. Now, the plan is to just have the sentiment here and then some presents right underneath it. Super cute. And those polar bears, I love them. So let's do staggering. So I'm going to use 2mm on some of the presents, or 1mm on 2 presents and 2mm on 2 presents. So get that on, and I think we'll do this one. Okay. I'm not going to fuss too much with foam adhesive in the video just because it gets time consuming if I start playing around with or start adding as much foam adhesive as I do sometimes. So I'm not pushing down too hard on placement right now because I want to be able to move them if I need to. So I'm just putting them into position. Now these two, I will be doing 2mm. Let me grab those strips. Okay. Here's the 2mm. I'm just going to stick that right down the center. Snip it. Get that on. I don't want the presents to be straight. I want them, they're very whimsical, so I want them to be back, in different directions. And I just made sure I don't want to put any adhesive on this side because it's going to sit wonky on the present if I do. So I'm just going to I'll put 2 strips over here. Just like that. I'll get this back on the sheet. And get the backing off of here. And then let's see if I have this centered. So I am going to use my ruler just to make sure. And if you've not used a 0-point ruler before, you just want to put the 0 in the center and then you want the numbers to match on each side, right? So I know I want this to be on 2 1/8 on each side. So now I am seeing so this is like at 5.5, this should be at 7.5, and it is not at all. So I'm going to pull this over just a little bit and pull this over just a little bit. Come on up, there you go. Okay, and that should be more even now. Okay, and now that is good. Let's get the foam on the back of the sentiment, and I'm using 1mm on the sentiment. So just trim that up, and then I'm just going to cut just a small piece so I can get that up here and that where the H is, right there. All right, let's get the backing off. And then we'll just put that right above the presents. You can again bring out the ruler to see if you have that centered. And it is centered, so that finishes card number 2. All right, really clean and simple. I'm just letting really the background paper do all the talking. I just think that polar bear print is so stinking adorable. I would love pillowcases in that. I think that'd be cute. Okay, so this is the second card. Let's pull out the first card and see if it's dry. So this is what we have done so far. And we have one more to do, and that's going to be with the sweaters. So let's get this area cleaned up. I'll get the sweaters out and we will start that. Okay, I have the sweaters done, and you can do pattern paper or you can do white and ink them, like that's what I'm going to do. But I did want to show you the pattern papers make the most adorable sweaters. Okay, so the next card that we're going to be doing, this is an option. So I used the dark brown for the collars and the cuffs and whatnot, and then different patterns. But we're going to be doing white cardstock with ink. And then I have 6 snowflakes here too. I'm just going to put those off to the side. So this is just going to take a second. Let's get all of these pieces out. Okay. And then I need to separate the collars and all that, so I'm just going to put them right below. And we're going to be doing some inking now. I'm going to cruise through this. So we're going to keep the inking pretty easy and then get the pieces glued together. So this is kind of the most tedious card in this class, but this is also my favorite kind of card to make. I love making my own die cut backgrounds. You just really get to play with colors and textures. Sometimes I do it with cardstock, sometimes I do it with ink, sometimes I do it with watercolors. So it's whatever I'm feeling, but just to be able to die cut a whole bunch of, like here, the sweaters, or I've done fruit, umbrellas, Christmas ornaments. It's just fun. And sometimes I don't know what I want to do, so I just start die cutting and go from there. So I'm going to start with the Victorian velvet. I'm going to bring back out those colors that I used. Let me put these stack and start trays away. Okay, so let's start with Victorian velvet. And I'm going to be doing the inking the same way as I did before, starting pretty heavy-handed on the left bottom corner and working up to the right corner. And you know, this is how I color too. I do all my darker coloring on the left side. I don't know why. It's just, I guess that's how I see my world. I am missing a piece. Oh, here it is. Stick that over here. Okay, so that is Victorian velvet. Now let's do speckled egg. This is also just a gorgeous color. And this sponge applicator is at its end. This is the last time I'm going to use it. It's leaving little pieces behind. So that is, you do need to know when to throw them away. Are we good? Okay. And you see what I mean? Like you can see those pieces coming up. So I'm gonna toss that and put that up. Now I also want weathered wood. So let me grab that sponge, weathered wood. Okay. Ooh, that came out really dark. This color. And okay, another reason why I like to ink my die cuts is I'm lazy. I don't want to go through all of my cardstock crafts sometimes and, you know, figure out what colors I want. I just would rather just die cut everything with white cardstock, or die cut white cardstock and then just ink it myself. I know it's my world sometimes is a little weird. All right, this antique linen is like just a really off butter yellow. It's really nice. I love these colors. I'm very into unsaturated colors. My daughter is like, she likes all the bright colors, bright red, bright pink, bright blue, and I love more grays in my colors. So her and I don't really see eye to eye on certain outfits that I pick for her. She's not down with them. And she wasn't really digging this color palette when I showed it to her either, but she's 7, so yeah, I don't fault her at all. Okay, let's get this brown on. And then the last sweater, what colors did I use? I used all of these. I used a brown. I got to pick one more color. You know what? Let's do tea dye. I'm getting kind of pushed up into this corner, but we can make it work. One last time. This tea dye is really pretty too. Some of these colors I've held on to for years and I never used them until recently. Tea dye is one of them, and I actually use this quite often. Do you have a favorite distress ink color that you use quite often? I have a few. I think right now though, my favorite, well, I know Uncharted Mariner is my favorite distress oxide or distress ink. I also really love Scorched Timber too. So pretty, and it's such a pretty color to layer or put under your colors to use as some shading. Yeah, it's really, really pretty. Okay, so now we need to start gluing these pieces onto the sweaters. So I'm just gonna get them out of their inky areas and then figure out what colors I want on each sweater. So just kind of playing around real quick while I figure this out. Actually, I think let's do pink on this one. We can bring the tea dye on this one. Okay, and you see how the sweaters just come together, so cute. And the snowflakes will glue right onto the sweaters too before we make a background. But before we do that, you know what? I realized I want to do some splatter on the panel that we're going to glue these on. So maybe we should do that first and let that dry while we glue these pieces together. So get the last of these pieces put in place so I don't lose any of them. Okay. This last one here, do you have a specific or a favorite season that you like to craft for, or is there a specific theme that you like to make, birthday cards, or I'm really into Christmas, like I could craft Christmas all year round if possible. That is my favorite. All right, let me get this cleaned up. And my little girls are down here with me now, my dogs. So hopefully they'll be quiet, but they are right at my feet now. I'm gonna do some splatter on this background. Okay. Don't want to get crazy like that other panel. So let's do lighter, and we'll do a little bit on the sweaters too. A little bit more on that background. Okay, perfect. Let's set this aside to dry. Okay, and now let's get these pieces glued on. I am going to be quite careful because there is the white splatter on the sweaters, but I thought it would be pretty. A little bit of splatter on the sweaters. Do you do a lot of ink splattering on your projects? I used to do a lot of white gesso paint and gold metallic paint, watered down and splattered, but I stopped doing splattering for a while just because it's so messy. I have to clean the acrylic block that I put my paint on and the brush that I used and my work area, and like I said, I'm a bit of a lazy crafter, so I just stopped doing my splatter. But these pins, the luster pins, the white one I just used, and there's a black one for black splatter, and I've used that quite often too. So I have been bringing splatter back into my craft world. It's great. It's just another way to add a little bit of texture and interest to your projects. All right, I'm gonna get this on. And you can tell which cuff goes onto each arm. There's one that's longer, and there's one that's just more tall and fat. And the collars, the cuffs, they have a little bit of a line embossed look to them that the ink really picks up. Okay, so there's the first sweater. Oh no, that's the second sweater. All right, we're doing good. And now this color. I am starting to craft more and more with my daughter. She's coming into an age where she's starting to respect crafting and the tools and the supplies, whereas before it was she just destroyed everything without even thinking. But now she just takes so much more care, and she loves creating. So she is my crafting buddy, and I am letting her more and more sit at my desk and use my tools and papers and pencils. So she's loving that. It is so much fun to watch her craft too, and to introduce her to new techniques. Even though she's 7, she's getting it. Do you craft with your kids or your grandkids? It is interesting to see how their little creative worlds work. Vera's got a little classroom full of girlfriends too. They love coming over. I usually have a little project set up for them to do. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Now, like I said, I do a lot of backgrounds, and I have on Scrapbook.com's gallery, on my gallery on their site, I have a folder that is it's called Backgrounds, where you're going to find all of my background cards that I've done. Because this is just such an easy fallback pattern or layout to use for me. I do it all the time. But all of the projects that I make, I put in my gallery on Scrapbook.com site. So be sure, go over there, give me a follow. I post more there than I do on social media. And that's where I go and I do all of my looking around and getting inspiration from. But what's great about the gallery is if I see a project I really like, there's a supply list with that. Like when I post a picture in my gallery, I go through and I find all the supplies I used, and we'll make a little shopping list next to the project. So you can click on any of the products that I used if you want to take a closer look. And then even on that product page, it will show you even more projects that have been made. So there's so much inspiration to see on their site. I love that. All right, last sweater, and then we're gonna add the snowflakes. You see, this is a really dark oxide ink, and it usually turns anything that's wet that touches it the color of the oxide. Like if this was acrylic white paint, it would be like a light brown right now. But this has stayed pretty true white opaque on this really dark ink. So I appreciate that a lot. That was another reason why I just stopped splattering paints, especially on my oxide backgrounds. If I was doing an evening sky on Christmas cards, the stars were just turning to blue or black or green or whatever the color was that I made the sky. It was frustrating. Okay, and then the last one. Okay. All right. Now let's do the snowflakes. All right, now the snowflakes. Does it snow a lot where you live? I live in the Pacific Northwest, right outside of Seattle, and we can go to the snow because we just have mountains all around us, but the snow coming to us, if it does snow here, it is gone within a day or two. We get a lot of rain, but not so much snow. But if we wanted snow, we're about an hour away. A lot of my friends skied when I was growing up, or snowboarded. I did not do that much outdoor activities in the snow because I'm not a fan of cold weather. I lived in the South for a while and I loved it. I loved the warm temperatures every day. Okay. Aren't these sweaters so cute with the snowflake? Okay. And let's get to these last two. I can hear my family upstairs. I don't know if if the microphone's picking that up, but if so, we have an older house and just the floors creak really bad upstairs, which works great for us. We know who's walking around late at night, if anybody is. Okay, and the last one, and then we're going to get these glued on a panel. You can use glue, right, and glue them right onto the panel. I actually am going to use foam adhesive. So this is all done. Let me just clean this area up real quick, and then I'll grab that panel. Okay, here we are, and again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to get too crazy with the foam adhesive. I am just going to do some quick strips, but I normally would put on a bit more foam. But let me grab my scissors. So when I'm going to use a lot of foam, I just use the roll and just cut it off the roll and then cut it down into pieces. I just find that to be a lot quicker and a lot easier than trying to cut from the roll. Okay, I'm just going to do 2 strips on each sweater. And I'm actually going to bring out my big paper trimmer so you can see on screen how I trim my edges too, because a lot of these sweaters will be off the edge of the panel. So we will have to trim that and keep the edges clean. But my paper trimmer is a big one. You'll see, you'll see it. I can't travel with it, but it is my best friend in my craft room, besides my reverse tweezers. All right, so I just need one more little strip. And I already know I want to use the Be Cozy, the Cozy Sentiment. So I know that's going to be thin and narrow and very simple. So I want that to sit right in the center of this panel. So I want a sweater in the center of the panel for the sentiment to sit on, okay? So I'm going to start from there and I'm going to build my background. So we have one there. And I'm just going to start placing these around and see what positions I like. Like this. I think that looks good. Now, this one right here, I'm actually just going to cut it in half and put the other half on this side so I don't have to do 7 sweaters. Turn that up just a little bit. Okay, I think that looks good. So I'm going to start with this center. Take the backing off. I'm gonna put it down with my reverse tweezers. Just like that. And I did make it a little crooked on purpose, but that sentiment's going to sit really nicely on top of the sweater. Okay, let's get this on. And we'll do this one. And I'm going to keep one side fully, let's see, I'll do this one. So I'm going to keep this fully straight. That way when I do my trimming, I can use this as a guide, which I will show in a second. That'll probably make more sense. And I do want to make sure I leave half of this off of the edge. Like that. And put this on like, I think right here, right? Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, so let me get these out of the way, and then I'm gonna grab my paper trimmer. Get that all out of the way. Good. All right, here she is. So I'm going to make sure, put that edge, like, so I can put it straight up against the guide on my trimmer. I'm going to push it all the way to the end, and I have my finger right at the cutting edge, and that's where I'm stopping the panel. I'm just going to hold this down, and now I have that sweater that I'm going to put right here. But before I do, let me just clean up these edges. Okay. And I will wait for that edge. So let's just finish putting the rest of the sweaters on. I think that looks good. It's a little crowded, but see, I'm glad I didn't cut this one. So I'm going to take this off very carefully. The foam stayed on, but that's fine. Just bring it down just a little bit, like that. And then the last sweater I'll put right here. Actually change this to like that. Okay, I like that a lot better. And again, this foam, as long as you're not like pushing it really hard into your panel, it does have a bit of give, so you can move your pieces around without destroying your project. So let's put that there. And you know what? I am going to bring this one down just a little bit. So this one I must have pushed down a little bit too hard. And do you know how often this happens to my projects? Quite often. So I just learned to figure out how to fix it, and then nobody knows, right? So we're just going to add a little bit of glue under there. And I am going to be just a little bit careful, a little bit more careful of where this position is going to be for this sweater. And also, if you're needing some help with position and you're using foam adhesive, add a little bit of glue to the foam adhesive, and that'll give you a little bit more wiggle room to work with before the foam fully adheres to your panel. But I think that looks great. I'm going to bring my trimmer back into screen. We'll trim the rest of the edges and get a sentiment onto it. Here we are. Okay, so again, I got my finger at the edge, and I'm going to do it on this side. And real quick, I've had this trimmer for 7 or 8 years. Yeah, 8 years. And it is good. It's just as good as it was the day I got it. I believe these trimmers are now black instead of the orange, and you can pick one up at Scrapbook.com. It's tonic. How cute is that? So all we have to do is add a sentiment. I did smear a little bit of the white ink, but that's fine. All right, let me clean this up because I forgot to move this when I was doing all that cutting. And I actually am going to put this mat away. I don't need the mat anymore. All right, let's get the MISTI back out so we can do a sentiment. And remember, I was just complaining about not cleaning my stamp, and then I didn't clean this stamp. So let me get this stamp cleaned really quick. Okay, and again, I'm going to use this, and I've had this bottle for years, 6 years, and there's still a lot in it. And it smells so good. It smells citrusy. There's another stamp cleaner that I use, especially on my mats, to help get excess ink off of my silicone mats. And it's a blue solution stamp cleaner. Several companies carry it. My favorite things. Who else? Hero Arts. It does not smell good, but my goodness, it will take that ink right off your silicone mat. So I do keep that around too, just so my mats don't get stained. All right, I actually took this off. I didn't mean to take the cozy sentiment off, but that is fine. Let me grab a piece of paper, stamp this onto. Okay. And let's ink it. I'm left-handed, so I do turn my MISTI so I can ink with my left hand. And this is a small sentiment. You don't need to give a lot of pressure onto your stamping platform. You will hurt your sentiment. It won't turn out nice and pretty like that. So smaller sentiments, make sure you're just doing small pressure. Okay, let's get that sentiment die back out and we'll get this through the machine. Like that, and line it up. You can always die cut first too, and then stamp your sentiments. Especially if you're doing several sentiments, and that is typically what I do with my sentiments. Or if I'm doing a lot of stamping, I die cut first and then stamp. It just makes the process go a lot quicker. All right, so get this through here. Okay. And the scalp moved just a little bit more than it did on the acrylic mat, but that was expected. The acrylic mat just keeps everything so in place. Okay, now let's just get this sentiment onto the panel, and then we are done with the panels. Here we are. There's a little bit of mint tape on the edge. Okay. So I'm going to pop this sentiment up with 1mm foam. See how cute that's going to be right on top? So let me get that foam. Where did I put it? Okay. And my scissors right here. We'll just cut a strip right from this side. And get the adhesive off. There we go. Perfect. I almost did that. Actually, I did. I'll be able to curve that a little bit. Okay, so I don't have to trim the edges. Get the backing off and then just get this right onto that card panel. Now, I have a really interesting question for you. How many of you just make panels and save them to put on cards until later? So I do that quite often. I'll have an idea or I'll have a new stamp set I want to play with, but I don't have somebody I need to make a card for quite yet. So I'll just make panels. I have a box just full of panels, I would put these into. But that is the end. That is this is done. Isn't that cute? I do wish I didn't smear that ink just a little bit, but again, handmade card, right? So you can do the same. Instead of doing the ink, you could do the same with the pattern, pattern paper sweaters. So let's take a last look at the cards. So we have the cozy sweater, stay cozy outdoor scene, and then cheers to a new year. I love this color combination, but like I said, maybe this isn't the color combination for everyone. So I actually did play around with different colors. So let me pull those out. I have a few examples, and I also made a card with the sweaters, the pattern paper sweaters. Okay. So here is with the pattern paper sweaters, just like right here. And then I have with bright colors. So this is a turquoise and a bright red and mowed lawn, a blue. And then I put it on pattern paper from the paper pack and the polar bear. Okay, so then we have this same exact layout right here, just with the cheerful ink colors. And then my favorite is the sweater, just with the more retro colors. So this is very cohesive and it matches the paper, but if you wanted to play around with more fun, then I think this is a great example of what changing the colors, what it can do. Okay, so that is going to finish this class. I can't wait to hear what you think. I am down in the live chat, so be sure to say hi. And now I'm going to send this over to me where I am going to say goodbye.
So that's going to finish my class. I had so much fun putting these projects together, and I hope I was able to pass on some ideas and inspiration your way. Like I said, background panels are my probably favorite go-to layout for a card, and I had so much fun with that cute little sweater. I have made a lot of backgrounds with that die. Some are on panels, and I have a few that are on card bases, but I do like to do panels quite often. That way, when the time comes and I do need a card and I don't have time to sit and craft, I have the panel made, and then I can make the inside of the card a little bit more personal. So that is going to finish my part of SBC Fest. I had so much fun creating with you. I want to thank Scrapbook.com for letting me be part of this fantastic event. I would love to see all of your creations that you make from all of the classes that you have taken part of here on Scrapbook.com's YouTube channel. And I will be looking forward to seeing your projects over on Scrapbook.com's site, in the gallery, where we all get to share our creations with each other. So on that note, thanks again for joining me. Thanks again, Scrapbook.com, and I cannot wait to get on to the next class. Take care.
Hello everyone, I wanted to say thank you to Scrapbook.com for inviting me today. SBC Fest has always been an amazing experience. SBC Fest has always been something that I enjoy watching, so thank you once again, and hello to everyone that is here. My name is Conny Craig. You can find me usually over at the Daily Life of Creativity. Most of my social medias have that name. I love sharing layouts, scrapbooking, mini albums, or cards, any process that I'm currently creating or that I'm enjoying. I love to share most of it, actually. Sometimes some of them it's like a tryout. So I started scrapbooking since I was very little. I would say when I was about 9 or even younger, because I have always loved my arts and crafts classes even more than anything else, even more than schoolwork. Paint, coloring, beautiful pencils, stickers have always been my favorite. And I still remember my first scrapbook. I wrapped it with a gift bag, and I used to take that book everywhere with me. I would write my favorite songs, and my favorite photos of my friends, note what was happening at the moment. So that was my way of expressing myself. No, it's a little more, it's a different, but I still enjoy the process of it. And I came on Instagram, and that's where my world exploded with so much inspiration and so many crafty friends that I get to meet over the time. Today, we are going to be creating a 12 by 12 layout. It is going to have a wreath. And if you saw my homework video, you will have prepped for all of this. But of course, you can still watch it over if you are not in time with me, okay? What takes the longest is putting all the placement of the leaves and creating the wreath. Everything else is pretty much simple. But thank you so much for stopping by, and let's have some fun. All right, so let's get started. I started by tracing a circle on my background paper. This background burnished terracotta looking paper is from the Harvest collection by Cartabella. I just love the way this is one of my favorite colors also. If you don't like something so deep, you can definitely choose a white background. So I traced the circle with the foam adhesive from Scrapbook.com. That was the closest thing that I had on my desk to create a quick circle, not a perfect circle, just something that can guide you to create your wreath. I will also be using liquid glue. This liquid glue is by Scrapbook.com, Artist Craft Glue. It works great and it dries clear, so it works perfectly. What takes the longest here is adhering all the little leaves in the way you want them to be added. It has to please your eye, right? For me, I started with some of the leaves that had the longer stems, and then just placing them on top of each other, and also adding some foam adhesive for some dimension. I love creating layers of my papers. Okay, so that is what you will see me doing currently on my layout. I won't speed it up so you can follow along. So I will go ahead and maybe just ask some questions while you see me doing this process. What have you enjoyed about SBC Fest so far? Every year, I just love how involved everyone is in the comments. We get to meet new people. We get to learn about new products maybe we have not tried before, and also new techniques. And that is one of my favorite things that I love about SBC Fest. Okay. So here I will continue adding my wreath all around the circle. Also, you will see me using this foam tape that you will see me cutting throughout the wreath. If you don't want to use the double-sided foam tape that has that you need to cut, Scrapbook.com also has a little squares that are already ready for you to just grab and go. I didn't mind cutting them as I go. I found this process very therapeutic to just complete, so that's what I did. You will just see me cutting and just adhering to the paper. For the paper pads that I use to cut all those leaves out were the boho smooth cardstock. This is it comes with 40 sheets. It's a 6x8 paper pad. They're gorgeous colors, like ready for you to create any fall projects. And I also use the Harvest smooth cardstock 6x8 paper pad. Both of them are 85 pounds. I think they held up pretty great. If you want to go ahead and pinch your leaves inwards, or kind of, how do you say this? Give them a lift up look so they're not so flat on the paper, and it gives them different layers. So those are the two main paper pads that I use to cut out some of the leaves that you see me using here. And I also use one of the pattern papers. This is the Harvest pattern paper So it's the same as the smooth cardstock. Okay. And then I wanted to create a rainbow effect. I just think that rainbows are ever beautiful. It doesn't matter the color pattern that you're using. They are great for winter, for summer, for fall, for any season. Okay, so for the dies that I used the autumn leaves. Those are a bit smaller, and I just chose the leaf parts. And then for the larger ones, I use the cozy foliage set. That one also comes with all the fall leaves and some little stems that are great to create layers. I just did, I placed them on the 6x8 paper, sheet. I filled up the paper with all the metal dies and then just pass it through my Big Shot scissors machine. And I did about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 different colors. So those are the 8 colors that I use around the wreath, just to make it as full as possible. And I still had a lot left over, so I will be making some cards with them, or maybe another layout. I'm not sure yet, but I'm excited to use them. And because I'm a visual person, here is an example of what I was saying previously. These are the dies that I've been using to cut out all those little leaves and stems that go around the wreath. And here is how I place them on the 6x8 paper pad. The ones that I chose fit perfectly on the 6x8 sheet. And I love the colors that I chose. I think they are very fall, very beautiful. I still had a lot left over, and I can also imagine creating some little wreaths on some cards that would be beautiful with a title in the middle. Okay. It was very easy to have them removed from the die. Some of them came out like perfectly fine right away. And with the ones that didn't come out from the die, you just use one of the something pointy, like is it a pokey tool? Something like that to take them out. That's the reason why they have those little holes, for you to take them out easier. Okay, so just showing you guys that it works like that. And then the magic mat from Scrapbook.com also works great. For this one, I am showing you here the pumpkin spice stamp set. I will be stamping the Hello Fall and Hey There Pumpkin. I'm not sure on which ones I'm going to use it, but probably the Hello Fall, because of her shirt. It says it is fall, y'all. So I will use that. I will be using some ink from Scrapbook.com. I was using black, but then I decided that maybe I wanted some color. So then I chose that teal color from, let me see here. That is Deep Sea by Scrapbook.com. And it worked great on the, with the colors that are already on the layout. Okay, so I have another question for you guys. I wanted to know when you all started scrapbooking, and what is your favorite projects to make? Like, what type of projects do you like to make? For me, I love making mini albums. I feel like mini albums are my favorite. Seeing every page is like a tiny little layout that you get to express yourself, and multiple photos, just holding something together you can flip through. I just love that. That is definitely one of my favorite projects to make. Mini albums any day. So here you would see me adding more leaves throughout the empty spaces that are still open. Like I said, this is the longest part of the layout. And of course, I'm cutting all the leaves out. What did you guys do over the summer? The summertime for me was, well, currently summertime for me is going outside, going in the water, getting some sun. I'm just getting super tan right now. Just enjoying being outside and enjoying the fresh air. Going on road trips. That's what I'm looking forward to. Just being around nature. I'm excited for the fall season because I just love the weather in fall. Here in Texas, I get to experience fall a little more where I live. I used to live in California and I didn't really experience fall there. I feel like fall is pretty much not existing in California. It's like nice and sunny, nice weather, and that's it. But right now here, I'm living in Texas, so I get to experience that fall season. I get to see all the leaves changing, and I just love that. I love seeing that. It just makes my heart so happy. Plus, I have also been just creating projects and adding new things to my store. I have a small business, so just showing that place some love. That's what I've been doing, entertaining myself with that, sharing what I love to do with you guys. So let me know what you have been up to for the summertime and what are your plans for this fall time. Are you guys crazy over all these pumpkin spice drinks and the pies and everything fall season, or do you guys prefer a different season? All right, guys, so we are at the end of the read, the part that took the longest. I am pretty happy with how full it is, how the leaves are looking, but now we are moving to the background paper that I want to add to frame the layout. I use the Harvest pattern paper pad to get a few sheets and then just trimmed about an inch or an inch and a half of my favorite papers. I feel like papers that pulled from the middle, pretty much the colors that I have used in the read, okay? And place them around like a patchwork just to show at the edge of the layout. So you will see me using the artist craft glue to adhere those. Also, if you want to go ahead and add some stitching to this, maybe some zigzag or a straight line, that would also be fun. I love adding stitching to my layouts, and it just adds a little extra detail to it. I use my sewing machine to do that. So for the patchwork work around the edges, I just chose, like I said, my favorite papers to do that. I think it looks nice. It brings a little more interest to the layout. Since it is so simple when it comes to embellishments, sometimes I love adding a lot, no, not sometimes, all the time. I love adding a lot of stickers and different little images, but this one, it's pretty simple with just a read, and that is it. So I am doing the different pattern papers around the edge. Okay. And for the background paper that you're choosing to adhere the pieces to, doesn't really matter what color it is because it's not going to show. So grab one of the papers that you don't usually use, or one of the pattern papers that you have in your stash that you don't see yourself using. I feel like that will work perfect here. So yeah, guys, so that is it. And then I also will be adding, I don't know if you see here on the side of the layout, I have some leaves. I added some of the pops of color. I squeeze some of it on the leaves just to give it some sheen and shine, a different type of texture. I thought that was fun, and I didn't want it to add it to every single leaves, but just a few of them to let them pop throughout the layout. And then at the end, I will also add some little dots around, just sprinkle around the layout for more dimension, also to see a little more interest and make it more fun. All right, so that is it. We're coming to the end of this. Are you guys crafting along? How is your layout coming out? Are you using it as an inspiration? Maybe creating something alike, but not really the same? Sometimes I do that. I get inspired by people and my process comes out completely different from the picture or the video that I saw. So, which is great. It gets your creative juices flowing, whatever helps you. I'm okay with it. Okay, so the read is complete. I am liking how full it is. I think it looks beautiful. I am playing around with the options of where my photo is going to be adding, and I am going to add a 3x4 photo. All right, so we are back. I have matted a pattern paper with a white paper, and then this photo is a 3x4 photo. So it has a little, how do you call this? Like a frame. And I will go ahead and add that here to the right of my layout. I will be using, let me see here, the step runner from Scrapbook.com to adhere the photo. Okay. All right, so make sure that it's framing it. I think I left about a quarter of an, maybe, yeah, I think a quarter of an inch all around. Let me just double check. Oh, yeah. So a quarter of an inch if you're adding the white paper and the pattern paper. And if you want to go ahead and distress the edge, you can do that. I am not doing that for today, but the white paper is 1/8 and the pattern paper is 1/8. And it looks like this. And I will go ahead and add it on double-sided tape. I want it off the page for some dimension. This is also the foam tape from Scrapbook.com. I love adding foam tape to everything. I love creating layers, and I just love the way of it. And then if you want to go ahead and add this to a frame for the fall to hang it somewhere, you don't have to necessarily add a photo. Maybe you can put something fun in the middle, maybe a title. I'm using an acrylic word. I'm using Cozy Sweater Season. I will go ahead and add that here. And if I was not using the photo, I will add this to the middle and then put it in a frame, a 3D frame, so you can see all the layers. But for today, I will just go ahead and add this Cozy Sweater title. I think it goes perfectly with it. So let me go ahead and do that. Just adding some glue to the back of it. And then we can go from there, okay? So Cozy Sweater Season. That's the title that I'm adding. Oops, I think it moved a little, but that should dry clear. I will also be adding a little veneer piece of this little engraved sweater. And then, excuse me, sorry guys. I'm gonna be adding that over here. It already has tape. And then I will be adding this Hello Fall over here with some foam tape. Just right there. Okay. Let me see here. So that is what it's looking like. For some of the leaves, I went ahead and I used some of the pop pops color. I wanted to add some sheen, little shine to them, and I feel like it adds a different texture to things. So I just wanted something to pop throughout the layout. Because as you can see, if you want, cut this out of some of the leaves from glitter cardstock, that would work also. It's your choice, make it fun, but these papers are beautiful. And if you add the pops of colors on top of them, even better. See, it's a little messy. It doesn't have to be perfect. I did it for more than one, and then I let it dry overnight because I was trying to add them at the same time, but I feel like just setting them aside, prepping for the layout, like I said before, it's better, okay? So let me go ahead and add some foam tape to that and then just adhere it. The layout is coming together. What do you guys think about it? Are you guys following along? Or are you guys thinking, or are you guys going to use it as a frame or a layout? You can use it for whatever you want. So let me see here. This one, did I add this color? I did not, but I did cut it out. So let me just add this one here. I'm just trying to find little places. I really like this glue. Artist Craft Glue by Scrapbook.com. If you don't add any foam tape, you can add some of the liquid glue to adhere the little stems. I want it coming out from here, trying to place them in different directions. This one, I'll go ahead and do it here. With the little stem, I will just glue it down. Sometimes it's okay to lift things up to place them down again. And then if you want to hide something, it is easy to remove with the foam tapes. Okay, so there you go. You see the little splashes of pops everywhere. And I think they look really, really nice. This one I'm going to go ahead and place right here. I think it would look nice. Just removing that one on top of the foam. Okay, so there you go. And then that is it for my layout, guys. Thank you so much. What do you guys think? I hope you guys are following along and recreating this beautiful, beautiful layout that I did. I love a good rainbow, and I love that I added the patchwork. It was inspired by patchwork, the framing of the paper. You can get a burnt paper like this. This one is by Echo Park, but I'm sure Scrapbook.com has many papers like this by different brands that you can grab yourself one and then just frame it with different papers from the collection that you will be using. These ones are from the Harvest pattern collection, and I grabbed the ones that were calling my name, like this one here, this one with all the lines. I feel like it was grabbing from here too, so just to frame layout. Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to show you guys what I did with the leaves. An example of using the color pops of color. These are beautiful, and they are also perfect to add like little enamel dots like here. Let me just show you a little corner like that. So I sprinkle them throughout the layout, okay? So all I did was to, let me see, maybe this color or maybe something. Yeah, this color will work fine. It's perfectly fine. All you gotta do is just squeeze throughout the line, just on the veins of the leaf. Like a little line. And just let it dry, like I said. So that is what I'm doing. This one came out a little thick. I like to get really close, but I don't want to put my head in the camera. So it's something like that. That is exactly what I did to this one's here, as you can see, just to sprinkle around the layout, okay? And it gives it a little more, which I love. And these are the colors that I used. And I love them. All right, guys. So hopefully you guys had as much fun as I did. Thank you once again for Scrapbook.com to putting this event together and for inviting me. I am having a blast, just getting inspiration from everyone. And this is the finished layout. Like I said, if you want to go ahead and give it to someone special for them to frame it, put it around the home as decor, you can do that. And I hope you create your layout, and I would love to see the end result of it. This has been an amazing experience, and show Scrapbook.com a lot of love for putting this event together, getting crafters from all over the place to come together and share what they love to do. My name is Connie. Once again, you can find me at The Daily Life of Creativity on social media. Bye, guys.
All right, before we get into Angelica and Connie's classes, we want to know what you're creating. Are you creating cards, scrapbook layouts? What are you taking from this and applying to your projects?
We'd love to know. So let us know in the comments, and we will choose someone for a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. All right, put your answers in. We'll choose a winner, and we'll be right back. All right, let's start off with Angelica's class.
Yes. So I loved so many things. I love ink classes and techniques. So to see how she started really heavy in the bottom of her die cut pieces and then got lighter, she went up. I love that.
Yeah, and I love that she created her own snow just by freehanding.
Yes.
So I did that on my card that I made from her class. She just has a really great way of teaching as well. We have all good instructors who have such a creative, good way of teaching us new techniques and inspiring us. So I just love the way Angelica teaches.
Totally.
She's really inspiring, and she's really, really good at that ink blending.
I know.
That's like her genius.
Yes, and okay, Laura and I both, when we watched her classes, we were like, we have to get the dauber
The
box.
finger daubers. Yes.
So we
What's
both
old
did.
is new. So we grabbed some from the store. We bought some
Yep.
from scrapbook.com, and we have been using them because for those little tiny dies, like I did in my class too, it's good just to tap, tap, tap and get that ink on top of them. And it's just a little finger dauber, and it just makes the world difference. And then she put them in the container
Yes.
and closed it, and they were still like usable.
Yes,
Like
she just pulled it out and was
months
like,
later.
yeah, this still has ink on it.
Yeah, I was like,
So-
sold.
Yeah.
I need to get that, scrapbook.com.
Yes.
So I love that, and I love her technique with the sweaters. And when she made a mistake, she said, with the glue, she says, you know what? It's okay. And I love that because we all do that. We all accidentally stick something down. I'm like, ah.
Not me. I can't relate, but no, I'm just kidding.
Perfect, dear Mr. Perfect.
No, definitely not.
No, but she was just so good about it. And it's just another gentle reminder that we can fix our mistakes. That's what scrapbooking, card making is all about. And I loved the way she handled that. So,
Totally.
yeah.
Yes.
All right. Should we show what we made?
Yes, let's show
Okay.
what we made for Angelica's class.
Okay, so I made this card here, and I did the snow, and this is all the stuff, the elements from my class as well again, and I just freehanded the snow and created a little scene, and here's that other stamp with the coordinating die from my set, from my class that I love, wishing you wonder and delight this holiday season. So yeah, just the snow, and then I didn't even ink blend, but I love that she ink blended her night sky, but I had this like snow falling look gray in my paper set, so I just used that, but I love that she created her own, so I will be doing that.
Yes, and so I die cut all of these presents out, and then I did the same thing she did, where I started heavier down here, and then got lighter as I went up with the die cutting. And thank heavens I had those little finger daubers because that made it so easy. And then I also, when I cut out the wrapping, I also did the same thing she did, where she was like, okay, well, I'm going to pair this one with this color, this one with this color. So it gave a different look to all of the presents.
Cody, I would say you might have a lot of talent in some ink blending too, because that looks really pretty. I love the gradient that you did. That looks really good.
Thank you.
Well done.
I've watched enough of these SBC Fest that I've picked up a trick or two.
I know, right? Just keep watching SBC Fest and we will all be pros.
Yes.
I love it so much. Okay, wonderful class, wonderful tips. Thank you, Angelica. Next was Conny Craig, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, Connie, I love that she starts off when she makes her wreath, that she used the foam roll as like her
Circle.
guide.
Yes. I used to use bowls. When I was doing scrapbooking layouts, which I still do every once in a while, but I would use a bowl. So I love that she used what she had on her desk, which was the foam roll. You're
Yes.
right. Very good tip.
Yeah.
Very, very good tip. And then she started scrapbooking when she was young, which I love. A lot of us can relate to that started scrapbooking when we were young. And she had some wonderful memories from that, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And then I love that on her border, she used the other pattern papers, which I think is a great way to use up your scraps.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I did on my project.
Let's take a look. So pretty, Cody. The gradient colors. Yep.
Yeah, so I use the same, I use the boho paper pad and then the cozy paper pad with scraps that I had and just put those all around the edges.
Yeah, I felt like it looked like patchwork. And so
Totally.
I did the same on this Halloween card using our spooky collection. And I created that patchwork in the background here. If you can see the little eyeballs right there sticking out and the little gingham and the dark and then spooky. And then I created a circle just with one of our circle dies.
I did the same, well, okay.
Did you use a circle die under there?
You can barely see, there's a little piece of white right there.
Oh, yep. And it helped keep everything
Yes,
for you. Yep.
I did the same thing.
Now, I didn't go all the way around because I wanted to create some elements up here with the web and the corners. And I just cut some freehand corner scraps like that, layering a couple of different papers from the collection. But I started with white just to grab here and here the focus and one black. But I did the same thing. I did the sprigs with the bats in different colors and gradient colors going up. And I feel like I love the way it looks with the sentiment in the middle, a little shaker card, our rub-ons in the background there. Just really good techniques on doing that. Like, I love how you said like boho colors here. She used a lot of boho. It just felt really fall and fun. And I'm going to make a whole fall layout doing that same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same.
Really
I
good.
loved it. I loved both those classes.
Yeah. It came together beautifully, and she has a really beautiful style. I love it. She used the wood elements too, which were fun and just really beautiful. The sprigs really added it too. I liked adding sprigs in there. So
Totally.
really good. All right.
Yes. Well, we have more classes and more inspiration.
Yes.
So
Who's next?
now we are going to go to Erin Thompson's house, and then following Erin Thompson's, Jamie Pate is going to close it out for us.
Oh, I can't wait. Okay, friends, let's put our seatbelts on, get in our airplanes, and let's go.
Hi everyone, I'm Erin Thompson of Everyday Expressions. I am so excited to join you today for Scrapbook.com's SBC Fest Fall 2024. Today we're going to make a fall floral card. And if you know me, I don't do clean and simple. So there's lots of die cuts, lots of layers and foam tape and dimension, and it's all the things I love, including some of my favorite colors for fall. So I am so glad to join you today and that we can craft along. So I hope you enjoy it. To tell you a little bit about myself, if you're not familiar, like I said, I'm Erin Thompson. You can find me at Everyday Expressions on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. I do videos, all kinds of stuff. And so a little bit about my background. I started crafting about 10 years ago. My sister had been in the industry for a while, and I don't know what she did, because before this, I was not an overly crafty person. And I always enjoyed art and decorating my home and decorating at Christmas time, but no kind of arts and crafts kind of thing. So I don't know what she did, but she somehow got me hooked. And as soon as I used an embossing folder and I started stamping, I think it was the flowers that drew me in first, because I love to garden and I'm a girly girl, so I love all the flowers. And I was just hooked from like as soon as she put those things in my hands. And here's a little funny story. I used to be a reading specialist, and so I taught reading. And when I started making cards, I remember calling my sister and saying, now, what measurement is this? And how do I know what size to make that frame? And what size is this card? And she said, because she's a scientist, she said, it's just math. And I'm like, that doesn't help me. So, but now that I've been crafting, I get it. 5.5, 5.25, 5 inches, I get it. And so if you've ever had these struggles with measuring and knowing what size to make everything, I'm right there with you. So anyway, are you ready to craft? I am so excited. Thank you to Scrapbook.com for inviting me to teach at this fantastic event. There's so many wonderful instructors. I'm really excited to start our card. And I hope that you watched the earlier video and you did all of your homework, because we had a lot of die cutting and it just makes the process a lot easier. Like I said, I am not a clean and simple card maker, so I had a lot of work to do ahead of time. So hopefully you'll go to my YouTube channel, you'll watch the homework video, get everything all die cut, and you'll be ready to go. And that's where we'll start our class today. And it's going to take all 30 minutes that I've got just to put everything together. So are you ready? I'm so excited. Let's get started. Okay, so you have all of your die cuts already from your homework. If you haven't taken the time to watch the homework video, I would recommend just chatting along with us today and watching, and then you can go back and do the homework and come back and re-watch and craft along. So we have all of our die cut pieces and our card base, and then these are some of the tools that we need. We need our Scrapbook.com adhesive, pops of color, our Artiste glue, and then you need a craft pick, a jewel pick, your tweezers, some scissors, and did I get it all? And did I say pops of color and champagne? So let's go ahead and adhere our foil to our card base. And I like to just pick up my card base. I think it's easier to align it, especially when you have a full panel going over your card base that way. So let's see, I've got that on there. Now I'm going to take the pre-cut panel 5.25 by 4 inches and add my Scrapbook.com adhesive. One little tip I have is if you just pull it away straight from your panel, it kind of pulls and sticks the tape. So I like to give it a little flick at the end right before I pick it up. And that's just a little tip I have to easily kind of pick up your tape from the back. Now let's just get this adhered. And there we go. And now let's just set it aside. And I'm going to go ahead and move our arched die cut piece aside. And now let's go ahead and get our die cut flowers all put together. I'm going to use my Artiste glue. And let's just pull some of the flowers. Now on this part, I have to tell you, do not stress. If you really need a guide and you want to follow kind of the Scrapbook.com's guidelines, you can look on the back of the Sunny Lane florals. Those are the die cuts that we die cut out, and follow along. They have nice color-coded kind of guidelines on the back as to how the flowers should be put together. But I have to tell you, I'm kind of a lazy crafter, and that would just take too much work. So I just want to do my own thing. Let's pull out the flowers and the colors that appeal to us. And for me, it's the soft yellows, the purples, the pinks, the oranges, and I just think they'll all really come together and look like a pretty floral kind of bouquet. So I'm just picking and choosing, there's a large one, there's there's 4 of kind of some medium-sized ones, and then some smaller ones. And let's just pull out our card and add our kind of burgundy colored thanks to that, so we keep in mind what our background's going to look like, and make sure. I do think I like all of those flower colors. I think that'll look really good with our background. One thing that I like to do is I like in the fall time before everything is really turned brown and a lot of the leaves are still green. And so that was my thinking on selecting the green background. And it's like early fall when you still have the pretty greens that really look nice with the fall kind of chrysanthemum and mum colors that you get in the fall time. So I'm going ahead and let's put glue in the middle of all of our flowers, so it makes it super simple. We can select the pieces we like for the middle, and I'm just going to wing it. Like I said, I'm not looking at the back as a guide. I'm just going to pick what I like. So I'm just going in and picking some colors that I think would look nice and kind of coordinate. If we use all of the colors we already have here, plus the burgundy, we know it's all going to look good in the end. You really can't mess this up. So I guess my advice is be brave. Just pick what you like. And I kind of like the bigger, the smaller flowers for the inside of the bigger flowers, I guess is how I should say it. So I'm just kind of picking and choosing here. Let's look through. What do you think? What colors would you choose? Do you like fall colors? I think the colors in the Daybreak and Sprinkles and Vacation card packs were just perfect. When I saw those, I knew right away that a combination of several different colors from among these packs would just be so pretty together. I love the yellows with purple, the oranges with the yellows and the purple. I love even the pink with the burgundy in the middle. I just don't, there's really no way to mess this up. So just pick what you like. I will say I think the small yellow one, it's I don't know that I'd pick that middle color again. I kind of like a darker contrasting color, but it's okay. Like I said, we're not going to stress about it. So let's go ahead and add glue again to the center of these and take it up one more notch and add something else in the middle. I think it just makes it easy to add all of the glue at one time. And then I'm going to take, I like to use my jewel picker to pick these pieces up. It makes it so much easier. I like that orange. That looks good. And let's see. Another, oh, that looks really pretty. I like that one. What do you think? That light yellow in the middle of the purple and the orange. Those, I like that the dies had like circles and little small scalloped flowers. And I just think it all works so well and looks really pretty. Oops. I don't think that orange covered up the other one I'd put there, but it's fine. We won't stress. And, ooh, let's get brave and add one more thing in the middle of this big one. And there we go. Lots of layers on that one. So cute. I love it. What do you think? Really, I like these a lot. So let's go ahead, and while we have our card in front of us, let's kind of map out how we want to put our flowers on our card. I kind of like to do that. Sometimes I will even take a picture of it if I know I'm going to mess it up, and then I've got it as a reference. And I always like to count my flowers. I kind of am a rule follower with the odd numbers. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we've got our 5 in the top left corner, and then we've got 3 in the bottom right corner. And I like how they're kind of pointing. The top left corner is going to move our eye down to the bottom right corner. I think that'll look really good. Let's get our butterfly adhered. I do like to kind of fold up the little butterfly wings so that they have a little bit more dimension and they actually look like they're kind of flying. And then once it's dry, we can kind of even fold up the purple. I love that this cardstock is printed on both sides. That way, if we kind of add a little bit more interest, we can fold all of our flowers up and give the look of petals, and then fold those butterfly wings up, and the color is still on the bottom. Really nice that it's printed on both sides. One little tip I have here, I have these little cellophane bags to send my cards in to keep them nice. I like to use them when we've die cut a whole bunch, and I know I'm going to be using a lot of these die cuts again. I can put them in this little pouch and put it right in with my dies and have them to use for my next card. Keeps it all together when we've done all the work of die cutting at one time. So I'm moving a piece of sticky notes to the side. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. And sometimes I use this to dab off a little bit of extra glue. Not sure if I'll need it now or not, but let's take our white die cut and get our glue on there. I try not to be too heavy-handed because I find when if you're too heavy-handed and you add the other die cut over it, it just makes a complete mess. And I don't like all that extra glue kind of running out or sticking out. So it looks like it's fine. I don't think I put too much glue on here. I don't need to dab it off on my scratch paper. But I like to use my reverse tweezers, and I guess I don't need it on this one. And I'm just adhering the gold thanks over that white die cut just to give it a little bit of extra power. It's a little bit stronger. It's not as flimsy this way. You can also die cut several if you wanted to give it even more dimension, and I hate to try and put foam tape on the back of these delicate die cuts. So I will often die cut 4 or 5 at a time and adhere them. And it's really sturdy and then gives a lot of dimension. So let's just leave that burgundy right now. We won't add that over the top. And let's go ahead and get our foam tape added to these arches. I hope that it's going to give it enough sturdiness, and if not, maybe next time we will die cut several of these arches, keep them taped together and die cut, and instead of using foam tape, give it dimension with just several die cuts. But let's see how this one goes. I love this. I think it's 1/4 inch size foam tape from Scrapbook.com. Most of the time it's like a 1/2 inch, and you can even get an inch. And if we're careful, we'll get it right in the arch, because it's just about 1/4 of an inch. And try not to be too messy here and let it stick out the edges. I hate that. But I'm going to try to work quickly and get it on here. And hopefully, like I said, this will give us enough dimension. The curved part takes a little bit extra attention. Let's get one up here. And then one here on this side. So bear with me. Here's where I said I'm not a clean and simple crafter. There's nothing easy. It's not like this card is difficult to put together. It's just got a lot of these die cut pieces, but I think you'll agree at the end, it's worth it. So now let's get the foam tape on this small arch. And there's so many ways you could put this card together. We could have kept, a solid arch here for the middle. One other thing I like to do is double up the foam tape. And so let's say the outer arch maybe was only one foam tape thickness, and then the smaller one you could double up the foam tape and have even more dimension. I love that look, but for the sake of time, we're only doing one. Okay, let's get this tape removed from the back, and then we're going to adhere the light green die cut arch to that one. And because we chose the 3 and the 5, when we die cut the 4, it should easily fit inside this arch and then not have any edges showing. So let's get this lined up. Shouldn't be too hard. There we go. Got it? And now I'm going to, let's add some glue, and that way we have a little bit of wiggle room when we're adhering it. I'm not going to put it on too thick, so we might not have a lot of room to move it, but it'll give a little bit of wiggle room. And there is a little bit of foam tape sticking on the, out of the edge. So place this in the middle of your darker green frame. And try to, make sure it's even on the left and the right side, top and bottom. And did we get it? It might be a little bit off, but I think it's okay. And then I'm going to take my bone folder here and just gently kind of smooth around where I know the foam tape is. Now let's get our smaller arch placed. Remove all that foam tape. And let's go ahead and add some Artiste glue. So once again, we have a little bit of wiggle room. And I have to say, I think this holographic mirror paper, I just love the selection. I love the little stars and the glitter on some of the other pages, but I thought the solid gold foil was really pretty. You can't go wrong with gold and fall colors, I don't think. So there we go. That's all placed. And and now it's easy because we've already got our layout figured out. We already kind of eyeballed that. So let's just see where it's going to be placed on the arches. That pink one can go there. Oh, I like the orange with that. That looks really pretty. And then we'll do then an orange in the opposite corner. I definitely am kind of a symmetrical card maker. If I put something on one place, I'll kind of in the opposite place put that same kind of element or color. I think it's just an easy, there's not a lot of brain work involved. If you do it in one corner, use that same color in the other corner, and it's going to balance and be kind of pleasing and symmetrical. So on the big flower, I just put some glue there on the arch, because we know the rest of the flower, it's popped up. And so I didn't want the flower to kind of catch on the background. And let's get that purple one. That looks good. Let's get some, let's pop this one up. What do you think? Let's use a square foam. And pop this one, give it a little bit of dimension. I think that'll look really good. So let's get that on there, pull the backing off, and right here on the frame, but over that yellow flower, that looks good. And let's add another one on this orange one. I told you I love lots of dimension. That looks cute. So the purple one we tucked behind, let's tuck this one behind the pink one. I just love that pink flower. And so like I said, opposite corner, we're going to add another orange flower there on the frame. And let's get this purple one on the inner frame. And let's add, what do you think? Another a foam square to the back of this one. And put it, what do you think? Right there. That looks great. I love it. So let's go ahead and add some Artiste glue to this kind of burgundy die cut. Let's use our reverse tweezers for this. And add some glue. Not too much. We don't want to make a mess, right? What do you think about those arches? Those nested A2 arches. I love. Do you know there are 12 dies in that set? And I really like that we could use one. We could use, let's dab this one off. There's quite a bit of glue on that one. There we go. And now I'm going to do kind of an offset shadow. When you have a delicate die, it just gives it a little bit of something, some interest, and helps it stand out a little bit more. And because we used gold, it's not going to really pop. The gold will kind of blend to the background, but yet it gives it a little bit of something extra. So what I was saying about the arches, I like that I can use one like we did in the light green background, or you can use two and cut out that frame. I think there's just so much you can do with them. I'm just kind of obsessed with them right now. So here, let's figure out, like, I think the H and the K, it actually fit perfectly over the arches, and I can just put some glue on those, and let's see how it works. I think when we eyeballed it, I think that was the perfect spot for the glue, and it's pretty much centered. So let's get it here and kind of put it under some of those flowers, but yet not to really cover up our sentiment. And yep, look, how's that? We did a great job. That H and that K, perfect right there. So get that to kind of set and adhere. Look at that. Pick it up, kind of eyeball it. You have a little bit of wiggle room. Let's straighten that K out just a little bit. Yay. And like I said, if we had cut several of those out and really made it sturdy and given it lots of dimension, that would have looked great. Let's add this fifth flower. Let's tuck it in right back there. Just one more so that we've got our odd number, and it kind of pulls your eye down to the sentiment and then down to the right corner. Now, let's get all of our greenery added in. I always add the green last because I like to layer it behind and over the flowers, and I'm just going to add a little bit of glue right to the bottom. Oops, drop my glue. And now tuck it in there. And once again, you know what? If we kind of follow the symmetrical rule, if we add one here, let's add one to the right of our flowers. Get some glue there. And let's tuck that one up here, kind of right there. That looks good. I like it. It's kind of rounding around the arch. That looks cute. And I love this little piece of greenery. It's a nice little accent piece. And I like that we cut our greenery in 3 different colors, but do not stress about it. Just start tucking in pieces, and you can see, you know, when we get finished, there's going to be a lot going on, but the greenery is just, it really adds something to it, but you can't do it wrong. So don't stress. Let's just, you know, we're just going to add some of these pieces here and there. And like I said, if I add one place, lots of times symmetrically, you'll see me add it someplace else. It looks really good tucked behind a flower and then over top of another one in the back. That looks really cute. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think we should, what do you think? I think we should remake this card again later, and let's do it with like the foliage in the background being more of the browns and neutrals, maybe with the gold. What do you think? I think that would look really pretty. What's your vote? Would you vote for that one? I think it would give it a totally different look, but be so pretty, more for like maybe November. For kind of a harvest card. Wouldn't that be so pretty? Anyone would love that. And, you know, there's the thank you or just the hello and the thank you dies. I love a good hello card. You don't need a reason to send it, just for any reason. Or even, what if you're a scrapbooker and you're doing a layout for Thanksgiving? How pretty would all of these flowers be? I'm not really a scrapbooker. I do mini albums, but I think in the browns and these fall colors, I just think that would be beautiful on a scrapbook layout. I'd love for someone to do that and then send me a picture of it. What do you think? I love the greens here, the little leaves. Let's see. Where should we put this one? Right? Yeah, let's put this one down here somewhere maybe. Just tuck that in. Like I said, there's no right or wrong. I like it. I think it's really looking pretty. And I do think it's serving the purpose, like I said, early fall, when we've still got the green going on. I like it. Let's get these foam squares out of the way. Where should we tuck this one? Let's see. Up in the top, or maybe over here. What's your favorite flower in all of this? I tell you, I love the big yellow one, but I keep looking at this pink one, and I think it might be my favorite. I don't know if I can pick one. I love that big yellow daisy, but this pink chrysanthemum or mum keeps drawing my eye to it. I think it's so pretty. Okay, what are you thinking? Are you a throw it all on there kind of card maker, or do you think, is this just way too much? I know my card making style is not for everybody. I get that. But like I said in the intro, I am not a clean and simple card maker. I love the concept that more is more, and that's pretty much me. And don't forget, if you like to add lots of layers, some people don't know this. I thought everybody knew it, but they don't. You can purchase non-machinable. You have to go up to the desk and ask at the post office, non-machinable stamps. And that way they will not charge you for, it can't be too thick. And as long as it's like an A2 card and you purchase a non-machinable stamp, I think it's still less than $1. I know prices are going up, or went up. But if I put this card in an envelope and I paid for it, it would probably be $3 or $4. But with a non-machinable stamp, it's less than $1. So let's get our butterfly on here. Love it. How cute is that? I think this butterfly would be cute with gold also. And let's get our pops of color. Oops. Wait, I forgot the little plug. I love that they don't dry out. You have to unscrew the top. And then I use my tweezers, pull that little plug out. There we go. And I always start, let's do a couple of test runs on a scrap piece of paper. Hold your bottle straight up and down. Make sure there's no air bubbles. Perfect. And let's use that champagne pops of color in the middle of all of our flowers for a little bit of pretty kind of gold flaky. Instead of adding bling, we're using pops of color here just on our flowers. We certainly don't need it anywhere else. We've got a whole bunch going on. But, these pops of color, I just love them. And so you always want to kind of pick it up, tap the bottom just a couple of times. We'll do that when we're done. Get that right there. Add a little bit more. Yay. What do you think? Perfect. Pick it up. Let's get the lid on. Let's see. And there we go. Tap it a couple of times. You don't want any of those little pointy ends. And when you tap it, it kind of levels out. And there we go. So what do you think? Did you like it? I told you I'm not clean and simple, but I love all of the dimension. Foam pops everything up, but most of all, I love the florals and the colors of fall, and the gold I think was a fantastic accent. So I hope you had a good time. Stay tuned. Watch all of the other fantastic designers. I can't wait to see what they're going to do. And thanks for joining me. I had a great time crafting with you today. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Hi, everybody. This is Jamie Pate. Welcome to SBC Fest. Are you excited? I think we've expressed how excited we are to be here this weekend. This is such a great opportunity, no? Thank you, SBC Fest, for inviting me to be part of this amazing, inspirational making weekend. And I hope you too are grateful for all of the amazing makers that they have brought together to just share what they love to do. That's why I'm here today, because I love to do this. I have been dabbling in scrapbooking and stamping and card making and tag making, and the list goes on. I love it all, and I've been doing it for, I think, about 27 years now, which is a really long time. But that's so great about this, is that there's always something to learn. There's always something to make. There's always something to get just really giddy and excited about. And I get giddy and excited about paper. It's just my jam. So today we are going to be crafting a mini album together. I just love mini albums, and I have quite the assortment of them. Here's the thing. I really love photography. I love taking photos of the moments, the memories, the events. I love to write and tell the story of what happened. I most assuredly love going back in time and looking at those moments that just are so powerful. Time will go by no matter how we spend it. I like to spend some of my time stopping and printing the photo and putting it in a book. and I love the pretty stuff. So today we're going to be making a mini album. It measures 5 by 6. It's very thematic, which you will see at the onset, but it is open to interpretation. You can add or take away anything you want. And I'm showing you quite a few different ways to add the paper. Take your time with it. My suggestion is kick back and watch and absorb what it is and how this is coming together. And then maybe at another time, come back and make it then. I'll be in the chat. I would love to hear your questions. Please say hi. And let me show you now a look at what this album is that we're going to be making, and then we'll get started. All right, like I said, it's 5 by 6 album with the vellum cover. Then we have this acetate part that we're going to be adhering to our binding. It has another interactive element. We have these pockets here on this beautiful vellum. Got some interactive tags that are on the page, and there's a cutout of the tree. I told you the theme's pretty strong here. Vellum, and then even this little pocket hideaway there. I have another belly band here on this side. You're seeing that the pages are all attached basically to each other one way or another. So let me show you exactly how we're going to put this together. All right, everyone, as we get started here, let me share the supplies that we're going to be working from and some thoughts about that as well. So I have here a lot of crepe paper, mittens, and mistletoe. And the reason I chose the collection is the colorway. I wanted to kind of stay, I do have some black and white in here, just to kind of pop some things, but I mostly wanted to stay with the greens and this kind of bluish thing. What's really going to work if you're pulling from your own stash is a collection, something that's just going to work back into itself. You're going to see there's one little place in this project where I'm like, okay, let's do a little something different with that. And you're going to see that come up, and that's because of the double-sided page situation. So 12 by 12 paper is going to be a great choice. You're going to see, though, for the most part, I'm cutting each of the pieces in half and only using half of it. So that means 6 by 8 paper will work for you. 6 by 6 paper is going to work as well, believe it or not. And so not only do I have a collection and trying to stay, this is not part of the collection. This is P13. I believe this is called, I want to call it Christmas Charm. I don't think that's actually the name of it. So let's just read the name of it. So this is Christmas Charm, and it worked with the colors. That's why I chose it. So this is also a fun exercise to kind of go through your stash and like shop a colorway. And while I'm on this subject, I want to also kind of give a disclaimer to the idea that the theme that I'm going to share today, while we're using a pretty strong icon, you can substitute a lot of different icons in for that. So we're going to be using, I'll just go ahead and grab it right now and show you what I'm talking about. The nested tree die is going to be a thematic part of our project today. But that being said, you could use just snowflakes. You could use hearts. You could use stars. You could use butterflies. That's what's coming to my brain right now. So I just want you to know, think outside the tree line, because you can really make this project work for a lot of different themes. I've also grabbed one of my favorite vellums. This is by Pate. It's the dotted, or it's dots rather. And then just some regular vellum is going to be very helpful for the making of the inside of this project. Along with that, I'm going to be reaching for the mixed media paper pad, which actually we utilized to an extent already in the homework, along with the holographic mirror paper, which is so much fun for this. And we'll talk about the homework in a second. But I did provide several items that we could go ahead and have ready so that we could just kind of jump right into the fun of the making. Prepping is my friend, but the making is where it's at, right? And so along with this, the snowflakes die, that's not a die, that's a stencil, is going to be utilized in this project. You already saw how I use the nested trees. Super fun. There's just so many things you can do with this die set. You just need it, okay? Also going to be using the snowflakes. This is a 6-piece set. There's 3 large, 3 medium, 3 small. We're going to be using all those. But yet again, we did this in the homework video as well. So it what this was making, it's ready to go. Also in our homework, we made use of the tall, skinny DIY pockets. We're utilizing these as well. And so this has been done already. You're also going to need some chipboard. And I also pre-cut the chipboard in the homework video as well. So this is a 5x6. This is the only piece of chipboard we're going to need though for the whole thing. All right, so let's talk about a couple of elements here that are going to come in handy. I'm reaching for the Evergreen Distress Oxide ink pad, along with this really pretty sage ribbon from Vivant, I believe is how you say that. They also have this silver cord. Super love this. This is just really beautiful. And an ink blending brush will come in handy. I grabbed a couple more ribbons in the same color just because I wasn't quite sure. I just wanted to kind of leave my options open for that. And then we are for sure, and actually already have, made use of the snowflake glitter pops of color. We did that in the homework also, and I'm going to show you what all that homework looks like here in just a moment. And we're going to be utilizing just basic craft tools like a trimmer, a scoreboard. I have my work space mat out that I always constantly work on, whether I'm cutting or not, scissors, and adhesive. Let's just talk about the adhesive real quick, because boy, do we need our adhesive to stay strong. And because of the nature of this project, I am going to be depending upon double-sided adhesive. I reach for this 3/4 width quite often. The quarter inch comes in pretty handy, and so does this 1/8 inch for one of the pages. And then this is always handy dandy to have the dotted. It starts temporary, but then it ends up being a permanent. And more than likely, I will probably reach for the artist glue as well. Okay, real quick, let's chat about the homework that we have already prepped. All right, so in our homework, we use the snowflakes stencil and the pops of color to craft on these 2 pieces of mixed media paper, a stencil snowflake. And so these are going to be utilized for our covers. So this is a full 6x8 piece, and then a 5x6 piece. We'll be cutting this one down here momentarily. Then we've had a fun little technique with the nested trees, and we made this little tree card. And so I show you in the homework exactly how to do that. So this is at the ready. We also went ahead and prepped some pockets. And by prepping, I mean we cut and we folded, and we also went ahead and added adhesive. I just thought it'd be a great idea to have that. I really like this idea. After I did this, I'm like, I just need to have those always at the ready, if you ask me. And then a couple other things that we prepped is I cut this tree, and I talked about which tree this is that we cut. And so this is going to end up being a tag, actually. And then we did not pre-cut. It's just kind of an extra, but you're going to see how this comes to fruition here pretty soon. And of course, snowflakes, a bunch of snowflakes. We used the holographic paper. We ran those through a couple times. I talk about some techniques in cutting that paper. And then last but not least, I needed this little joy, because we all need joy. And I talk about this little hack I did for using these word fetty stamps all at once, not this one, but these for sure, all at once to mass stamp these now journal strips. Ta-da! So check out that homework video. All right, I think we can get started now. Who's excited? Raise your hands in the chat if you were excited, because I'm excited. I really love how this project came out. I showed this to you in the intro, and so I'm going to be referring to this as we work on this. And so you're going to see that it sits on a base. This is my base. This is chipboard is in between here. So let's work on that first. Let's get this back in order too. Ta-da! There we go. So I mentioned before how we need 2 of these snowflake mixed media heavy stock cards. So this is already 6 inches wide, and I need a 5x6 piece. So I'm just going to cut this at 5 inches. Set this aside because we're going to need this later, okay? So now you have 2 of the stenciled snowflakes, okay? And they're going to be part of our cover. And I know you're saying, Jamie, but in the thing that doesn't have it on the cover, I know, trust me, just trust me. I'm not going to let you down here. In our video for our homework, we also pre-cut the chipboard to 5x6 also. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab the silicone mat, and we're going to just ink the edges of the 2 chipboard pieces. These aren't chipboard. Mixed media pieces, just on the edge. This was my color of choice for my project. So that's why I'm going for the evergreen bough. And so as we're working this here, you might not actually be playing along right with me, and that's fine. If you're like me, you like to see kind of how all the pieces come together first. And I have watched all the SBC Fest in the past, and there have been times where I have prepped all my pieces, my supplies first, and then come to the end and been exhausted. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to watch the chat, trying to do all the things. And so I've decided, you know what? It's just okay just to kind of hang out, drink my coffee, eat my muffin, talk to all the lovely people that have come to be part of this in the chat, and kind of take in the whole essence of the project at hand. So that has been my choice. I think we're all different, and I'd love to know in the chat right now, are you actually making along? And if you're making along, you're probably not actually even able to answer me in the chat, and that's okay. I totally get it. But there might even be some things that you're like, okay, this instructor, I'm going to sit and watch. This instructor, I so want to make with them. So I totally get that. So I've just added a little bit of color to the edge because of my color choices. If you do then choose a different collection, then make it your color choice, okay? Okay, for the construction of starting the covers, and basically what we're going to do is build from the back up. So I'm just pre-cutting these 2 papers to make them 6 by 12. Everything I need in my book is going to be 6 inches tall. So I'm going to come in here and trim this at 1.5 and then at 1. So I have 2 of these strips, 1.5 and 1. While I have this in here, I don't think I mentioned a scoring tool is going to be important also, but a scoring tool is going to be important. Okay, now for each of these strips, I'm coming in here and scoring at 1/2 inch. Well, 1/2 inch and then 1 inch, but they're all 1/2 inch apart. This is only 1 inch wide. This needs to be right down the middle at 1/2 inch. Yes, I know. I'm using not the tool that comes with this to score. It's because I go back and forth with the trimming so much that I just do it this way. You do it the way that works best for you. So we're going to trim this paper at 1.5 and then 1. And you just see that 1 there. And then we're going to come in on each of these and do 1/2 inch. So this gets just done once. And the 1.5 inch, we're going to do 1/2 inch, then 1.5 inches. I know I've said that lots of times now. It will make sense here in a moment when we actually put it to work. Okay, so there is now these 1.5 inch strips. We need them right now. Go ahead and set these aside because we'll use them later on. Go ahead and get these folded at their creases and create in them some nice deep creases. They are going to be folded fairly often, or not folded, but turned. So these are basically the binding pieces for our front cover, but we're going to be attaching them to the back here first. All right, so choose. Now what we've done here with these, they're eventually going to look like this. So one's going to be in the very back. I believe in finishing the back of our books. Okay, so I'm going to choose this one as our back, and I'm laying it down flat on our surface because that's the back side of it, and then I'm looking on the inside of it basically. I want to use the, I don't know, kind of a buffalo print is what we have on here. And it's going to eventually sit in here like this. Okay, so as I have this turned down towards me, facing me, this last part of the fold, inside that fold is where I'm going to be adding the adhesive, okay? So you have 3 sections of folds here, but I just need this last one, and I'm going to turn my book. This is going to be situated on the left side of our cover. And I want to come in here as close as possible and give that place. Okay? So you know what we're doing. We just created this right here. And there it is. Now we're going to do it on the opposite side. Okay? So this guy does the same thing. It's coming in here, and I want it to be, I just want to make sure I know what side I'm doing my adhesive on. All right, so lay your adhesive there inside that fold. You're going to see me doing this a lot. I like to burnish the adhesive down. When I do that, I feel like it comes up a little bit easier, but then it's also attached really well. So we're doing the same thing here on the opposite side. So I'm going to fold that down, and my fold is going to line up with the edge of my back. Oops, I got a little sticky there. There we go, there we go. I think we got it in place, and then I come back in and burnish again. Okay, so we have that. See how that's working out? We've got this here on this side. We have this here on that side. Ta-da! Okay. So now this is where the chipboard will come in handy. And the chipboard is going to be situated in such a way that you're not going to see it. And again, what's a little tricky with this is that, I don't know if you noticed when I showed you my sample, I have a little bit of gaps going on here. I didn't do big, heavy adhesive because it was my sample and I was still kind of playing around with the concept. And so I went easy on the adhesive. Now that I'm actually putting this for reals and for keeps, I want to get the adhesive as close to the edge as I can without going over. And so that's what I am doing here. So it looks a little awkward, but this is what works for me. I like the 3/4 inch. It just has such great surface instead of just maybe using the 1/4 inch, which is still going to work. It's not that it doesn't work. I just like when I know I'm making a mini album that's going to be getting a lot of love through the years, that these pieces need to work for me and not against me and stay good and sticky. So we're going to we'll be doing this right here a lot today, especially as this first half of the class, we're in the midst of getting everything into place. So bear with us here as we do that, but I think it's important that we talk all these situations through so that when you get your book made, it's good and made, okay? So this, as you saw, I put right in the middle of these 2 folds here, and that's exactly all they need to do. So that's ready to go. At this point in the game, you can probably figure out we're going to be ending up putting this here, but not yet. So set this aside. Okay, to remind you, we're starting this book and the pages from the back of the book forward. And you're going to see why. It's because of the way we're going to be binding our book as we go. So this first page that we're working on is this one right here. It's this black pattern that I'm going for. So I'm going to trim my paper. I need a 4.5 by 6 inch piece of pattern paper. So I've turned it so that the length is 6 inches. I'm going to trim this right down at 4.5. I'm going to set the rest of this aside. And I'm going to be scoring along the 4.5 inch edge. So just to be mindful of that. Okay, this has a pattern on the back, so I need to be mindful of it. And I need for my score to be over here on this side. So I'm going to actually turn this over like this at 3.5. So I marked here at the 3.5 on my ruler. So that's 3.5 and 3 5/8. And that 3 5/8 is the mark in between the half and the quarter mark. So we're just kind of giving ourselves a little bit of an edge here. I am doing this here on this paper as well as another page because I just wanted to make sure we've provided lots of room inside of our book already by the way we're going to be binding it together. We have a 1/2 inch and all this lovely space for adding layers and photos and pockets and journal spots and what have you. So that was the idea behind that. Okay, so that is now part or page 6, and we're just going to go ahead and add this to the inside of our chipboard. So we need, again, just at where that last fold is, okay? There's no fold here on this paper, on this part of the page at all, because I need those folds to be part of the turning apparatus, if you will. I'm not really quite sure what word to use there. And when you get to a place where you're videoing your work and you're trying to explain things, you just lose all the words. There's no more words. I'm just making this up as I go, pretty much. So forgive me if I don't have words. I'm going to go ahead and turn my book because I just want to line again, just like we did before when we were adding our binding edges. I just want to get this lined up here on the chipboard to the edge to the best of my ability. So take your time. Don't do what I just did because I didn't do a great job there. Fortunately, we have a little bit of give time with double-sided adhesive. Not a lot, though. So let me just give this one more go here. Ta-da! Okay. I'm going to actually turn it so I can see it a little bit better. I'm going to start at the top corner. I'm going to kind of hold my top corner in place. I'm going to align this so I can see. I'm hovering. This is not attached yet. I'm hovering, and I'm much happier with that there. Okay, so now just kind of go in there and fuddle with this because you have that other fold. And see how that folds there? That turns. Oh, I love that. I just think that's nice and good there. Ta-da! All right, for what I'm calling paper 5, page 5, I need a 5x6 piece of paper. So again, this is already 6 inches tall. I've already trimmed it to 6 inches tall. I'm going to just trim it out at 5 inches right there. And yes, you guessed it, we need a score on this. And this time we need the score to be on this side. So I'm just going to move it over to this 1 inches here because this part right here needs to be my 1 inch, okay? So give yours a good score without going right through. And give it a nice, good, deep crease as well. That's going to be helpful. Now, as we're prepping these pages, we're not automatically adding all of them in. So I like to grab a piece of mint tape, and I'm going to write on here, since this is all ready to go, I'm just going to write page 5 so that I know what that is for. And actually, real quick, before moving on from page 5, this pattern here on the back side is going to be seen, and I don't prefer it in this situation. Don't get me wrong. It's a lovely pattern. The flowers are gorgeous. Nothing's wrong with it at all. It's not working for how it's going to play into my book. And I think in my original book, I might have added another pattern paper. And yeah, I've just changed my mind since doing that. So this is a really easy fix here. So just adding in our adhesive paper along those 3 edges and pulling off our backer paper. And I just have just a plain piece of white cardstock. It's not even that heavy. And just going to line it up to the fold because I still need that to fold really nicely. And make sure my top edge there is covered. And then I just need to trim it off. So that's as simple as that. And again, as you make your book, you might be like, I like the pattern that's showing. Then you don't have to cover it. The only reason I did it was because it was just a lot of pattern that was going to be going on. And so now you can set aside page 5. All right, we're going to jump in here and do what I'm calling page 4. So that comes after 5. Okay, so I kind of jumped ahead a little bit here, forgive me, but I've already trimmed my paper to a 6x6. So you're just gonna need pattern paper that is 6x6. And if you have a pattern on the other side, just make sure that it is sitting upright and going in the right direction. Not that I know anything about that. However, let's go now and score. So I want this to be scored at 2 inches. So you just come into your 2-inch mark, looking down at the side that's going to be the top. So let me show you what we're doing, because it's not too terribly complicated, but there's just some moving parts going on here. We're working on this page right here, okay? And it needs to connect back here. So we're going to need to make some space for this tree. So 4 inches should be enough. So I'm going to come in here just a smidgen under 2 inches, okay? And give that a nice score. Now that that's done, I'm going to pull in the spellbinders here. What is going to kind of help a little bit though is to go ahead and make your fold where you have scored this, okay? So go ahead and just take a moment to get that already creased, but open it back up when you set it on the platform. I'm using this beloved P6 Spellbinders. I just love this machine so much. I'm grabbing the nested trees again. So the big one, if the big one's number 1, then the next one would be number 2, and that's the one I'm going to be utilizing. And it's going to come in here, and it's going to be a little snug, but it works. It's going to come in here on this 4-inch side of our scored 6x6 paper. So our score is right here. I don't know if you can see that in the screen. And so I'm coming in here right on that 4-inch side, and it's going to fit, but you just got to make sure it does actually fit. So let's go ahead and run this through the machine just like this. And then you'll see how this works. This is really fun. This is getting to the really fun part of the binding. I'm going to go ahead and just pull that off of its platform here, making sure. I like to check the back side to make sure everything is, yep. I did this before. I didn't, for some reason, I'm not getting this little bottom part of the tree stump cut. So I'm just going to run it through. That should be good, and back out again. Okay, yeah, it's good now. And then, so this tree here, be careful with your mint tape. It is very gentle on paper, but you don't want to get ruckus with it. And I like to peel it back. This here, we will utilize this in a little bit. So set it aside so you have it. Okay, now you got your page here. Let's get our supplies out of the way. I'm a big fan on let your supplies mingle, but keep your space clear of the tools. Okay, the next thing you're going to need, that's part of this page here, is a piece of vellum. I'm trimming this vellum here to 4x6. So I'm just going to go down here on its short end at 4 inches and then 6. Okay. Now this time it doesn't matter which direction it goes, right? But we need a tiny, teeny score of 1/4, just 1/4 inch, okay? And I'm using Scrapbook.com's vellum. It's a great weight of a vellum. Vellum, though, just notoriously gets a little persnickety when you are scoring it, and you probably already know that if you have ever scored vellum. It's not impossible to get it to fold, but just be careful because you also don't want it to crack. You don't want to go through it with your fold tool either. All right, so I am going to use a tape runner for this. I like a tape runner with vellum because it's a little bit more see-through, and this is going to kind of show, but you for sure won't be seeing this adhesive. So taking our page number 4, open it back up, don't wrinkle your die cut, and it's going to come and snug up here against the fold, and it's going to be the vellum behind our tree. I think it looks really pretty like this. Okay, now grab page number 5 again. Remember page number 5, we marked it. I'm flipping it over. And we're going to adhere this to page 5 Make sure our vellum is in place. Sometimes I didn't burnish it. That would help if I did that. So I'm going to get my tool out again and let it know that I mean business. But right here, I'm going to create a little pocket. And for this technique, I prefer the 1/8 inch because I just want to give the pocket space just that, as much space as I can give it. Okay, so this is just a real easy way to not only add a page to a mini album like we're doing here, it's also a great way to form a pocket. All right, backers off. And then we have our fold here. I'll just go ahead and turn that. And again, this is going to come up. We have a fold here on this paper. We have a fold here. We are going to snuggle those folds up as best as we can and just burnish that down a little bit and then set this aside. Okay, for paper, page number 3, we again need a 6x6. So I'm just going to trim this up so it is exactly that, 6 by 6 inches. All right, because of the way my pattern goes, it doesn't matter where I add my score, but I do need a 1-inch score. So I'm going to give that. And remember how we talked about earlier that I just want to give a little bit extra space to these pages. So I'm going to come over a 1/4 inch and I'm going to give another score. And so this is going to double up the way this page turns and has like kind of its own little spine, basically. There's plenty of room still inside our book to have this kind of a spine. All right. So now we're kind of actually getting to the end of the pages. You're going to see how these next couple pages turn out. But let's get this guy in place. So what I need to do, let me think here about what I'm doing, because thinking is good. Because basically I'm going to wrap this around these pages here. Okay, so I need my adhesive. This is the thinking part. I need my adhesive to be on the inside, what I'm calling the inside of this pattern paper. You know when you misplace your scissors? Yeah, that might have just happened right now. There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna give this some burnish. Pull off that backer paper. Whoops, got a little bit of issue here. Let's try that again. All right, that's better. So I'm wrapping this around. This gets a little tricky. It might be helpful to just fold that and that first folds. This is my inch, and we're going to line this up. Same as before, as close to that folded edge as you can. Get it snuggled up there. Super hard for me to talk and get that in place. And this is going to swing back around to the front. Now, let's bring our chipboard back in. And we could have done this earlier, but at this point we can adhere. I'm just going to make sure everything fits here nicely. We can adhere. You know what? This is just a little snug over here. So I'm going to grab a craft knife and my ruler, because now that these other papers are in place, when we had exact measurements before, now we have to just kind of take into account that, well, maybe my fold is not going to fold as well. And so that's what I'm kind of making sure here. And so I'm a lot happier with that now. So just check things before you actually commit to the things. Can you hear the plane? I don't know what's going on today. The planes just seem especially loud. I know why, because I'm recording. That's why they're extra loud. Anyone else live in a flight path? Yep. So please forgive the jets going overhead. Okay. Does anyone use this 3/4 inch double-sided adhesive tape much? I just love this size so much. And, you know, this is getting, here's the thing, we're adhering this to chipboard. And so, yeah, it's just got to hang on for its life. That's what I say. So that's what's going on here. I mean, you wouldn't think, but maybe you would. I mean, adhesive is kind of an important thing, right? Adhesive is an important thing. And totally honest here, and I'm always only honest, I just love the double-sided adhesive from Scrapbook.com. So if you haven't used that, here's a great opportunity to start doing that. Okay, we got a couple things going on here because we need to snuggle up to this fold over here, because remember, this still has to fold over, right? So we got to snuggle up to this fold over here. And we got to make sure we're even here along our edges, top, bottom, side, and my chipboard is not playing nicely. So what do we got to do? We got to come in here and trim this just a little bit. So you might have the same situation, which is a beautiful thing about paper. You can just trim it. Just trim things down, clean them up. It's all good. It's super all good. Okay, I'm still kind of struggling with this, but I'm going to make it work. At this point now, I'm just going to fold that over, and it's good. It's good. Okay, so now our inserts, the pages that we have made so far. So basically, you're turning over page 5, right? Only because we still had that attached to our paper. More adding on the double-sided adhesive. Okay, and I got that too long. I'll need to trim that. I'm going to go ahead and do it now. All right. This is going to sit on top of this paper here. This was paper 6. This is paper 5. Now that we've wrapped around our other pages, now we can adhere it to the back. If I can get this pulled up. Boy, we're struggling here. On the struggle bus. All right, there we go. All right, here we go again. Let's line this baby up. A little extra tricky here. Just flatten this out. That might help your situation because we have 2 folds on that back paper, and we want to have this come on the flat part of the paper, not be attached to the fold. So just take your time. It'll work out. So here we are. We have these pages. Oh, and let's not forget, remember we set aside this little tree earlier? Yeah, it fits right inside that pocket right there. How cute is that? And flip. We can remove page 5 now because it's already in place. And there we go. Okay, so we have one more page that's going to go in here before we get to our covers. All right, this is where this beautiful jot vellum comes in. And this needs to be 4 3/4 by 6. I've already cut the 6, so here we are at 4 3/4. Now, along my 4 3/4 edge, I am going to score it 1/2 inch. I could have done a 1/4 inch. With this particular vellum, I just felt like I needed to give it a little bit more room to fold. So that is a little tip to kind of knowing your products. This particular vellum is thinner than the Scrapbook.com. It's a little more difficult to get folded, to be completely honest. That doesn't stop me from using it. It just makes me realize, okay, take your time on this. Give it as good a fold as you possibly can and get it to do what you want it to do with all gentleness and kindness. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So I am going to bring it all the way down, making sure it's straight. It wants to kind of come in here a little bit. So I'm going to, again, just straighten that up. And it's not rocket science for this paper. for how wide it is. I mean, if you infringe on this space here, it's actually absolutely fine. This has a lot of freedom as to how wide this can be. And this is super simple. This is probably one of the simplest pages we're going to do. So right on top of here, again, yes, along the edge. Can she repeat herself enough? You have it even on that top flat part of the page. Okay, so just kind of fiddle with it a little bit. We're not going anywhere. We'll be here. Okay, so then this is another page, and we have a little technique we're going to add to this later on. That's really pretty. Okay, now we have another page to go on here, but it's part of the cover as well. One of the things I realized I failed to talk about at the beginning of our video was acetate, that I'm going to be using a piece of acetate. And so I have that listed in my supply. So I didn't forget about it. I just didn't talk about it today when we started. I need a piece of acetate that is going to measure 5 by 6. You saw me trim at the 6 inches. Here's the 5 inches, okay? And so now that we have this trimmed down, it's going to be adhered to the right side folded paper. Remember our right side folded papers on the body of our mini album? This one right here. Okay, so what's going to happen here is that this is going to attach to the top part here of our folded binding, and then we're going to cover the rest of that up. So just kind of set your acetate aside where you can easily just go back and reach it. I'm grabbing the 1/8 inch double-sided adhesive here. And I still haven't found my big scissors. Have you seen them? Tell me, please tell me. I am not the only one this happens to. We have got to be in unison here when it comes to losing our supplies. Our tools, rather. Don't lose the supplies. I mean, we can always pick up another pair of scissors, right? Okay, so we have that first fold here. That's what I'm going to lay this acetate up against. This is kind of a little tricky too. I mean, did I make a trickier project? I think when you start playing with this and you get these pieces in place, you're going to be like, oh, don't do what I just did. Okay, let's try it again. Slow down, James. I'm trying to get it where I want you guys to be able to see it, but I need to see it also. All right, so shimmying it up against my fold. I'm not laying it down yet, but I'm lining it up. Okay, I think I've got it really well here. And we'll know by yes, you should be able to still be able to fold this, okay? So that's what's going on there with that. And remember our pieces from earlier? Remember when we trimmed out the 1 inch pieces at the same time we did the 1.5 inch pieces? And then we gave them a score right down the middle. So now we just have a 1/2 and a 1/2. So that's the piece that we can come back over here and cover and make it look very unified, okay? And remember, we don't want that other 1/2 piece because it's underneath. So we just needed this 1 inch piece to make this. I know, I just thought it would be nice to kind of cover up where the adhesive is applied to this pattern paper. So that was my thinking there. So we need 2 strips of double-sided adhesive. I'm using the 1/4 inch again. I got a little crazy there, so I need to trim that up. Go ahead and burnish that in place so that it's easier to pull up our backer paper. And I'm super happy with this craft tool that just kind of gets right underneath that paper and helps pull that up. Fan of the good tools. And that one is a good one. Okay, so we gotta be mindful again of our fold. So line that up to your fold. Okay. We're kind of just repeating these techniques over and over again, aren't we? It might help to just kind of fold that piece up like that. Okay, here we go again. I think that's a little better. Then if you need, grab the fold tool, kind of tuck that underneath that chipboard there. And so this becomes a page. Isn't that cool? Kind of fuddle with it. We used to call this massaging the pages. to get them where we needed them to be. And it's paper, so it doesn't have memory. You can tell it where to go. So kind of do that with that. So on this side now, we're going to use a regular piece of vellum. I opted for using the plain vellum on the front because I figured if I have this dotted vellum, you're going to see a little bit of it. And I didn't want to double up that dotted vellum on top. That was just going to be a little too much. So this vellum also needs to be, have you guessed it yet? 5x6. Whole lot of 5x6 going on. I don't even know what that means. Okay, same thing here. We're just adding this to the outside fold. And then we can go back and cover up with our extra piece that we cut in the very beginning. Or not. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I liked how it looked a bit more clean that way. So here's my other piece. And I will tell you, I can tell I got these two pieces that are sitting in here. They're just slightly off. Not like rocket science ruined or anything, but it's just important that you do get those edges lined up so that you can have those kind of basically like page signatures is kind of what we did there. So you can have them line up well. Okay, again with the 1/4" adhesive, putting that down in place because adhesive is our friend. And we're just going to repeat this process. So I don't even know if there is a craft term for this closure. I was going to say gate close, but it's not really gate because gate will kind of meet together. This is a situation of overlapping, right? So you have this is the acetate and this is your vellum. I don't know what that's called though. I'm just telling you, I don't know what it's called. All right, same thing. Let's line these pieces up. Now I realize this is kind of an extra tricky piece. So again, please do not feel like this doesn't make or break this album by any means. So we're going to have to come over here and kind of massage this a little bit. I just wanted to offer you, here, this is what this looks like when we kind of clean up our edges a little bit. Yeah, you can see how on mine, my vellum is just a little up there. But I'm telling you what, when we get everything else in here, it's going to be all good. Okay, so this is the skeleton basic part of our mini album now. And we have all these pages. We have all this space for photos. We have a little pocket here. You could do a photo here that's peeking through this tree. That'd be super fun. You have this guy here. You could cut out with your die a photo that pops in here, or you could make this to be a journal spot. If you used ledger paper to cut this out with, you could tuck other photos in here. Sky is the limit on that. This is just a nice wide page. We're going to add some embellishing to this, and then you have your back page, and we got a pocket that's going to be living here. Hey, guess what? I found my scissors. Yay for me. Okay, let's start here with our acetate page. And I am going to actually open this up. And I'm going to put this tree here. I told you, I think at the beginning, and I'm not even quite sure, you could use any paper for this. There's doesn't matter. Any paper you want. This could be white. You could stencil it. There's just anything you could do. The inside, because of the direction of the paper and the way I had to cut it, it's sideways. So I'm not worrying about it right now because I just want to show you how to just put some of these things together. Okay, so was not terribly worried about the direction of that paper. I will tell you though, I preferred, so I have this folded like this. So the acetate opens like this. So I preferred, and I really want a small piece of paper, of adhesive here. This just needs to be small. I preferred it to be able to open like this, okay? So I'm going to attempt to put this right as in the middle as I can. And this is then going to sit on the acetate. Okay, so there's no specific place that this has to live, okay? Just, make sure it's even. That's kind of all we're asking for here. So that's in place, right? And then so on the front, we have this, I don't know if you can tell, it's really wicked here with the recording, the camera and the light and all that. But what I do want to emphasize is that we're going to cover up that part of the acetate. You're not going to see it. Okay. And we'll do that by using some of the artist glue. Just don't go crazy with it. You don't need a lot. And you're going to see me often with these snowflakes, just using the base of it as best I can. So like that more solid space is where I'm going to be adding in the adhesive. And except for maybe, I don't even know. This is a maybe. Grabbing like a winter, let's see, a winter wonderland. And I might still do that. I don't think this needs any more embellishing. I just like it just the way it is. And you're going to see what we do in the front to kind of complement this. Okay, so let's turn that here. And now we're on our vellum pages. So if you did the homework, you have these pockets that also already have their adhesive. For this pocket here, the front pocket, I'm going to take off the bottom of the adhesive, and I have this kind of flipped upside down here, and I'm going to take this side off for now because we're going to overlap these, and I don't want this side to stick yet. You'll see what I mean right now. So I'm going to lay this on here so that it overlaps, and what I'm doing is I'm overlapping the vellum, but I'm not coming over this paper here. So what I'm trying to achieve here is being able to see these three patterns all at the same time because I really like the way they look. And that's why we do what we do, right? So turn your vellum paper over and you have your other pocket. You can go ahead at this point and go ahead and remove your adhesive. Might have better luck down here. Okay. And just remove the adhesive from, and you don't have to actually add adhesive to the side where it's going to adhere to that other adhesive. I just was making this super easy when we were doing the homework, and I didn't want to confuse when it came to where to add the adhesive. And so I thought I'll just put it everywhere. So pull these two corners together. You can go ahead and kind of press that down and just sort of manipulate this a little bit. Try to line that up. If it shows a little bit on the other side, it's going to be okay. Do you notice this whole spirit of just forgive yourself if it's not perfect, right? Because, yeah, you can see a little bit of the stripe, and I actually don't really even hate it because I love that stripe so much. So there's your pockets. You can create long tags to go in here. You can even create a tag that pulls out, obviously, because that's what tags do, and that has photos on them. So that's a suggestion. All right, in our homework, we cut this little tree tag. Again, this is another pattern that I introduced. You don't have to. You'll have, if you use 12 by 12 paper, you'll have plenty of paper left. So you choose whatever you want your tag to be. I am a fan of making marks where I want to cut a hole. And so that's what I'm going to do here. Then I'm grabbing the multi-punch from We Are Makers, and since I have my mark in there, I'm just going to now punch right there where that is. And now I can use this as my guide because this is going to actually attach to the page here. So I kind of wanted to come over. The idea for me was I could still have photos on this page, but this tag is going to be able to lift and move, and it's just a really fun interactive piece. You could also actually put a small photo even on the tag. You could do that. Oh, there it is. Where'd my mark go? Ta-da! Found it. So I'm just going to grab a piece of this ribbon here and tie that in place. Just a really easy interactive element. Super simple, super fun. Now at this point too, if you weren't going to put any photos or if you weren't going to put any journaling onto this tag, you could add snowflakes. You could add your words. There's plenty of options here for you to add additional embellishing to your cute little tree tag. All right. So now we're going to go ahead and work on the next page here. And again, this is going to be a real simple approach to this page. And I think this is kind of fun how this turned out. So we have the patterns behind this. We have the vellum. So I thought this would be a fun place, of course, to add snowflakes. Of course. What else are we going to add? Okay, so I like the idea of 2 layers here. And so you kind of have this guide in the back kind of about where the center is, but it's okay. This does not have to be a perfect thing. And I'm going to use craft glue here. I mean, you could add your snowflake over here if you wanted, and you wanted to keep that open, especially if you had a photo behind here. So just take this, please take everything. I think I'm repeating myself now, and I certainly don't want to just be redundant, but I just really want to encourage you that these are just some ideas I'm sharing, but there's so many other options here for us. And so I like the layers, so I'm going to add this layer. Now, when I cut these in the homework, I used what I called like this compressed glitter paper, because it just seems like this fine little delicate bit of glitter is like smashed into the paper, and it's just so gorgeous. Let me show you what I mean. It's this one here. Can you see that? Oh, you can see me. Can you see that? It's like so pretty. It's so pretty. So we're going to grab one of these papers, and I have a 1-inch punch. Don't judge. I think I've had it since 1997. And the reason for this is because we're dealing with vellum again, right? And so when we turn this over, we're going to see this, and I don't want to. I think I'd rather see that. So you could use any kind of adhesive here. I'm going to grab the roller adhesive and get it good and adhered to this back of this page. Okay, and you don't even see it here at all, but you definitely have kind of a finished look here at the back of your vellum. All right, so you're going to have scraps of paper left. And so for this one, we're going to add a belly band. Do you ever add belly bands? I think they're just fun little extras that just fit little doodads. I don't know. Embellishments, that's what I want to say. I'm cracking my own self up. So this is a really, really easy little thing to add. And there's lots you can do with a belly band, but we're going to keep it at this point really simple. So I am going to use 1/8 inch double-sided adhesive, because I think when you have a piece that's going to have some interaction with it, it needs the extra security of the double-sided like this. So that's why I'm choosing to go that route with the adhesive here. And so let's just put it in place. Oh, thank you very much. We already pulled that little piece off. That was awesome. So just the top edge and the bottom edge have the adhesive. We're going to come in here, I don't know, about 1/2 inch-ish or so, and put that in place and kind of gently burnish it, because you have pages under here, so just be gentle with that. Okay, so then you have this whole option of, I have another of these, of this. So pictures could go in here. You could put a pocket in here. You could put an envelope in here. You can put pretty snowflakes on top of it any way you like. So we're going to do that. The embellishing that I'm showing you today is not comprehensive at all. I tend to really layer it on, and you have plenty of room in this book to layer it on. I'm just kind of working with what I have, really just trying to use what we made in the homework and use the papers as well. See, that's just so fun to me. Oh my goodness, I'm having fun. And I'm going to do another one. And that would be so fun too if you used this tree to just hold your story, to write the words. I don't tell anybody, but I wish we had one more tiny, tiny little snowflake. That'd be really cool there, because I'm a friend of thirds. Oh, that's so much fun. Okay, next thing. Okay, for this back panel, we're going to create a pocket. And so to do that, we're going to grab our die cutting machine and get this all set up here. And in the tall skinny, I'm going to use this tall pocket. I'm not going to use all the pocket, but I do need a goodly portion of it. Okay, I'm just going to, this is just, you can see just kind of using scrap paper here and there. Any of the paper would work. This is not a situation at all where this has to be a certain kind of paper. Okay, I'm not going to be using this whole entire pocket. As a matter of fact, I'm probably only going to be using about 3.5 inches of it. So I have plenty of room for that. I'm just going to kind of pull it down a little bit to about that. But I'm going to grab the smallest of the trees right here. Okay, and we're going to get 2 embellishments out of that. So first of all, let me just set my pocket in place here so it doesn't take off and go anywhere. And then I'm kind of eyeballing the tree here. Okay. Actually, no, I'm not doing this right. Let me do this again. This is how I want to do it. I'm like, something's not right here. I know what it is. I know what it is. It's this. I'm actually using the bottom portion of this pocket die. Okay, so this is the part we're really paying attention to. You're going to end up cutting out the whole pocket, and that's okay. But what I want us to really pay attention to is this tree down here. Now, the thing when you put the tree in here, just kind of eyeball how much you think this fold's going to come up so we can't see it when this tree's cut out. So I'm just kind of probably giving it almost a 1/2 inch here from the base of the tree to the very bottom of the, or to this top cut. Okay, so let's run that through. I'm going to go ahead and use my long base here. All right, let's just run this through here. And I'm probably going to pop it back through once I hear it pop. Yep, and then one more time. Okay, big pop. And let's make sure, yep, everything is cut. Nice. Let's move this out of our way and give us some room to create. That's cut all the way through also. And then just peel that back. And we're going to use this. So set that aside. And then I'm going to go ahead. Well, let me fold this part up. And then, like I said, I'm only going to use about 3.5 inches of this. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim that down. And we're going to do what we did in homework by adding the 1/4 inch adhesive all the way around on these fold marks. And so now you're going to have a little cute little see-through pocket with that little tree. But you can imagine doing this with, you could have done it with the snowflake dies. You could do it with hearts. You can do anything. It's the great thing about these pocket dies that are like frames, so that you can put some sort of element in the middle of it and get some more mileage out of your dies. That's what it's all about right there. How many ways can we use things? You saw here that I wanted a wider pocket was the idea behind this. The other pockets are truly skinny. And so this, for me, created the opportunity to be able to cut out that cute tree, to have a little bit wider pocket. And of course, you could just basically make it any of the height that you wanted to. So this is going to live right down here. I'm actually going to grab my 2-inch punch and just take a bit of a bite out of it. Not much at all. I don't know why, but I just really like that look on a pocket. And because I didn't use the traditional part of the die, I'm just taking a little bit out of those folds so you can't see them when they're folded over. And just kind of finagle those adhesive folds there. And bring this over here to the right side corner, to the right corner, right edge, so it will peek out on that page there. That's what I was going for. I like all that combination of thing going on. And yes, of course, you probably guessed it, snowflakes. Okay, we're going to finish this little part up here in the back, and then we're going to finish up our cover and close this class out. I hope you've had as much fun as I have. I hope you will try this. I hope you'll make this happen for you. I hope you'll just have fun. I hope you can see that you can just make these pages the same over and over again if you wanted to. You could add more, you could add less. You could put your acetate in a whole different place. I think we lost. Okay, we have to find our snowflake. We've lost a snowflake. Okay, the last thing we're going to make is we have this stenciled Color Pops mixed media paper from the homework. We trimmed off the 5x6 for one of our backs. And so now we have this extra piece left. And so I just kind of decided with this number 2 tree, what part of the snowflake I wanted to see. And I'm just going to run this through the machine. This is going to be part of the embellishing of the cover. So I'm going to run that through. You can see I have some other pieces on the table already. And we're going to put those to work as well. So I want to get this one done. I like to look on the back and make sure that my paper is actually cut. Because again, with the mixed media paper, it's a heavy cardstock. It's pretty good and thick. And so we're going to run it through again because it didn't quite go through. I'm going to get a bigger cutting plate this time and see if that's better. All right. I heard that cut. That'll be much better this time. Okay, now we got this. Super cute. And this is going to be part of our front. And remember I told you we had another little thing to do with the snowflake. So we have the snowflake inside underneath the vellum and on top of the acetate in there. And I need to clean out my glue here. Better. So I'm going to lay in the snowflake first here on the top. And I'm going to kind of match it up with what's underneath. It doesn't completely have to be perfect or anything because it's not ever going to be perfectly lined up like that. You can see when it lifts up a little bit there that it is actually, you can't even see the one behind it. We're going to make this in such a way that it will actually, when we add our ribbon around it, it will kind of flatten out a little bit. Okay, I want to add little holes here to these 2 kind of tags. So looking. I think that's it right there. Okay. And then I got the joy right here is going to be part of this as well. So let's grab this ribbon again. And run this through here, and we're going to let this dry for a minute. Going to grab a little stamp block and give that a hand so that it can dry in place while we are threading through this bow. So this is kind of consistent with what's going on inside when we were adding that tag to, I think it was page 3. So this is kind of the same idea, but we're just making this an embellishment here in the front. Okay, let's make our bows all pretty. And trim that off there on the edge. Okay. So I'm going to actually grab, this is the 1mm square double-sided adhesive foam. And I want that to adhere it to the vellum and kind of pop it up a little bit. So kind of like this. And so this is kind of loose, which I like. That's fun. I like the snowflake being loose back behind. This could be a great book for documenting your tree hunt for baby's first Christmas, for a gift, for Christmas, before Christmas, during winter. Okay, so I'm going to come in here and add in my joy. And I think I'm also going to grab one of these guys here. And I'm just going to add a little bit of glue here to one little end. And just add it right here. This could be any of these stamped phrases. And you can add any of these stamped phrases anywhere in your book, even on any of the snowflakes. Then I have this little scrap hanging out in here. And you know, I'm going to grab the scraps. It's just what I do. It's just what I do. I think I'm going to make 2 out of this. And so just notch an end, notch a second end. And I like to just quickly staple it so they're together, and I can kind of pull it apart a little bit. I don't need it quite that long. I'm going to add some glue to it as well and pop it right in here. And this is our album, friends. So we're going to need to let that dry. When that dries, then I will do one final walkthrough. All right, our cover's all complete. We open that up, and we're welcoming into this beautiful little tree with its snowflake, and this can open up for further real estate, for photos, journaling. You have large pocket here, large pocket here. You got a little fun tag here that's got lots of possibilities for you, as well as we come and we open up again to this lovely snowflake and this cutout, which this behind here could just hold various and sundry different kinds of embellishment or photo or journaling tag, journaling, writing, notes, whatever. You have plenty of room in here to add to that as well. This flips open and we have this little belly band right here that, again, same idea, all the things that you can add in there. And then you have a pocket in the back and you have more real estate here. It's just a lovely giftable or memory keeping holiday album, Christmas album, winter album, whatever you want to make it into. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll meet you on the other side as we close this out. Okay. You hung until the end. I am so proud of you. You have no idea how proud I am of you for hanging into the end of this class. And be sure, if you didn't catch it, be sure and catch the homework and listen to how I love to just kind of pre-prep the things so they're just at the ready. And maybe get some ideas for how you can make this album into some other ideas as well. If you have any questions, you know where to contact me. Please let me know whatever questions you might have. I had so much fun. This is just about having fun. It's just about trying new things. This is just about being creative. So enjoy your SBC Fest weekend. Thank you so much for being here. I'm truly honored. I will see you next time.
Wow, what a way to wrap up SBC Fest September 2024.
That was so awesome. We had 2 more inspiring instructors. We had Erin Thompson and Jamie Pate to wrap up our SBC Fest, and they did not disappoint.
No, not at all. I love that Erin Thompson really just like layered and layered and layered with this card.
And it seemed like last SBC Fest there was a theme of the arches, so I love that she brought the arches back and she used the metallic paper, which looked so pretty with the gold.
Yes.
Love that.
Yes, and then one thing that I do this too, and I was so glad that like someone else mentioned it too. But when she said, like, take a photo of how you've laid things out, I do that all the time because I'm like, I do not want to forget how this looks right now because the second I move this off and get the adhesive, I'm going to forget how it looks.
Or a piece falls and you can't remember where it was.
Yes.
So yeah, such a great tip. And I love that she uses Artiste glue too to have some wiggle room and move things around.
With the foam, yes.
Yep, which is great. Symmetrical flowers. I love that she did that. And she told us about what is it called? Let me make sure I say it right. Non-machinable stamp for bulky cards. When you're shipping in the mail, it's cheaper. So we love that tip for sure.
Oh yeah, because that's something that we always see in our live streams where people are like, well, how much is that to mail it? How do you send that?
She solved the problem for us.
Yes.
So go to the post office and get those non-machinable stamps, and you can send a bulky item for a lot less. I mean, there was a big chunk in difference in price. So love that she shared that with us.
Yes.
And then shall we show what we made with her techniques? Okay, so you want to go first? You go first.
So I did the holographic background just, to add a shine. And then I also just layered up the flowers. And so maybe on on this side cam, you can kind of see, the layers to the flowers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought might as well have fun with it, mix up the colors in the centers and the outside. Yeah, I just had a great time die cutting all of these and just having fun.
And layering. Yeah. That is really pretty, Cody. I love that. Very colorful, too. I love all those colors together.
Thanks.
Well, I did what she did with the gold, and I used gold on my card here. I'll show it close up so you can see that, shine that gold. And then I used some of our holiday paper collection and stamps and dies, coordinating dies to create these little ornaments up here and up here with her sprigs. And she just had such a great way of layering and have it symmetrical and then your sentiment right in the middle. So really good tips and tricks. And I love this card and how it turned out. So thank you so much, Erin. Love it.
Yes.
All right, next.
Jamie Pate.
Yes.
So I loved that mini album.
Yes. She's the queen of mini albums.
She really is.
She really is. We love her albums and love when she teaches and does classes on that. So we were so grateful to have her for SBC Fest and show all of us some new fun stuff.
Yes. It was definitely all new to me. And I love that she used the tape runner on vellum to hide the tape.
Oh, yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. One of the things that I learned about Jamie, too, is that she loves photography, which is really cool to hear. So that's why a lot of her photos are amazing, because she loves photography.
Yes, I love looking at her Instagram stories and seeing all the photos she takes of the beautiful scenery that she's around.
Oh, I know, in Colorado. She's very talented. So make sure you check out her social sites, too.
Yes.
All right, let's see. What else? I love that she had the homework all done too. The vellum, of course, it's always fun to add out vellum. And I love how she did like a belly band for one of the pages, which is really cool.
Yes.
She used some cloud whip with the stencil on some of the stuff. And then that tree, that nested tree is awesome.
Yes, I loved it. So we can show the projects that we created inspired by Jamie's class.
Now, I am going to go back and make an album for sure. I just created a card out of some of the stuff that she taught. I used the stencil with the snowflake that she had and then just added some chunky glitter. I believe I used cloud whip in the background just so that glitter would stick to it. Here, I'll show you right here on the close-up cam, but you can see all that fun chunky glitter on there. I used a tree, of course, and ink blended the edges and then used a little sentiment like she showed in the center of her tree, which I loved. On her little tag tree. It was so cute.
Yeah, and it's a great way to, like she said, get a bunch of, those bulk stamps done, So I took a crack at her class and made a tag mini album, with vellum. I opened it up and then now it's, a stenciled piece with her stencil that was in her kit.
So cute.
And you open it up and then
Cody,
there are some pages.
That is so cute. I love that pop-out window. So cute.
Yeah, and then I'm going to put a photo here later so it covers up all things, but
really cute.
I had a
great job.
Thanks.
And I
had
love
a lot
the vellum.
of fun. I know, I love the vellum too.
I do too.
Now I'm a huge vellum fanatic. I want to put it on everything.
On everything. I know. Once you go vellum, you don't go back.
That's what they say.
Why not? Yeah. And I love the stencils that came in her kit too. I mean, not the stencils. Yes, the stencil, but also the dies. The snowflake dies are some of my favorites. So they're like a staple that you have to have. So I love that she incorporated all of them.
Yes, and I love because it was like, there's so many different sizes in it. So there was this big one, but then there was also that, a small dainty one. And, I also used Jamie's kit for Laura Evangelin's class yesterday. And that was a lot of fun because it just has great elements.
That is what's great about this. I love that you said that, Cody, because you can interchange all of the different kits for all of the different classes to create lots of cards and projects. So I love that. So be sure to use all of your extra pieces and try somebody else's class. That's what's really great about this SBC Fest.
Yeah, and I used the paper that came in Angelica Conrad's kit just because I wanted to, use what maybe you guys all have when you got the kits.
Yeah, perfect.
So yeah, this is the winter paper.
Great idea. Really cute paper. Okay, Cody, This is it.
This is it.
I think we're gonna go cry because we are not ready to end this. Like the team put so much work into this, and it just comes and goes so fast, and we can't believe it every time. I think we might hint a little bit. We might be back in March if you want us.
Let us know.
Let us know if you want us to come back in March, because that would be fun to be back again.
Super fun.
I think it might become a March and September thing. That's what it seems to be becoming. So that's what we'll do if you'll have us.
Yeah, but also don't forget, like, you can also hang out with us on Tuesdays and Thursdays too.
Yes,
on our
we
YouTube
go
channel.
live on Tuesdays and Thursdays for the live stream deals. So make sure you are watching both days, because you're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a last giveaway.
Yes.
Okay, we've got some Tim Holtz. Oh, these are gorgeous stamps. Love those. We've got our new rub-ons. These are our new black and white set. These gorgeous flowers, and then, ooh, those gorgeous winter floral rub-ons.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting close to winter, so you need those. 2 Astro Paste.
Ooh, 2 of the new ones. And remember, these, when they dry, are sparkly. They don't look sparkly, but they're gonna sparkle. What is this color? Prom Queen. Sorry, my eyesight's going bad. I can't see tiny.
And Roar.
Roar, thank you, Cody. Thank you. And then Artiste Glue. Ooh, a Pick Pro tool again.
Yes.
Nice. And just move this so we can see all the goodies.
Oh, and of course, everyone needs to have holographic paper.
And if you have one already, this is even better. You get more. I use this all the time. Adhesive roller.
Yes.
Oh, our new brick stencils. This is what Cody and I used for Juliana's class.
Yes.
Yep.
So definitely you'll want to get that. 2 stamp and dies from Sizzix and 49 in Market.
Love those. Okay. Oh, I love the dragonfly. So cute. And the butterflies.
And then another bag from 49 in Market.
Is this another one we can't open? Yeah.
Yes.
They lock it, you guys. They lock it on us. We just ordered it from the store, so we have no idea what's in here, but you're gonna love it. There's like, it feels like a ton of stuff.
Yeah, it's full of goodies. You can see it on the product page on our
Okay,
site.
I don't want to cover up all of this fun stuff, but you're gonna get all of this as a giveaway. So what do you want them to tell us in the comments?
What technique did you get from today's SBC Fest?
Yeah, because there was a lot.
Yes.
Can you think of one that you love today? I love all of them. It's hard to choose just one.
I know, because I love what Kristie taught us how to get the most. I love that Angelica does ink blending from, the dark to light. Erin layering, Jamie with vellum, Conny with the reed, using your scraps.
Yeah. Oh,
Everyone.
You just said it all.
Yeah.
Thank you. You covered it all. I think all of it. I don't think there's one thing that I'm not going to take from today and reuse and try and experiment with. So I'm just grateful that we have all of this education for free, and that we get to learn and be together as a community and share in our favorite hobby together, because this is such a fun hobby and not everybody loves it as much as we do. So I'm grateful that this whole community loves it and we get to do it together. So I can't choose just one, but you guys tell us in the comments what technique you loved today.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you are checking out today and shopping, be sure to use the coupon code SBCFest5 at checkout, and be sure to give this video a like. If you are loving SBC Fest, give this video a like. It really helps us out, so we really appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you all so much for being with us these past 2 days. It has been memorable again for us, and I hope for all of you. And we are very sad to say goodbye, but we'll be back.
Yes.
We'll be back. We will.
And one more thing.
One more thing.
The freebie die.
Oh, the freebie die.
Do not forget.
Did we find it? Did we find it?
Yes.
Cody, we had it.
And then
we had it here. Oh, right here.
Okay.
Remember, I said I'm gonna put it on the stool and not forget, and guess what? We forgot. Okay, let's show this freebie die one more time. Here is that freebie die. Oh, all the goodies have to go to the side.
Yes.
But here's that freebie die, the bear shaker card, 6 pieces to create your own lovely bears for all the holidays and all the occasions.
Yeah. So definitely pick this up. Whoa, pick this up today, yes, with your order.
All right. I feel like there should be music to sing us out.
Yeah.
Till we meet again. So
Something like that, yeah.
Soon. No, not that song. But anyway, we won't sing. We will not sing. But
No.
we, again, are just so grateful for your participation and for all of your support to all of the instructors and to all of us. We love what we do, and we're just grateful to bring it all here and to keep Jill's dream alive of education and inspiration for all in this industry. So we're grateful we could do it.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, friends, take care until we see you next time. Join us Tuesday and Thursday, like Cody said. We'll be on there chatting. You're going to want to hang out with us and see what we have going on at Scrapbook.com.
Yes. We're putting a winner in the live chat right now, and we will see you guys next time.
Next time. Bye, friends.